Overlord First Half Chapter 85, Various Countries Part 3. Gazef Stranov silently gazed at the scene outside the premium glass window of the palace. There were 3 carriages leaving the palace. The slowly moving carriage leading the cavalcade was of excellent make and was well designed. There were 4 well-groomed horses at the harness. The crest of the royal family was engraved together with fine designs on its side. It was a well-crafted item made to show off the power of the royal family. Gazef's dissatisfied gaze was fixated on the carriage behind it. The carriage following it could only be described as inferior. While equally excellent horses were pulling it, there were only 2. They were probably there only because they could not fit on the first one. There was no symbol engraved on the side of the carriage. The carriage itself was smaller than the earlier one, and when moving next to the other, its inferiority was obvious. One could not think of any other purpose for why it was even there, except that it was to accompany the carriage in front. The carriage at the back was of the same make as the second. However, the luggage piled inside the carriage was visible. Unlike the first 2, this carriage was for carrying baggage. Thus Gazef's dissatisfied gaze was not on it. They have left. So it seems. Gazef was not surprised at the voice that suddenly came from behind him. He had already felt the presence of the man approaching. However, it was the truth that Gazef wished that he did not have to speak to him. Thinking that it would be rude to continue talking without turning, Gazef turned. In comparison to Gazef, who was born a commoner, this man was born a noble and numbered amongst the kingdom's 6 great nobles. Hence Gazef had to turn around despite his unwillingness to do so. The man standing there was best described as snake-like. The brushed-back blonde hair made his forehead stand out. His skin was a pale white, the lack of a tan suggesting little to no exposure to sunlight. This person was known as Marquis Raven. He was the existence with the most power in the noble faction. To someone like Gazef, who served the king directly, he was not a noble that could be snubbed. However, Gazef did not like his attitude. He acted like a bat, fluttering between both sides seeking profit. The center carriage carries the one meeting Ein Zulgon. So it seems. Did Gazef Dono wish to go as well? Yes. Why? Because he is someone I have met before. I see. Gazef sighed mentally, feeling annoyed that the conversation was continuing. He did not like him, and only gave simple replies. How was there still more to talk about? Gazef sent an angry gaze at the departing carriage. The delay of the carriage was due to this very person standing in front of him. If he did not interfere, it would have left the capital earlier. In fact, this man could be part of the reason why such a shabby carriage was being sent in the first place. Gazef thought as he maintained a poker face. Gazef Dono, I would like to ask you, should you do battle with this go in person, could you win? This is a difficult question, since magic casters would fight from a far range. If he does so, then I definitely cannot win. Rather than myself, I believe, Blue Rose, or Red Drop, have a better chance at victory? The strongest adventuring groups in the kingdom? They have various methods to do so. They would fight differently from myself, who only knows how to swing a weapon. However, this may be rude, Marquis Raven, but before asking if we could win, I believe that we should have him be an ally first. Marquis Raven showed a wry smile. Agreed, it is just as Gazef Dono says. However, I have to consider the worst-case scenario. The cases where preparations for the worst caused it to actually happen were far too many. Gazef suppressed the desire to put that thought into words. Those were not words that could be said to someone of the, supposedly, same faction. Could we not at least prepare a better carriage for the one visiting Ein Dono? Impossible. The status of magic casters is not high. Unlike the Empire, our country does not fully back them nor provide any support. We cannot send carriages inappropriate for one standing. Then, could we switch them out in a town along the way? That's an interesting thought, but that would be difficult. The carriage was sent out by order of the king. Switching them would mean disobeying him. And the ones inside? Why? The noble faction influenced this. This was the worst. Gazef did not say anything, and instead groaned. He knew full well the foolishness of the nobles at that time. The fools who thought that Eins was nothing more than a simple magic caster. Could others have been chosen? That's impossible. I would like Gazef Dono to recall the noble that opposed you at that time, as he seems to be a relative of the person that was sent. I tried to send in others with him, but it was difficult. Gazef was surprised. He felt that Marquis Raven's evaluation of the magic caster Ein Zulgon was unexpectedly high. Or was it simply gratitude towards him saving the lives of the kingdom's citizens? In the end, we can only hope that Gondola is a good-hearted person, and that the representative can read the mood. Dono seems to be a rational person. So long as nothing too extreme occurs, I believe there will be no problems. Is that so? Then I shall believe it as well. Marquis Raven's expression contradicted his words. Well then, Gazef Dono. Farewell. Leaving? Yes. I was thinking of returning to my manor. After finishing my work in the capital, I intend to return back to my territory. Is that so? It will soon be the harvest season, and there is probably a mountain of work left. Agreed. It's the beginning of the busy season. Not only the harvest, but it is around the time that the Empire proclaims war. Thus I have to ready several things. Gazef made a wry smile at those cynical words. A smile that had no hostility. Around this time, the Empire would wage a small war. While the nobles understood this, many such idiots felt it troublesome to prepare. They felt that it would be solved if they squeezed the commoners. On that point, Marquis Raven's factions properly prepared. While he did not like him, he felt satisfied that he could stand next to such an excellent ally. Then, Marquis Raven. Until we meet again. Gazef Dono. Until we meet again. If you had imagined Marquis Raven's office as some expansive area, you would have been sorely mistaken. Even for one of the 6 great nobles, Marquis Raven stays in one of the most extravagant manors in the capital, and this room was nothing but tiny. Many would be surprised if they knew the exact number of decisions affecting the future of the kingdom that had been drafted in such a humble, cramped place. The room was filled with bookshelves, the books and labeled scrolls arranged neatly in a way that hinted at the owner's personality. However, it was not because of these things that the room was so small, although they were part of the reason. The greatest reason could not be seen by the naked eye. Raven's manor was built from bricks coated in stucco. This was customary when it came to the construction of a noble's home. Even his office was no different from the other rooms inside his manor. But inside those walls, copper sheets shielded the entire room. This was done to interfere with spells used to eavesdrop, observe or detect his location. Since incorporating copper sheets into walls was expensive, he could not turn a large room into his office. Raven made a beeline for this magic-proof office. He crossed over to the other side of his sturdy work desk before flopping down onto his chair, in a way that suggested that he had completely run out of energy. Then, he covered his face with his hands. An image one would associate with a middle-aged man worn down by the weight of stress and responsibility, nothing close to a great noble commanding unrivaled power and privilege in the kingdom. He mindlessly brushed back a loosely hanging lock of blonde hair. He then leaned back into his chair, his face contorted, and roared. Idiots, each and every one of them. Nobody understood the current situation. No, if someone had understood and was taking advantage of the situation, they would be masterful schemers indeed. Right now, the kingdom is in great peril. The Empire's frequent saber-rattling led to severe problems such as food shortages, and other issues that were starting to precipitate. Everything seemed fine on the surface, ignoring the villages, that is. The Empire employed professional warriors known as knights, but the kingdom had no equivalent soldiers among their ranks. To resist the imperial invasions, they needed to conscript peasants into their levies. This resulted in villages running short on manpower for a period of time. The Empire was naturally aiming for the harvest season. During the busiest season for a farm village, the impact of having the adult males, the most important source of labor, go missing for 1 month could not be overstated. Of course, it was not as if they had never thought of reducing the number of conscripts, but in the face of the Empire's military, who were far better trained and armed, the kingdom would be powerless without the weight of numbers on their side. There had been one occasion when a lack of conscripts had resulted in tremendous casualty rates for the kingdom. They had somehow recovered, but Marquis Raven fully understood that was just on the surface. And even during these circumstances, that traitorous filth, this foolish power struggle, those idiots, fighting over a stupid seat. Marquis Broomrush, one of the 6 great nobles, had betrayed the kingdom by selling information to the Empire. The nobles had split into 2 factions and were struggling for dominance. Both princes were eyeing the succession like dogs feuding over a bone. And as for the magic caster Zulgon, they should treat him with respect. This is a man who can do battle with Camilla, the disciple of Landfall. Marquis Raven pounded on his desk repeatedly, venting his anger. The reason why Marquis Raven delayed the messenger's meeting with Ainzulgoan was due to a certain piece of intelligence from Irantal. Legends told of a monster known as Landfall, which fell at the hands of the 13 heroes. It was a monster of monsters with power capable of easily destroying whole countries. If the disciple of such a being existed, it would be on another level altogether. Internal investigations conducted by Irantal Adventurers Guild have in fact pointed towards a very high possibility that the vampire Camilla is terrifyingly strong. Which begs the question, how powerful was the magic caster Ainz who could hunt down Camilla? From the information provided by his operatives, Marquis Raven now had a rather good grasp of Ainzulgoan. Not a person to be taken lightly. Hence he tried to buy time, at least until the messenger from Irantal arrives, and until he could convince the king of the current situation. In order to invite Ainzulgoan with as much respect as possible. It did not go well. Firstly, the messenger from Irantal had arrived too late. Marquis Raven guessed that the messenger, a man working for a mayor of the royal faction, had been held up when he passed through cities controlled by the noble faction. All those bastards doing stupid things. Marquis Raven's distorted expression reflected his mood. Is there no one thinking about what is important, or at least someone with a brain? Strictly speaking, there were. Unfortunately, most of them were in Raven's camp. It would have been normal for the other great nobles to have astute people, but idiots, each and every one of them. Marquis Raven shouted. It was directed at the nobles whose heads were filled with nothing but stupid thoughts. Even so, what should I do? Think, Raven, think. Raven's frustration grew as his breathing calmed. He had to think of how to keep the kingdom alive, even in the face of the dangers ahead. He had to think of a way to handle the mysterious magic caster. While it would have been fine to indirectly leak such information, the king was surrounded by the noble faction, and even a marquis like himself could not do as he pleased. While Marquis Raven was part of the royal faction, there were rumors of him working with the noble faction. This was true in a sense. Since the kingdom was currently split into two, a noble that could mediate between the two and allow for cooperation was necessary to prevent them from truly falling apart. In addition, should the king constantly flaunt his authority, many nobles would be upset, and this would separate the kingdom further. To avoid this, Marquis Raven worked behind the scenes. People trusted those similar to them, and were cautious of their opposites. To make nobles drowning in greed trust him, he had to act not as a saint but as a person with greed so strong it shows visibly on his face. That was why Marquis Raven had to seem greedy. There was none more suited as a mediator than him. Nobles viewed the history of one's family and their bloodline as something of great importance. Thus, as one of the 6 great nobles, there were many of the noble faction that would force themselves to have conversations with him. Marquis Raven acted like a prophet here and interacted with those of the noble faction. That is why he gave off an image of a bat looking for blood to satisfy its greed. Marquis Raven did not want to act in such an unbridled manner. Especially when foolish nobles saw him as one of them and looped him into their disgusting conversations. However, each side hated each other precisely because they were of the opposing faction. He could not say anything logical to these nobles with the mental age of children. If only they knew about the kingdom's situation. Thus Marquis Raven had to grit his teeth and act like a bat. While he was part of the royal faction, he could not fully cooperate with the king. If he acted for reasons other than for his own gain, there was the chance that the royal faction would not trust him. And should the mediator disappear, the kingdom may split completely. Why did the empire or theocracy have to have this plot? We can do nothing but invite him to the capital and welcome him best as we can. I should ask the king. Then I have to prepare a mansion for his stay in the capital. This was an extremely passive move, but the current Marquis Raven could do little. Marquis Raven heaved a deep sigh. Why did he have to do such troublesome things? Marquis Raven was a great noble who was not in charge of domestic affairs. Despite that, there were times where Marquis Raven wanted to throw everything away. Why was the whole bunch of them situation blind? It was like trying to build a sandcastle while being surrounded by little brats trying to kick it down. It could not be helped that he would develop destructive tendencies in such a situation. Still, he had a reason for ignoring those impulses and carrying on like he did. There was knocking on the door. The sound seemed to come from a lower position than usual. For a moment, Raven displayed an expression unlike his normal self. Marquis Raven immediately righted himself and spoke. "Come in." The speed with which the heavy door opened indicated how much the other party had been looking forward to it. On the other side of the door was a child. He was still a young boy. The boy's innocent, adorable face was colored with a rosy blush over the pale skin of his cheeks. He looked to be around 5 years old, and he patted across the floor, stopping at Raven's knee. Now, you know you shouldn't be running indoors, it's hardly refined." A female voice followed the boy over to Raven. Behind the boy stood a woman. Her pretty face was shadowed by gloominess. She did not seem very happy. Her clothes were of exquisite make, but their colors were muted. The woman bowed primly to Raven, and then she smiled. With a hint of embarrassment, Raven returned the smile. When had his wife started smiling? Suddenly, the memories of those days came unbidden to Marquis Raven. When Marquis Raven had been a younger man, his heart brimmed with the ambition and drive that was the hallmark of youth. And the target of his ambition was the throne. Aspiring for the throne was a treasonous dream. The young Marquis Raven, filled with confidence in his abilities, probably felt that he had no other goal that was worthy of being his lifelong objective. Towards that end, he had worked quietly, expanding his influence, accumulating wealth, spreading his connections, crushing his political enemies. Taking a wife was nothing more than a part of his plan. As long as he could sell off the position of Marchioness at a high price, he did not care what kind of woman he ended up with. As it turned out, she was a beautiful, yet moody woman, but Raven did not mind. After all, the important thing was the connections he made with his wife's family. Their home life was ordinary. No, that was just how Raven felt it was. He cared for the woman he married as a toolie, but there was no love between them. As fate would have it, it was a tiny thing indeed that changed Raven. He turned his eyes to the boy in front of him. His first thought when he learned he had a son was that he had another tool to use. However, as the newborn clutched at his finger with its tiny hands, something inside Marquis Raven broke. This was his son. Plum, he seemed as much a monkey as a human being. He certainly did not think that it was adorable. Yet, when he felt the warmth that radiated from his finger, everything else suddenly seemed silly. The throne felt like garbage to him. The man driven by ambition had passed away at some point. Then, when Raven smiled in thanks to his wife that had just given birth to his son, he vividly remembered the expression on her face. It was a funny one, even if he would never say that out loud. It silently asked, "Who is this person?" Of course, his wife had thought that this was just a temporary change caused by learning that he had an heir. However, Raven stayed this way, and it made his wife wonder if there was something wrong with him. In the end, when his wife compared her husband before and after his change, she came to the conclusion that she preferred the new Raven. Even though she was troubled at times by his behavior. Raven reached down and lifted up his son, who was trying to scale his kneecap. The boy gurgled in delight as he was placed on Raven's thigh. He could feel the heat of his body through his clothes. Now, Raven had only one objective. "I wanted to leave a well-kept domain to my son." It was a goal that any respectable father would have. Raven looked warmly to the boy on his leg, and spoke to him. "What's the matter, Chew? Ritan? Choo-choo." A great noble puckered his lips and went chew. Seeing this, the boy gurgled in delight. "Darling, baby talking to him will spoil his grammar." "Humph. Nonsense, that's nothing more than a baseless rumor." That said, Raven knew that it would be bad if he raised his son poorly. Being his son, the boy should have some measure of talent. Or rather, it was fine even if he was not talented, but as parents, they had an obligation to discover or cultivate their child's abilities. As such, it would be bad if they negatively influenced him. Even so, he refused to give up the loving nicknames for the boy. "Isn't that right, Ritan? What's the matter?" Raven ignored his wife's perturbed expression and asked again. "Yeah, hey, well." He looked like he wanted to share a secret of some sort, judging from the way he covered his mouth with his little hands. As he saw that movement, the corners of Raven's eyes drooped. Then he said something one could never imagine one of the kingdom's 6 great nobles would say. "Well, what is it? Can you tell Papa Ann?" "Well, what is it?" "Tonight's dinner." It's Papa's favorite." "Papa Ann will be very happy. What's for dinner tonight?" "It's gabberfish à la Meunière." "Is that so? What's wrong, Ritan?" Raven saw the unhappy expression on his son's face and frantically followed up with a question. "I wanted to say it." Lightning seemed to flash behind Raven's back. He made an expression of shock. "Is that sure? I mean, is that true? Well, then it's Papa Ann's fault. Please forgive me. Ritan, do you want to tell me anything?" As Raven looked at her with furrowed brows, his wife, not knowing what to do, covered her face. "Retan, why don't you tell Papa N?" With a humph of annoyance, the boy jerked his head aside. Raven looked like he had just experienced a tremendous shock, so despondent that he wanted to die. "I'm really sorry, Retan. Papa N is a moron and forgot everything, therefore, could you tell me?" His son glanced at him from the corner of his eye. It would seem he was almost there. "Not telling Papa N? Papa N's going to cry." Well, it's Papa's favorite fish." "Really now? Papa is so happy to hear that." Raven could not help kissing his son's pink cheeks over and over. It tickled, and so the boy laughed innocently. "All right, then let's go have dinner." "I don't think it's ready yet." Really now?" It felt like a basin of cold water had been dumped over his head, and an annoyed expression spread over Raven's face. It would have been an easy matter to order the chefs to hurry up, but they still needed to follow the appropriate steps to do their work, and those steps had to be executed with specific timing. If he selfishly disrupted their routine, the food would not be as good as it could be. This was why Raven did not give those orders, even if he was not happy about the wait. It was also because he wanted his son to have the best meal possible. "All right, your father is in the middle of work. Let's go." "K." Raven could not hide his loneliness he felt as he heard his son's lively reply. "Ahem. Wait, actually, I'm done with work." "Really?" "Umu. I really am done with work." Is that so? Are you just planning to put it off until tomorrow?" Even if his wife was rolling her eyes at him, Raven would not let his son down from his knee. In fact, he hugged him tighter. "Well, I was already at a dead end anyway, not like I could finish it in a day." This was not an excuse. Due to Einzulgon, he had a few days free, and had to talk to the king. While Marquis Raven had to act as soon as possible, he had no pressing issues. His wife seemed to realize this and nodded several times. "I understand, but still. It seems really troublesome." "That's what I said. I don't need more arms or legs to do my work, just good heads." "How about my brother? Given that running your family's estate is taxing enough as it is, I don't think I could throw more work at him. Do you know anyone else who can be trusted?" Raven had already asked this question several times, and his wife had given him the same answer: "There's no noble who can work on the same level as you." The child on his knee opened his mouth as he had a good idea. "Papa N, I want to help you to work too." "Retan, thank you very much. I loved you most of all." Raven did not stop kissing his son as he continued his baby talk. Even in such a blissful time, he could not stop thinking about that question: was there really no one else? Several days later, he would be in a deep collaborative relationship with Renner, but that is a story for later. Overlord First Half Chapter 86, Various Countries Part 4. Jircn of Runefar Lord Elnix. Inside the office of the Empire's young emperor, the man feared as the Blood Emperor, several people lined up and performed their work in silence. As they normally would. Kuahahaha. That day, a hearty laughter reverberated through the room. Only one person could laugh like that in this room. The master of the room. Hearing Jircn's laughter, several people looked at each other. They wondered who was going to ask. They could roughly guess why Jircn had burst into laughter. It was not unusual for Jircn's emotions to undergo sudden changes. But there was always a reason for it. However, no one dared to ask for that reason. All the people in this room were excellent, creme de la creme in the Empire. However, waves had shook the Empire and all were too timid to question the Blood Emperor. If this was related to governance they would. But should this be Jircn's personal situation, it might invite his displeasure. The last person he looked at was an old man in robes, the head Imperial Magic Caster, Fluter Paradine. Receiving his gaze, Fluter made a face as to say that it could not be helped and asked the convivial Jircn. "Did something happen? My emperor?" "Ooh, Gigi." Jircn wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. "I just received a message. It seems that not a single worker has returned." While everyone presented thought that it was nothing to laugh about, Jircn clearly begged to differ. Well, as expected, the magic caster Einzulgon inside the great underground tomb of Massacre is on another level. There is much reason to believe that he is more powerful than G. Oh, but we need to confirm that. Oi. I ordered to send in the highest level adventurers, but were workers sent in instead so they could be easily abandoned? In response, one of the members from the Ministry of Central Intelligence stepped forward. Yes. Workers are different from adventurers, and have. That much is fine. As it seemed that it would be a long talk, Jrcnv raised a hand to stop him. Then my next question. Were the hired workers strong? Yes. According to your orders, we have assembled workers that are noteworthy even in the capital. If they were adventurers they would be equivalent to A-class. Basically they were all destroyed, may be welcomed. Is this situation dangerous? Indeed. The destruction of A-class equivalent workers would affect the public safety of the Empire in the long run. The Empire was patrolled by knights, and they hunted monsters to the extent that human life was not affected, but dangerous monsters were left to adventurers and workers. Thus the loss of well-known workers was a headache-inducing problem. Then think of methods to deal with that. Yes. Several people related to the public safety of the Empire bowed their heads. Now, the next thing is that we have to handle Einzulgon. Gee, how was the divination? It seems that he has some defensive measures. Not a single scrap of information could be gained. Ho! Did he cover it in metal? Or did he use magical defenses? This is unknown. I just wanted to ask, but did you hold back because of your cute disciples? No way, right? The sitting Jrcnv asked the standing fluter. While his face was laughing, his eyes were not. There was only coldness and blackness. Those that saw his face felt a pressure that almost made them squeak. However, those weighty eyes had no effect on Fluter. Absolutely not. Even I understand what is important. Information regarding an unknown magic caster. It is vital information that can seize advantages for the Empire. Considering that, I would easily use a few of my disciples' lives for it. Jrcnv's expression brightened and became one of familiarity. Right. There is no way that G can't do such a simple calculation. So how can we gain information? Magically it is impossible. Third-tier magic is useless. How about higher-tiered magic? No one can use it. Even I could not learn anything with divination magic. Yes. Then we should send spies inside. Or not. While their methods were different, he could not send them to a place where workers with battle experience all failed to return from. Then what should we do? Jrcnv then laughed from the heart. Almost everyone who saw this felt a chill and began to get stomach aches. The last time Jrcnv made this face was after the end of the houses of several resisting nobles. After he had conjured up some crimes which turned them guilty. Let's go. All of them blanked out for a moment. They could not understand what Jrcnv said. Then, in dissatisfaction, Jrcnv made himself clearer. I can do nothing else but go myself to Nazarick and meet Einzulgon. This is dangerous. There is nothing more I can say about a place where the workers did not return from. Their immediate refusal was natural. There was no way that they could send the most important emperor into a dangerous place where not a single worker returned. Jrcnv's response to this was to laugh. A mysterious existence is there. Isn't that itself the problem? And time is needed for them to learn that I was the one who sent in the workers. As there are multiple dead ends placed, such things should be normally impossible. Gee. Can magic discover this? One might think magic is all-powerful, but it is limited to a certain extent, and it cannot do everything. However, using control or charm magic or divination, they might be able to find out. I do not intend to be rude to Fluter Dono, but we have taken precautions of such measures. The man from the Ministry of Central Intelligence immediately rejected this. The Empire viewed magic as an important method of attack and invested heavily in this. Thus they fully understood magic's importance. Thus their caution against magic never slackened. However, the most powerful magic caster in the Empire, the highest level magic caster amongst the humans, Fluter still had questions. Those are precautions for information type magic of the third tier, right? I do not believe that you are protected against higher tiers. There is also the possibility that other spells have been developed. The number of people who could use magic above the third tier were few, and the number of spells also fell. Those that knew what magic lay at the 5th or 6th tier were almost non-existent. Most of the magic in this world was spread by the 8 Greed Kings, and were from a certain city. Many types of magic were developed with that as a base. There was no way that they could protect against unknown magic. Fluter believed this. However, Fluter's thoughts were based on his imagination. To someone performing intellectual warfare against other countries, this was hilarious. If one feared air, they could do nothing. There are no such things. We have properly thought this through. Then they have to struggle to get to me? Probably. Isn't that extremely convenient? He is valuable enough for us to risk danger. And they have sent us a parchment, you know? Of course, doesn't this show they knew it would reach me? And afterwards workers invaded, and they would think that was the Empire's reply. Thus we have to say that this was not the case. We can say that we have a hot-headed subordinate. However, such thoughts only apply to a person with normal common sense, right? The only ones who would accept what Jircnov said would be those of a certain intelligence and could calculate. To someone who could not, such a thing would be pointless. Who knows? Anyhow, our first hand was blocked. Thus we have to play our second. However, listening to his arguing subordinates, Jircnov bared his teeth. Is this dangerous? Yes, no, oh. The expression on Jircnov's face was far from a smile. Irritation and agitation. There were multiple emotions. The most prominent on it was an expression one would make at a rival, one like a hungry beast. I have never faced a non-dangerous situation in my life. Even when I killed my uncle, and when I killed my brothers. A single misstep would have destroyed me. However, I beat the odds. Even now. I will not lose. Jircnov looked at everyone in the room. His upright and noble figure resembled one of an emperor. I understood this when our first hand was blocked. It is dangerous if this Goan magic caster becomes an enemy. Then, what about turning him into an ally? We can make an exchange, right? Land, the opposite sex, authority, position, money. We can give him whatever he wants. If he rivals G, any amount is fine. We just cannot let him fall to the kingdom, right? You, understood. Now, make 3 routes to Massacre, and secretly send forces on all 3. Are they bait? Yes. Check which routes we will be attacked on. Send orders to those even in my personal bodyguards. And G. Yes. G. Select several representatives among your disciples to head to Massacre. G. You yourself are also coming. Understood, my emperor. Just to confirm, if I bring that I will be immune to mental manipulation, right? What Jircnov was speaking of was instantly understood to be the magic item that was the most precious heirloom in the Empire. Of course. That is an item that protects one from all mental effects. Magic cannot break through it. What if I was affected by magic and then equip that item? It will break the mental effect and you will return to normal. I see. Then you understand, right? Should I return without that item? I shall inform the disciples remaining behind. Good. Then begin preparations. We should get to Massacre as soon as possible. There was an area that was protected by tall walls. The place patrolled by multiple guards was the most secretive location in the Empire. The Ministry of Magic. They were in charge of the production of magical equipment for the knights, the development of new spells, research into raising the standard of living through magical experiments and so on. Headed by the head magic caster Fluter Paradine, it was the center of all magic in the Empire. Several buildings were lined up and each individual one was separated by walls. When one looked to the sky, one could even see members of the Emperor's own bodyguard, the Royal Air Guard, mounted on flying beasts, as well as high-tier magic casters using flight magic as they stood on watch. There was the innermost tower at the Imperial Ministry of Magic. Comparing the number of people here to the number of those in the ministry, there were extremely few magic casters entering and leaving the tower. It was a tower where one had to be able to use the 3rd tier of magic or had some important reason to be able to enter. Fluter brought along several of his direct disciples and entered. The magic casters that noticed Fluter bowed and moved out of his way. He occasionally saw the figures of knights on their guard. They were sheathed in enchanted full-plate armor, carrying magic shields, and with magic weapons at their waists. Their crimson capes, embroidered with the emblem of the Empire, were also magic items, of course. While the gears were only mildly enchanted, ordinary knights were not entitled to wear it, not even in the Empire. They simply would never be assigned to such a vital state institution. Yes. These ultra-elite knights were part of the Emperor's bodyguard, the Royal Earth Guard. Passing by them, there was a cone-shaped area. Fluter passed through its tip. Seeing Fluter's arrival, the most important person amongst all the busily working magic casters moved forward in a panic. Fluter wondered for an instant who the man was, but from his great knowledge he found his answer. He was one of the 30 disciples he had, and was the vice-head of this location. Any problems? Not at all, Master. Understanding the other meaning hidden in his bowing disciple's words, Fluter made a strange face. Is that so? You still haven't been able to induce a natural genesis, then? Indeed. Not even a skeleton, the least of all undead, has appeared so far. Currently, we are placing corpses beside it in the hope of inducing the creation of zombies. MHM. Fluter stroked his long beard, and then cast his gaze to the landscape beneath him. 10 odd skeletons were tilling a field. Each skeleton raised their hoe, then swung them down, in an identical manner to the one on either side of it. They were so perfectly synchronized that, if one were to look at them from the side, their overlapping forms would seem like just a single skeleton. That scene of perfect harmony was similar to something in a command game. This was the true identity of the large-scale project which the Empire had been running. It was the usage of undead to solve the labor problem. The undead did not need to eat, drink or sleep, and they did not tire. In other words, they were the perfect workers. Granted, the undead were unintelligent, they could only listen to orders and could not perform complex tasks. However, with the mere supervision of a few managers this had ceased to be a problem. The merits of using the undead as field labor had exceeded their expectations. Since they worked efficiently and for free, the prices of crops had since been reduced, the farms and fields expanded, and the risk of human-related damages eliminated. It was truly a dream plan. However, there still was one thing keeping this seemingly perfect plan from growing wider in practice. It was the fact that people opposed it. The factions led by the priests opposed it in particular. They believed that creating the undead, creatures of death which hated life, was an act which stained the soul. There were also problems from a religious perspective. It is believed that a criminal's sin was paid off with the execution of their sentence, and that going any further would be a form of blasphemy. Thus, from the religious point of view, many could not condone using corpses of criminals to make the undead, and convincing them otherwise was a very difficult task. Perhaps they might be convinced if the nation was facing a desperate food shortage and many people were starving to death. However, the Empire's food stocks were ample, and they were in no dire need for manpower. In the end, the unofficial reason for this project was related to the military. For these reasons, the clergy opposed this plan. In addition, some were worried that once undead labor became a common practice, human laborers would be made redundant. What's more, the undead might not submit to humanity forever, and overwhelming numbers of undead might upset the balance of life and death and lead to the spontaneous genesis of more powerful undead. This location was investigating a solution. The last point. They were performing experiments to see if collating a certain number of skeletons in an area would cause the natural formation of more undeads. You haven't found the underlying reason yet? No. My deepest apologies, Master. Why did the undead rise by themselves? Discovering the fundamental reason would have a decisive influence on future plans. There exists a place known as the Katsa Plains. It was the spawning location of one of the strongest undeads immune to all magic, the skeletal dragons. Serving as the main battlefield of the Empire and Kingdom, the appearance rate of undeads there was high. Even if the Empire wanted to conquer the region around Randall in the future, they did not want to have undead spawning land in their domain. Thus, discovering the process by which the undead rose would definitely aid rulership. Perhaps they might even find a way to keep the undead from spawning ever again. Is that so? I understand. The assistant supervisor bowed, grateful to have been spared a rebuke. Fluter walked past him, going in one big circle around the crucible-shaped room before finally stopping in front of the door. The guard knights pushed the door open, and Fluter walked through. It led to a passage similar to before, but there was nobody around. Close inspection revealed its sturdiness. Fluter brought his disciples down that passage. At the end of it was a staircase heading downwards. The spiral staircase downwards was long. For an extended period they listened to the sound of their own footsteps going click, clack down the steps. It was not that long, at most about 7 floors worth. However, the atmosphere slowly became heavier and heavier. This was certainly not because they were underground. The best proof of that was that everyone, Fluter included, had a stiff expression on their faces. At the lowest floor, it opened up into a small hall, with only a large metal door. Everyone was visibly tense, the heavy atmosphere indicating their readiness for battle. Fluter issued a warning to his disciple, his voice strained. "You must not be careless." In response to the usual warning, the accompanying magic casters nodded simultaneously. Fluter's warning was spoken to them every time they came here. Thus to all the magic casters here it was already ingrained in their brains. But for those that knew what was inside, their expressions did not slacken. That was because the ultimate undead was behind that door. It was an existence far stronger than skeletal dragons. Several people began casting protective spells, some of which did not just defend against physical threats but also protected against mental ones. After giving them ample time to prepare, Fluter looked around at his disciples' faces. He nodded, and then uttered the keyword which would undo the seal. The heavy doors went thum, and then slowly opened. Cold air spilled out of the darkened room, and several of his disciples shivered, as though they were chilled to the bone. One among them gulped. All around them it resonated in the vast, empty dark. The fear and silence in that place was palpable. "Let's go." Hearing Fluter's words, his disciples created several magical lights to disperse the darkness in the room. Yet, for some reason, it felt like it only made the darkness beyond the light thicker and heavier. Led by Fluter, the group entered the room. There stood a gigantic pillar which reached the ceiling. This tombstone-like pillar certainly attracted attention. But what truly held the eye was the entity that was crucified to it with thick and heavy chains. Each link of the chains which bound it was much thicker than a grown man's thumb, rendering the entity completely immobile. In addition, its arms and legs were hobbled with gigantic iron balls. No entity could move even a finger under these conditions. However, whenever the group looked at the thick chains, they still felt uneasy. They feared that this creature would snap the chains and regain its freedom easily. From the outside, it looked like a knight in full black-colored plate armor. However, there was a huge difference between this entity and a fully armored man. The most noticeable was its massive frame. Minimal estimates of its height would be at above 2 meters. After that, there was its full black-colored plate armor. The armor was covered in tracery mimicking blood vessels, and studded with brutal-looking spikes. A pair of demonic-looking horns sprouted from its helmet. The exposed face was like a rotten human visage. 2 crimson dots of light shone from within the empty orbits of its eye sockets, formed from hatred for the living and a longing for massacre. This hatred permeated the air. It was a legendary class existence amongst naturally created undead. As a being of legends, it was not particularly well known even by sages. This existence called a Death Knight. The red dots of light within the Death Knight's eyes moved, sizing up all the magic casters as if it were licking them. No, they could not possibly see any movement from within those dancing masses of light. However, the spine-chilling terror made them feel that the Death Knight was looking right at them. The people who came here were all powerful in their own right and were disciples of Fluter, each capable of casting at least third-tier spells. Yet, even they could not stop the chattering of their teeth. "Be strong. The weak-willed will perish." Fluter spoke words of a warning. Despite their spells to protect their minds, they could not stop the fear welling up from within them. Yet, these magical protections may well be the only reason why they could pull themselves together and not flee for their lives. Fluter slowly approached the Death Knight. The Death Knight reacted to him, radiating its killing intent and flexing its limbs. It was trying to kill the fools who dared stand before it. The chains groaned as the Death Knight struggled, its body quivering as its bonds pulled taut. The number of chains on the Death Knight gave indication towards the extent of their wariness towards it. Fluter extended his hand towards the Death Knight. His incantation reverberated through the darkened room lit by the magical light. This was a modified version of Summon Undead Sixth, an original spell penned by Fluter. "Obey me." Fluter's voice. But the Death Knight's eyes still bore its hatred for the living. "So I still can't control it, even now?" There was a hint of disappointment within Fluter's voice. For the past 5 years, he had tried continuously to control this undead creature without success. They had discovered this monster in that place known for being haunted by the undead, the Katsa Plains. While skeletons and zombies were low-class undead, they hated the living and were enemies of both countries, thus both the kingdom and the empire sent soldiers, the kingdom sent adventurers, to subjugate monsters in the Katsa Plains. There, a company of the empire's knights discovered a legendary class undead. Tens of seconds after the battle began, the faces of those imperial knights were filled with fear and despair. At that absolute power, after several tens of knights were killed, it was determined that they could not defeat it. An immediate retreat was made. Of course they could not leave such a monster alone. After much deliberation, the Empire decided to call upon Fluter and his best disciples. The only reason why Fluter and company could defeat the Death Knight was simply because it could not fly. They had attacked from above until the Death Knight's movements had dulled. Then Fluter bound the Death Knight with absolute force. Currently, Fluter had imprisoned it here and had gone through countless spells, countless magic items and countless means, attempting every method to control an undead being in order to control the Death Knight. What a shame. If only I could control this monster, I'd be able to surpass that magic caster and become the greatest magic caster. If he succeeded, he would be far superior to the necromancer of the 13 heroes, Rigrit Bearscarrow. Master, you've long since exceeded that hero. Exactly. The 13 heroes are beings from the past, there's no way they can beat our master, who stands at the pinnacle of modern magic. I also feel that Master has long since surpassed the 13 heroes. However, if Master could take control of the Death Knight, the Empire would gain access to a source of incredible power. It's often said that an individual can't defeat a group, but that's just because the individual's too weak. That Death Knight is the most powerful individual around. Still, if even Master cannot take control of it, then how powerful is that Death Knight, anyway? His disciples tried to comfort him, but they were not really doing so. There was much truth in there. Firstly, Fluter could command an undead equal in strength to Gazef. Of course, one was his limit. However, he could not command this Death Knight. Then the simple answer was that this undead was stronger than Gazef. However, that was just a simple approximation. Actually controlling an undead being with magic involved more complex mechanisms. Fundamentally speaking, controlling or destroying the undead was the domain of the priests, who borrowed the power of the gods. Magic casters used arcane power to emulate divine might, so various discrepancies were only to be expected. In fact, if their simple theory was correct, Fluter should have been able to command this Death Knight. Yes. But strength is like a game of rock paper scissors. We magic casters can defeat the Death Knight, but not a weaker skeletal dragon. Considering that, how do we evaluate the strength of one Death Knight? It would be easier if we had data. Adventurer ranks, right? Even for those, the basic numerical values are sketchy. But, excluding unknown monsters, those numbers are helpful. They do not help in the case of legendary existences like Death Knights though. There are countless secret documents mentioning the Death Knight. Is nothing inside? Now. Fluter stroked his beard. There might be a complete version inside Eru and you, but the released version is incomplete. One of his disciples seemed to have a question, which he addressed to the disciple next to him. While he whispered, the room was the very embodiment of silence, and so his words seemed surprisingly loud. What's the Eruentu? Isn't it the name of a city? I know that, but it sounds really weird. I looked it up once. I think it's a word from an ancient language which means, at the heart of the world. Fluter rapped the floor with his staff, as a warning to his chatting disciples. This was a dangerous place incarcerating a legendary class monster. Carelessness was strictly forbidden. His disciples heeded the warning, and silence ruled once more, aside from the sounds of the Death Knight struggling against its chains in an attempt to break them. Let's go. Yes. Even Fluter could not maintain the same pace leaving the room as he had when entering it. His steps quickened as he felt the Death Knight's vicious glare burning into his back. In that respect, his disciples were the same as him. As Fluter walked through the darkness, he recalled the word his disciples had mentioned just now. Eruentu. It was the capital of the kingdom founded by the 8 Greed Kings, and its sole surviving city. At the same time, it was a city defended by 30 city guardians equipped with magical arms and armor that surpassed conventional reason. It was said that the 8 Greed Kings had left behind magical items there, with which he would surely be able to vastly improve his own magical skills, Fluter thought. These incredible items had never fallen into anyone's hands, and only the 13 heroes had been allowed to take several pieces away. The 13 heroes, heroes of the past. Fluter's might ought to be the equivalent of theirs, but only they had been granted that permission, while he had not. In what way did he not measure up to them? A black flame flickered in Fluter's heart. Fluter tried to put out that wavering fire by thinking of other things to reassure himself. His present position and all the contributions he had made were no less than that of the 13 heroes. No, among the Empire's magic casters, Fluter's status was even higher than the 13 heroes. However, the black flame, his envy, did not subside. What he envied was not their power, their knowledge, or their abilities, but rather, the fact that they had obtained a chance to peer into the abyss of magic. Fluter was a magic caster of the highest order, nobody would dispute that. The only people who could match up to him were the 13 heroes of the past. However, he could not control the Death Knight, and of the 10 tiers of magic that were said to exist he could only cast spells of up to the 6th tier. This fact was a stark reminder that he was far from the abyss of magic. Fluter was old. He controlled time with one of the 6th tier spells to slow down his aging, but he is slowly approaching death. Indeed, Fluter would die before he could gaze into the abyss of magic. Perhaps if a skilled predecessor had guided him, he might have been able to reach his current position sooner. However, there had been no one before him, so all he could do was blaze his own trail. Fluter looked nonchalantly at the disciples around him. He looked around at the people who walked along the trail Fluter had blazed. He felt envy well up inside of him. He, the most knowledgeable person present, how old had he been when he had been at his disciples' level? No, there was no need to think about it, he would surely have been older than his disciples were. That was how great the difference was without anybody to guide him, without anybody to show him the way. Why did he not have a master of his own? Fluter tried to think in a different direction to mask the complaints he often had. It was fine, right? He would go down in history as a forerunner. Every single magic caster would give thanks to Fluter for the results he had left behind, which were derived from the trail he had blazed. These pupils are my treasure. So long as any of them reaches a greater height than myself, it will be a part of my accomplishments too. Fluter thought of one of his disciples while consoling himself. That disciple had long since departed his side. What tier could that girl have reached? Archie Browford. She was an excellent girl. She had mastered the 2nd tier of magic at a young age, and even begun her first steps upon the 3rd. So long as she continued training, she might well have been able to reach Fluter's domain. But regretfully, at the end, she had abandoned her studies for some reason. Fluter had been utterly disappointed back then. All they could think of was that she had been terribly foolish. What a shame. Perhaps she had been the one that got away. Where was that girl now? Fluter wondered, perhaps I could try and find her. If she can use magic of the 3rd tier, perhaps I could give her a good position. That said, there were still things which had to be done. Fluter incanted the command word, and opened the heavy door. After that, he exited the room, and took several deep breaths with his disciples. That was because the air in the Death Knight's room was heavy with the stench of its presence, and it felt like the air would not enter their lungs. Hearing the door close behind him, Fluter faced his surrounding disciples. Tomorrow, I shall be going to the land of Massacre. Fluter turned to face his disciples. It is unknown who it contains and what waits for us. It is probably dangerous. However, thus I shall select a few volunteers. Please allow me. No. Me. Several people immediately spoke. Fluter looked at them. Inside the eyes of those people, a bright flame of ambition burned. Despite having multiple disciples, Fluter had no clear successor. Since the position of head magic caster was given by the Emperor, many tried to win his favor by doing notable jobs. However, what his disciples truly wanted was Fluter's spellbook and equipment. Those would earn them the title of the best magic caster. Thus they stood next to Fluter and tried to steal everything they could. It felt good. Fluter laughed in his mind. That magic caster should be like this. One who shrinks back due to fear could never reach the depth of the ravine known as magic. Magic was a mass of knowledge, and was extremely dangerous. They were skills that surpassed the limits of human strength, and their possessors are feared as perilous beings. Inside Massacre, there is someone who can control an undead equal to or stronger than Gazef. If that is the truth, it would be nice to exchange knowledge. Commanding a Death Knight. If the Master of Massacre utilized undead, then he would be attracted by this proposal, Fluter thought. And if only if he was truly a stronger magic caster than Fluter, like the Emperor implied in their conversation, Fluter's heart would beat so fast in such a discussion. He might know a spell that could control a Death Knight. If that was the case, Fluter would give anything to learn it. Anticipation, unease and excitement. With all those emotions, Fluter felt a childish excitement which caused his face to turn red. It is difficult to imagine a person with knowledge that rivals Master still walks this earth. Agreed. Even though several people fell unconscious during the divination, we cannot be sure that it was the magic caster who caused the result. Wouldn't it be great if the person inside Massacre exceeds me? The disciples said nothing about their master who was gazing into the distance. There was no one who could stand next to him, except in legends, and thus no one could understand his feelings. And several days later, Fluter's wish was granted. Overlord First Half Chapter 87, Various Countries Part 5. There was a giant surface of water in the room. No, it would not be accurate to call it a room. Surrounded by white circular alabaster pillars supporting entablature with finely detailed friezes, such a mysterious and solemn place was worthy to be called a temple. The floor was polished marble, its continuity broken by a set of steps heading down into the water located near the center of the room. You could call it a pool inside the temple, even though it was just a square area 10 meters in length. Moonlight shone right through the ceilingless construction, reflecting in the water and making it glow palely. Not only the water, the walls and floor were illuminated by the gentle radiance as well, making the whole place shine. Thus, while there were no torches, everything was blindingly bright. A slight wind flowed between the round pillars in this mysterious room. Despite it being a mysterious and solemn place, certain inelegant people were destroying the atmosphere. Between the round stone pillars were people wearing full-body armor, swords hanging from their waists. However, while the armor and swords were completely functional, there were features which seemed purely aesthetic in nature. While it was boorish, the design of the armor negated its effect on the mysteriousness of the place. Rather, it added to it. And the surprising thing is, that while there were 3 times as many people as there were pillars, all were women. Since men were usually physically stronger than women, women were rarely employed as guards. But the reason for their being here at this location, clearly of great importance just from its appearance? There was only one. They were the honor guards assigned to this mysterious place. This place, the slain theocracy, the sacred city that was their capital, contained 6 great temples. Amongst them, the Temple of the Water God was one of their largest sacred grounds. Tinu al-Ryanes. It was a location with the title of, the Eye of the Water God. There was deathly silence. The guards standing in the surroundings, they were called temple guards in the slain theocracy, were so still one might think they were immobile. It was likely to mistake them for statues. Even their armor made no sounds, each piece did not shift and rub against one another. This extreme lack of movement was something that was praiseworthy. Time passed. It was not just silent, it was tranquil. And then a sound broke that tranquility. It was the sound of bare feet on stone. Patari patari. Patari patari. Patari patari. The guards' helms turned slightly, facing the people that entered the area. At the lead was an old woman. White hair sprouted from above an extremely wrinkled face. However, it was obvious that she was no ordinary old woman, for her eyes glimmered with wisdom, affection and power. Her pure white priest's outfit was engraved with symbols, and on each hand she wore rings that gave her magical protection. A plain but powerful magical headband decorated her forehead. A mysterious holy accessory hung from her neck. Right behind that old woman, walking there, was a young girl. She was extremely young, and did not seem to have gone through puberty yet. Wearing a blindfold, she was led by 2 young women. The cloth covering her eyes hid most of her facial features as well. Even so, it was possible to tell that she had a sharp face. However, as if nervous, her expression was a frozen mask. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and shone with a soft glow in the moonlight. On her forehead she wore a large circlet that covered her head with threads like a spider's web. Decorating the string-like metal were countless gems, and a large blue crystal was embedded in the center. She wore a cloth that was slightly open in the front. The cloth was thin, and with the moonlight shining brightly on her, her body underneath could be clearly seen. In addition, since the cloth was loosely fixed around her waist by a string, one could almost see her naked body each time the wind blew. That girl walked barefooted. No, not only the girl. Several women dressed similarly followed her closely. The main difference that their eyes were not covered, and that some were older. No, perhaps the first girl was the youngest. This was a scene that would leave most men drooling. For that reason, all the people here were women. The old woman reached the edge of the pool. The entire procession came to a synchronized stop. "We shall now begin the ritual. Water Mikohaim, please enter." A woman pulled on the blindfolded girl and led her to the center of the pool. The girl silently entered the water, showing no expression of surprise at the difference in temperature. Perhaps she knew that it was going to happen. Or perhaps it was for another reason altogether. As the water Mikohaim reached the center with water up to her waist, the others behind her began to enter as well. With the Mikohaim at the center, a circle was formed around her. Absorbing the water, her clothes stuck to her skin. There was practically no difference from her being naked. However, all of them stayed silent. The water Mikohaim's expressionless face, and their own, all hid a tinge of nervousness. Now focus your power on the water Miko Heim. Responding to the instruction of the old woman outside the pool, the people around the water Miko Heim began chanting simultaneously. These chants were part of their sacred book, prayers to the water god. Waves formed in the water. These were not due to the wind. It was like the waves were conscious and formed waves. To be more precise, it seemed like they were caused by the water Miko Heim. No, it was not like she was causing it. The water Miko Heim was indeed causing it. Fatigue started showing on faces of the surrounding women as their magic was drained. The old woman, sensing the flow of magic, decided that it was enough. She gave her next order. Now, activate 8th tier magic, planar eye. A large ritual. It was a method to temporarily increase one's magic power by concentrating the magic power of a group into one person. A large volume of magic power was sent to her by the surrounding high priests. A drop of blood dripped from the water Miko's nose. She was trying to contain the large volume of magic power provided by the surrounding priests. This was an act that harmed her body. However, the water Miko Heim showed no anguish. And then the water Miko Heim activated the magic that was far beyond her limits. Over magic planar eye. A divination magic of the 8th tier. The divination target was in the great underground tomb of Massacre. Their goal was an investigation of the godlike being who resided there. The water Miko Heim activated the magic. Nothing happened. The moonlight filtered down in the unchanged silence. Then a metallic sound was heard. Each sound was small, but a large number of it mixed together into a louder sound. It came from the movement of the surrounding guards. The old woman directed an unhappy gaze at them. However, she could not hide her unease at the fact that nothing was happening. Supposedly, an image should have been formed. A projected image should have formed in front of the water Miko Heim. That was the effect of the magic. But nothing happened. In all of the countless rituals, such a thing had never happened before. It was true that if they were blocked by magic, nothing but darkness would be shown. However, this was the first time nothing had occurred. Why is it that this time? As that question reached a climax in their heads, words appeared in the air. No one present could read it. Japanese was not a common language in this world. But there was something more pressing. The priests in the water slowly began to fall. Losing consciousness due to lack of magic power was possible. However, large rituals did not cause such a loss of magic. This was as the members assembled were calculated to have ample magic power. And at worst, they were people that understood the point where they should stop. It was impossible for so many of them to lose consciousness. Lend me your strength. We are pulling out. Reacting to the old woman's voice, several guards moved forward. They all simultaneously entered the water. Most of the guards stayed behind, drew their swords and looked around in caution. You three, call the priests from outside. Yes. The selected 3 guards ran out. At that period the guards parted the water to try and save the water Miko, whose body was spread out like a flower in the water. After the old woman gave her orders, she gazed at the words in the air. If she were a magic caster of another school, she could cast a magic that allowed them to read the unknown words. However, the old woman was a priest and could not read it. However, she could tell when the words changed. The old woman's eyes narrowed. The words that first appeared were, confirming an attack to the second defensive layer. Resulting from the effects of divination, this location has been confirmed as the one to have activated a divination spell targeting Massacre. From this point forth the people of this location are taken to be hostile to Massacre, and Einzulgun shall begin the counterattack. The words had changed to, initiating the first attack. Summoning a group of low-ranked demons. Activate, Runesmith, skill. Activating, summon Abyssal Lesser Army, from Rune Creation skill. Suddenly, something unfathomable appeared in the sky. A black hole that seemed to suck in everything. While it looked like a circle, it was actually a sphere. Sensing the empty hole, the guards aimed their swords at it. This was not a normal occurrence, but until all the priests were recovered, retreat was impossible. Shielding the priests that were slowly being recovered from the water, they surrounded the hole and prepared for anything that would happen. Vice head priest of the water god, please step back. I'm fine. More importantly, get the unconscious priests to safety. Yes. One of the guards picked up a water Miko and ran outside as quickly as she could. In her peripheral vision, she saw the old woman, the vice head priest of water, sigh in relief. Even if the worst-case scenario occurred, the crown of wisdom was still protected. As if waiting for this moment, the sphere began to change. As if born from the sphere, several objects fell to the marble floor. Some fell into the water, making splashes. What? Someone made a sound that was a mix between a scream and a shout of surprise. Reacting to it, the marbles also made some sounds. Jayag-yag-yag-ya. The strange voices belonged to demons that were slightly larger than children. They had large heads of varying size, crimson eyes without eyelids, and a mouth bearing a row of sharp teeth. Their bodies also had varying narrowness. Their 2 long arms almost reached the floor and had sharp claws growing out of them. Their skin was pale like corpses, and under the moonlight, they did look like corpses that died of disease. They were monsters known as light-fingered demons. The intrusion of evil into this sacred place cannot be forgiven. Attack. The guards ran and swung their swords at the light-fingered demons. The demons skillfully dodged and made their counterattack. What? No way. The guards facing the demons simultaneously became rowdy. It was not from pain, but due to some confusion. My armor. The armor she was wearing had disappeared. My sword's gone. No way. My holy symbol's gone. The shouts of the guards losing their possessions could be heard. Under these circumstances, it was obvious what had happened. The demons in front of them had taken it. Thinking about it, the demons should have retaliated, but none of the guards were injured. Then these demons had to be that class of monsters. Light-fingered demon. Their name meant, bad demons with sticky fingers. They had the setting of being able to steal any item in Yggdrasil, and could even steal world items. However, since the development company had received many complaints, they patched them such that they could only steal equivalent level items. But given they could steal potions, there were still many unhappy low-level players. Shit. Give it back. My ring. My fiancée gave me that. They are really stealing everything. The guards attacked the demons with swords, the ones that were not stolen. They were the lowest level demons in Yggdrasil and were monsters that did not have powerful abilities, but to the guards, these were strong enemies. Not to look down on the guards. They had all undergone strict training, and were stronger than the guards of Roble Kingdom. All of them had well-defined six-packs. Puts me to shame, that was how much they had trained. However, their swords did not reach the demons. While making their high-pitched strange noises, the demons dodged the swords. However, they stayed within the reach of the swords. The guards then immediately noticed something. They were being made fun of. Shit. Damn it. Please give it back. What good will it do to take it? Even if their swords hit the demons, no major damage was dealt. Fortunately, the demons did not try to kill the guards. Understanding that, the vice-head priest of water heaved a sigh of relief. Now even if she could not protect the priests, their lives would not be in danger. The vice-head priest of water, protected by guards, began to attack. Holy Aura. As the vice-head priest of water activated the magic, waves of virtue were released into the surroundings. It was a 4th-tier magic that had an effect against beings of evil. As the waves of virtue wrapped around the bodies of the demons, their movements slowed. We can do this. Eat this. Seriously, give it back. Their swords hit, and the air slowly filled with the smell of blood. However, while they were the lowest-ranked demons, they were part of a strong race of monsters, and were not that easily defeated. In the end, the demons turned and ran. Wait. Shit. Please. Wait. Seriously, wait. The demons showed surprising adroitness and jumped into the sphere of emptiness. The moment they did, their figures disappeared like they were disintegrated. While the guards chased them as close as possible, none of them had the courage to jump into that ball. The guards' gazes fell on the vice-head priest of water. The old woman shook her head. It's fine. We should be happy that no one was killed. The vice-head priest of water looked at the words floating in the air. They were indeed different from the ones in her memories. Written there was, confirming that the amount of time has elapsed. Shifting to the second attack. Summoning of a group of middle-ranked demons. Activate, Blood Magus, skill. From the skill sacrifice Blood Failure. Unable to detect the necessary number of dead allies. While ordering a withdrawal, the vice-head priest of water was troubled. Did they not attack seriously? Or could they only do that much? She then refuted herself immediately. It was definitely not the latter. It was a being that could block a spell of the 8th tier, that was the highest rank humans could cast, and there was no way that this was the best counter they could give. Then it was best that they interpret this as a warning. Basically, the Master of Massacre has the ability to block an 8th tier spell and send demons as a counter. The vice head priest of water said that and laughed from her heart. This wasn't a joke. How did something like that possibly exist? However, the truth in front of her eyes could not be glossed over. Looking at the guards retreating in a panic, and confirming that there was no one that could hear her, she spoke her thoughts. Could it be that he is a god? When she first heard it, she thought it was a joke. That the Master of Massacre looked similar to the god of death, Surshana. This will be trouble. At worst it could cause a theological split. The slain theocracy believed in the 6 great gods, worked together as an organization, and built a country. Thus, while they had different gods, they had the same goal, could work together on them. Then what would happen if only one of the gods descended? At worst, there was the possibility that the power balance within the temples would crumble. However, she could not erase what had happened. It was not because sealing everyone's lips was difficult, but because of the worry of what would happen in the future should she hide this. No, her heart might only be filled with fear. Should a god truly appear, she would fall on her knees in front of a being that she should obey. However, what was scary was that the being looked like Surshana, the god that granted eternal peace to those with life, and the god that granted eternal despair, and the god that was stronger than the other 5. If it was true. The vice head priest of the water god's body shook. She then prayed. Not to her god, but to the god of death, Surshana. As if saying, please do not punish us. The white sparkling mass slowly got up. It was a huge being. It was a dragon. This race was once known as the strongest in the world, and were the previous rulers of it. One may think of a dragon bearing traits of a reptilian animal. However, that was a mistake. Dragons had characteristics that were extremely similar to that of felines. Their muscular system, the movement of their eyes, the similarities were countless. Most important was the fact that the combination of several thousand muscles allowed its giant body to move in perpetual silence. If one did not train, one would not be able to detect a dragon's motion. The scales that completely covered their bodies were harder than steel, and could break any normal metal blade. Even if their scales were pierced, their muscles could prevent the blade from going in too deeply. It was the same for blunt weapons. They would bounce off the thick layer of muscles. Any being would turn to ash in front of their blaze, and their wisdom was far beyond any great sage. To top it off, dragons were extremely beautiful. Their body gave off a silver glow and had an air of elegance about it. It was to the point where one could call it a work of art as much as the strongest species. The dragon looked into the distance. It had a bad feeling. Like the world was being shaken. Did something happen? Platinum Dragon Lord Sama? The one who spoke was the dragon's knight. The dragon knew from its dragon sense that he was there, but turned to look nonetheless, feeling that a lack of eye contact during a conversation would be rude. This was a knight that the dragon had chose. A silver scale mail armor similar to dragon scales covered his body, and he held a platinum spear. The armor's dragon motif made it look like an upright dragon. And who would know that this armor was worn by the person known as one of the 13 heroes nicknamed Platinum? No, it's nothing. The dragon looked once again, eyes glazed with emptiness. The knight looked in the same direction, but could not see anything. No, even the dragon was not looking at anything either. In response to the knight's confusion, the dragon explained. I just felt that the world was screaming. Screaming, you say? The senses of a dragon was on a different scale. The knight knew that he could not feel anything and did not inquire further. The dragon said nothing. However, his senses told him that he had felt this feeling long ago. It was simple to recall that feeling. It was because it was impossible to pour those memories into the drain of oblivion. The 8 Greed Kings. The beings who had fought with his race in the past. And the beings that had hunted and killed most of the dragons. The magic released felt similar to its past dangerous enemies. The dragon recalled the history of the world. By those beings, the dragons that were hearkened as the strongest were hunted down. The current beings called Dragon Lords were in the past, more than 500 years ago, nothing more than children to the past Dragon Lords. And wild magic. No one but the dragons knew the primordial magics, the secrets of the world. If they had banded together earlier to fight, they would have won. This dragon had thought the same thing over the past 500 years. In the end they won. This was because the past Dragon Lords defeated the 8 Greed Kings. They attacked one king with many dragons. Even against just one king, the dragons had multiple casualties. and the 8 Greed Kings had magic that allowed them to revive after death. However, the 8 Greed Kings grew weaker every time they revived. If they banded together they might have won. But that did not happen. In the end the world was violated and defiled. Wild magic was lost and the world was filled with the magic the 8 Greed Kings had spread. The dragon twisted its long neck and looked at the weapon behind it. At the weapon that ever since placed here, was never touched. It was a resplendent sword, with a blade of crystal. It was the weapon that the 8 Greed Kings swung to kill his brethren. And the sword that the leader of the 13 heroes wielded. In the base of the 8 Greed Kings, he had lent out the item as a symbol of his blessings. Its name was. The dragon then blinked its eyes. What did he call it? Thinking for some time, the dragon forced out some words. A guilty weapon? Of course, there was no way to check if that answer was right or wrong. The dragon made an annoyed sigh, and again, looked in a certain direction. There, far beyond the range of a dragon's senses. The southern end of the Azurlisha mountain range, at a certain giant lake. Overlord First Half Chapter 88, Negotiations Part 1. The 9th floor of the great underground tomb of Massacre. This floor was unlike the others, the extravagance of the passageway alone surpassing that of any palace, lending a dreamy air to the surroundings. Such a place was being traversed by 2 people with unsuitably frantic footsteps. Anyone rushing in this place would be gazed upon with disdain and be chided, for this place is the private quarters of the rulers of the great underground tomb of Massacre, the 41 supreme beings. There was no way that such an irrespectful act would be permitted in such an important location. If it were not an NPC but a simple subordinate, they might be sentenced to death. But this time, no one stopped the 2 people. On the contrary, on seeing the figures, Kokaitis guards on patrol, the bodyguards that looked like stag beetles, stood to the sides. Without moving a muscle, they waited for the 2 intruders to pass. The NPC maids were the same. Their heads were bowed, themselves not moving even a single inch from their location. Everyone maintained the highest etiquette and expressed their loyalty. This was natural. To be honest, no one in Massacre is able to scold these 2. One of them, perhaps, if it were the head maid Pestanya Wanko, she might have the authority to chide one of them. However, it was completely impossible to take such a tone with the other person. In Massacre, if that person pointed at black and said it was white, then black would be white. If that person was scurrying would become the proper method of movement on the 9th floor. That person is the master of the great underground tomb of Massacre and the leader of the 41 supreme beings, Einzulgon. Together with the butler Sabas following him, there was no one capable of chiding them. Ainz and Sabas continued their heated discussion. I do not believe that there is a need for Ainz-sama to meet them directly though. Ainz continued walking straight ahead and made no indication that he was going to answer to Sabas' repeated questioning. Keeping to his right, Sabas tried to read Ainz's expressionless face. As they passed by another door, Sabas recalled it to be the room of one of the 41 supreme beings, Nishikyan Rai. Ainz slowly replied. I believe there is. The reason why the 2 of them were hurrying was extremely simple. A few minutes ago, Ainz had received a from Yuri Alpha who was in the log house. It stated that the messenger of the kingdom had arrived and wished to meet with Ainz. Upon news of contact from the kingdom they had been waiting for, Ainz ceased all his previous activities and moved out in a panic. If this went badly, all his calculations might be thrown off. However, it was true that he was not adequately prepared. There was no way he could meet them in his actual appearance, and his clothes were untidy as well. He had no clothes in his item box either. For that reason he was hurrying with Sabas to his private quarters for a change of attire. Originally, he could have used the ring of Einzulgon to teleport, but unfortunately Ainz's own room was not tagged and he could not teleport directly inside. Left without options, he hurried along. Sabas knew this but could not understand the need for Ainz to meet directly with the messenger. Of course, Sabas was not looking down on the messenger. Since the symbol of the kingdom hung from the messenger's carriage, he fully understood that he should treat the messenger as if he were the vassal royal family of the kingdom. However, what displeased Sabas was the messenger's unannounced arrival. Had they been polite enough to send another carriage earlier to inform them beforehand, then they would have gladly welcomed them with their best. However, the act of abruptly arriving prior to any notice was just extremely disrespectful. In addition, Sabas believed that such a sudden arrival was only due to their belief that Massacre was incapable of adequately welcoming them even if notified. Since they were looking down on Massacre, There was even less reason for Ainz to meet them. For what purpose? Sebas asked again, and Ainz replied without looking at him. Before I reply. This is from when Demiurge was sent as your backup. There seemed to be a shinobi. I have heard. Right. Hearing Sebas reply, Ainz shook his head several times. He suddenly recalled that Sebas was there right next to him, after the problems in the kingdom had ended and he was asking Demiurge if something had happened. Before this shinobi appeared, Demiurge battled with a masked magic caster. Her name was Evil Eye. Sebas said nothing but nodded his head. Sebas, I have received your report. Evil Eye is the person who might be able to defeat one of your subordinate maids, right? Yes. Sebas had reported as such to Ainz. The repost also contained the appearance and related information of the person known as Evil Eye, and the adventurers related to her. And this Evil Eye was judged to be in existence who could possibly defeat one of the battlemaids, who were each above level 50. However, that judgment was now doubtful. Ainz did not notice that Sebas seemed to have lost confidence and continued talking. It was my mistake for forgetting to inform Demiurge despite hearing your report. Forgive me. Not at all. Despite having the opportunity to speak to Demiurge, I forgot to inform him as well. Well, let's talk about this later. We have troubled Demiurge. Returning to Nazarick, the first thing Demiurge did was to express his displeasure at Sebas' failure to inform him of Evil Eye. When this issue was raised, his master, Ainz, had lowered his head to him. The face that Demiurge made in the instant that he learned his displeasure was directed towards his master, and his following reaction everyone present at that moment would not be able to forget that scene for a while. About the earlier conversation, Ainz looked over his shoulder at Sebas. Could you answer my question? Sebas, your senses cannot tell what level your opponents are at, right? Yes. I can only roughly estimate it. I see. Then it's still a mystery. What is? It's simple, Sebas. How accurate your senses are. Sebas had a slight expression of confusion on his face. He could not grasp what his master was saying. Unless levels can be expressed numerically, if it is only a rough estimate, it is not accurate. There is ample possibility that your estimate is incorrect, right? True. I cannot say that it is absolute. Sebas had one uncertainty, which stemmed from when he heard the details of Demiurge's battle. However, the chance of your senses being accurate also exists. Regarding the being known as Evil Eye, that is. However, Evil Eye had no reservations releasing. She might be beyond the range of understanding of my senses. Sebas looked down slightly, and answered. This was Sebas' unease. For example, one of the maids, Narberl, was a spellcaster, but she could use up to the 8th tier of magic. Then with that as a reference, what level was Evil Eye who used a 5th tier spell with confidence? Purely by calculations she would not be far from the battlemaids. However, Sebas believed that she could rival one of them. This was a large gap. No, that is a hasty assumption, Sebas. Since she defended against Demiurge's curse of commandment, she might have had an item that nullified mental attacks, used some defensive magic, or is a being above level 40. Thus you might not be wrong. Items that could completely nullify mental attacks were of a high level. However, items that responded only to either mind control or charming were not. But, without knowing of Demiurge's existence, it was difficult to assume that she had predicted with pinpoint accuracy and prepared countermeasures against mental attacks. If she was above level 40, what was the reason that she could use the 5th tier with confidence? Meaning? It was true that when she used magic, she used the 5th tier, a pathetic attack magic, but when she fought with Demiurge in close combat, she had used her fists. This means? Evil Eye does not use weapons, for example a dagger, but her fists. She definitely is confident in them. Sebas nodded. That was just the case. The act of fighting unarmed instead of a bladed weapon was something one could not do without plenty of confidence. I believe that is possible. Therefore I believe that Evil Eye is both a spellcaster and a monk. Oh. Sebas let out a cry of surprise. He felt that it was reasonable. Embedded in his cry was a feeling of amazement of how his master could deduce so much from such little information. That voice raised Ainz's spirits, and his speech quickened. And she is probably above level 40. If your belief is correct, given that there is no way that the maids can lose to a level 40 being, she should at least be around level 50. I see. I also believe that Evil Eye may be around level 60. Sebas waited for his master to explain the leap in logic. May I ask for your reasoning? I do not mind. Ainz made a small chuckle and spoke with confidence. The shinobi demiurge met. One usually becomes a shinobi when they are thieves above level 60. The shinobi, together with Evil Eye who is impervious to the curse of commandment, makes me believe that A+ adventuring party Blue Rose is comprised of level 60 beings. From the information Narbril gathered, it was normal for adventurers to form teams with members of similar ability. It was the same in Yggdrasil. Then rather than the shinobi being the only one with a high level, the probability of all the members of Blue Rose being of the same strength was higher. However, Sebas felt that there was something off about Ainz's declaration. These are just my thoughts, Ainz-sama. Sebas felt that Ainz's silence indicated that he should continue, and he spoke. I have observed Blue Rose from afar and I did not feel that they had such strength. Of course, if my senses were accurate. Sebas had felt that only Evil Eye was strong. He felt next to nothing from the other members of Blue Rose. Ainz's pace slowed slightly. That. Ainz thought to himself and spoke. That is where the question of the accuracy of your senses comes out. Is it possible for Evil Eyes to not be wrong, but instead the other members? I am not sure. Right. However, a shinobi might have methods that can obstruct your senses, right? I cannot say that it is wrong. While there was none in Yggdrasil, it would not be strange for such a skill to exist in this world. As a new secrecy-type skill. Ainz sighed in his heart. He had asked Shaltir, his subordinate, Brain, about it, but he did not have much information on shinobis. He had thought of asking Arch, but he had no desire to open up that can of worms. I had believed that we have collected enough information. But it seems to be full of holes. The knowledge gained from the game Yggdrasil. The knowledge from this world. The problem was that they had not reconciled with each other and there were many loose ends. Then do the humans of this world have their power levels raised when in battle, like a certain manga? No, Narbril mentioned nothing of the sort, so A+ adventurers might be of that level. It was scary how he could not say that it was not impossible. Well, that's fine. Anyway, I believe that Blue Rose is comprised of level 60s. Including the other members? Yes. The possibility of them simply not giving their 100% right now still exists, right? Perhaps. Sebas did not understand, but he nodded. Well, that's how it is. About your first question, whether or not there is a need to meet them, they might be from a country that has level 60 adventurers. If we make enemies of them it might become troublesome, no? That is. Perhaps. Even if Ainz's speculations were correct, and Blue Rose did consist of 5 level 60 adventurers, they still would honestly be no match of Nezarix. They would not be able to defeat even one guardian. In addition, the kingdom only had 2 A+ adventuring parties. Taking all that into account, Ainz could be thought of as too cautious. While Sebas thought that, Ainz took another step and fell into deep thought. Shinobi was a class 1 had to be over level 60 to use. That was the lowest possible, but her actual level was probably higher, and it would not be strange for the kingdom to have a trump card stronger than her. He had reason to believe that they could not be a level 100 since they could not defeat Demiurge. But since it was unclear what was happening, it would be best to be as friendly as possible. Well, about the information about Camilla. We have spread information that can become our hidden ace. They will probably not accept any direct information we give them. Ainz had heard from the shadow demon that had infiltrated the mayor's office that he had sent a messenger to the capital in a panic. Considering the amount of time that had passed, he should have delivered the information about the magic caster known as Ainz. The mayor understood that the imaginary vampire called Camilla was a strong enemy. Then Ainz's position would naturally rise. Ainz believed that. However, Sebas still had doubts. It was the question from earlier, why did they not inform us earlier? Was it because the kingdom had no such customs? Or was it because of a trump card above level 60 that they did not feel that the existence of Camilla was a problem? As Sebas thought about that, the door to Ainz's quarters came into view. The 2 insect-like monsters standing beside the door bowed deeply at Ainz and Sebas. Mildly relieved from finally arriving, Ainz raised his hand slightly in reply. Ainz naturally opened the door without knocking, and hastily stepped inside. Sebas made a deep bow and followed him. The first thing Ainz looked at was his clothes closet. He casually opened the closet door. Countless clothes were arranged before him. If a person of this world saw them he would be shocked, as they were all well tailored and made of excellent materials. They were not luxurious materials like silk, but rather others, like the hair of beast-type monsters or rare metals, Adventurers would also be shocked, since all these clothes were enchanted with magic. Depending on the type of magic, the prices would soar. Even the lowest rank magic would raise the value of a piece of clothing by 50 times. Considering that, the worth of the clothes in front of them was simply beyond estimate. Heinz stretched out his hands and took out a piece of clothing in each. It was a random selection, but both had the appearance the long robe that Heinz wore daily. The single difference was the type of magic woven into them. Comparing them, Heinz shook his head. Really, I don't know which is good. If it was a suit for formal occasions, Heinz could prepare it immediately, but speaking of clothes that would be suitable for meeting a person knowledgeable of the aristocratic society, he had no clue. Heinz thought that it would be nice if he could wear something that would not cause him embarrassment. What clothes would not embarrass him? Heinz was a normal person and this was entirely out of the realm of what he could predict. This was not because Heinz was a fool. It is simply that such knowledge was not needed by a regular person. Would anyone bother to learn proper etiquette just because the chance that he gets transferred to another world exists? Heinz's gaze flickered towards the kimono with a crest and hakama. Traditional clothes of this land or outfits matching this time period. No, it might be best to wear the clothes of a magic caster. He then shook his head. Making a decision was usually impossible for him. Thus he had brought Sebas with him. Sebas, which is good? Heinz placed the clothes in front of him and asked Sebas. The clothes that Heinz normally wore were made in Yggdrasil, pragmatically designed to boost defense. Of course, it was of excellent make, but it was unclear if it was suitable for meeting a messenger. As said earlier, he had no idea what was good. Thus Sebas. He gambled everything on Sebas' setting as a butler, and believed that if it was him, he could make good suggestions. He won the gamble. Sebas gazed at those clothes and, I personally feel that this one is better. Sebas took out a mantle that used white as its base. Heinz normally wore black robes, so this was quite eye-catching. Isn't this a bit eye-catching? Heinz was thinking about this as if he were a member of a company about to cinch a deal. To a normal person like Heinz, this was the closest imagery he could get. Thinking of clothes, what appeared in Heinz's mind was a calm and comfortable suit. The color of such a suit needed not be specified. But even in reality, while he had worn black and navy blue suits, a white one was new. His heart wavered. This was simply far too different from his own image. I do not believe so. In front of a messenger, showing off some extravagance is better than being discreet. Is that so? Heinz nodded without much confidence. This was so far from his usual image that he was simply unable to judge how appropriate it was. Then Sebas. I shall leave the coordination of the clothes to you. Understood. I believe it will be best to choose items that will complement this. You, please do. He, a butler, was left to handle the coordination of his master's clothing. Countless stars danced around in Sebas' overjoyed eyes. Shifting to avoid contact with Sebas' sparkling eyes, Heinz's gaze wandered aimlessly. He still found such an outfit extremely embarrassing. However, he had no intention to shoot down the suggestion. Ha! He sighed quietly, trying to keep himself from being heard by Sebas. There was no time to waste here. Regardless of what clothes Sebas chose, he had the resolution to wear them. Heinz then recalled something, which helped withdraw him from the uncomfortable reality. Ah, yes. Destroy their eyes. Sebas understood, immediately stopped picking the clothes, and nodded deeply to Heinz. Understood. Who shall I inform? Heinz looked upwards. Sebas did the same, but saw nothing but the ceiling. Sebas' eyes could not see past the invisibility. However, he could feel them. The multiple presences stuck to the ceiling. Eight-edged assassin. Can you capture them unharmed? As Heinz's words reached them, a human-sized spider wearing ninja clothes appeared. Considering how the other eight-edged assassins did not show themselves, this was probably the leader. It depends on the target, Heinz-sama. While we are skilled at assassination, whether they are unharmed will depend on their strength. Heinz frowned even if his face was made of bone. Eight-edged assassins were monsters that could turn invisible freely and fought with the sharp blades attached to their 8 legs. The most terrifying thing was that they could decapitate someone in one hit. They were useful as assassins, but the condition of having them not harm someone would make it difficult for them to operate. How powerful was the other party? Eight-edged assassins were level 49 monsters. Normally it would be fine to use them, but in this case the existences of Blue Rose plagued Heinz's mind. He was worried that the other party was quite strong. Considering the few other thief-type monsters in Massacre, there seemed to be none more suitable for this job than the eight-edged assassins. If the eight-edged assassins die, he could use money to summon them from books, but he found this a waste. The finance in Massacre was finite. He did not want to waste them, considering future plans. Backup is required. Contact Aura. Destroy their eyes. Have the eight-edged assassins obey Aura. Understood. What about the defenses of this room? There is no need. I will be leaving. Has Demiurge still not returned? I have not heard anything suggesting he has. Right. When the messenger from the kingdom arrived, A was sent to Demiurge, but a reply would take time to return. Ainz's face fell. In actuality, Ainz did not want to greet the messenger himself. Firstly, he had no idea what to expect or what to say. In addition, he had no confidence to not offend the messenger. Thus he had originally wanted to leave this to Demiurge. If that was not possible, he wanted to hide his body with illusions, stand at the back and have a puppet follow his orders. Ainz made a small sigh. The pressure, similar to making it to the final interview before entering a company, bear down on him, even though he could not feel most emotions. Why did he want to escape this so much? Since Demiurge was not here, he had first thought of leaving it to Sabas. He also thought of leaving it to Pandora's actor like when he was in the capital. However, depending on who the messenger was, there was the possibility that important decisions relating to Massacre's future had to be made. Thus he could not leave it to Sabas. What he needed was not a butler or an actor, but a being that was full of wisdom who could be trusted to decide the direction that should be taken. Then I definitely shouldn't be the one there. Ainz did not let such words out of his mouth. Weakness could not be seen in the ruler of Massacre, Ainz, as any words of hesitation spoken from the master's mouth would shake the confidence of the subordinates. However, there were times when he wanted to say that. The negotiations with the messenger could determine whether the great underground tomb of Massacre would gain a new ally. I hate this. This pressure. I want to run away. But there was no one here he could rely on. He grasped the staff with his hand. The proof of his identity as a guild master. Because of this identity, he had to work hard to bring about the best results. Even though Ainz had no eyes, he closed them. The red light floating in his empty sockets disappeared. And then they lit up again. Have you finished the preparations? He spoke to Sabas, quiet, yet determined. Overlord First Half Chapter 89, Negotiations Part 2. The surface of the great underground tomb of Massacre. What in the past was a poison swamp, had changed to a grassy plain. The wind blew across the plains, causing the grass to dance along. But a white alabaster wall suddenly broke up the scenery as it grew out from the grass. If one peeked through the gate, they would see a tomb that had several large statues of warriors scattered around. Considering that this was in grassland, it was a very strange scene. One would want to keep away from it for no reason, and it felt extremely discomforting. That location would make most people want to avoid it, but despite this, 3 carriages had been parked there. There were coachmen, along with servants who listened to the whims of the people inside. However, it was not only them. There were a total of 6 mounted warriors around the carriages. They wore full plate armor with the same crest engraved on it. They were most likely the personal soldiers of some noble. The ones on the receiving end of the heated gazes of the warriors were a maid, a warrior, and a nobleman. "He's late." The maid was spoken to in a harsh voice, the speaker clearly not hiding his anger. The one speaking was the noble-like old man. His skin was covered in wrinkles, and he was so thin that he looked mere skin and bone. His hair was white, and on top of most of it being missing, it looked like he was bald. On the whole, he was a man where the word lich would not be a far stretch from describing him. He is far too late. How long does he intend to make us wait for? Where can one find a person who dares to make a messenger dispatched by the king wait? Embedding such a thought into his words, the old man glared in dissatisfaction. My sincerest apologies. Ainz-sama is currently rushing to prepare. Thus would it be possible for you to wait a little longer? The maid, Yuri Alpha, bowed her head. Her prim and proper face had an apologetic expression on it. If one was a man, they would immediately accept her apology, but this was repeated several times, no, several tens of times. The effect weakened and the old man's dissatisfaction came bubbling forth again. Rather than frantic preparations, what could be more important than coming here? They were words of disdain. Yuri bowed deeply. However, it was not clear what sort of expression she was making. As the old man was about to continue to berate Yuri, the warrior standing at the side spoke. While he was a warrior's, removing his helm revealed a clean and respectable face. One could call it the air of a noble that it was impossible for one to gain without living that lifestyle. He indeed was a noble of the kingdom that held territory. And it seemed reasonable for the soldiers accompanying him to be protecting him instead. In fact, he, like Archel, was a member of the noble faction. Archel Dono. There is no need to be angry. He is someone who lives in the countryside like this. It is natural that he does not understand manners. The old man known as Archel had a doubtful expression on his face. Even if that is the case. While his position was higher, in terms of authority a warrior would be of more importance. Archel's attitude was certainly not something he would say to someone his grandchildren's age. While it is true that making a messenger from the royal family wait here would be extremely rude, that is from the point of view from a person that knows manners. If it were an insect or demi-human doing this, would Archel Dono say the same thing? That is true. Archel Dono. How about waiting inside the carriage? That is not a bad suggestion. Archel stared at the blue sky. However, in this weather, the inside would heat up. Ah, yes. Without wind, it would be hot. My apologies. The warrior apologized and lowered his head. If that is the case, as I suggested earlier, we do have a drawing room, so how about waiting there? Yuri had made a suggestion earlier. And again, Archel refused her instantly. Are you telling me to wait inside that tomb over there? Archel spoke without hiding his disdain at her words. Why did he had to rest inside a depressing tomb? While it was probably better than out here, he could not rest in a location that had the stench of death. No, that is not the case. Yuri muddled her words as she shifted her gaze. Knowing that she was looking at the log house, Archel's face turned into one of scorn. Then I have to wait inside that tiny log house. No. There is a path leading to Nazarick inside. A path leading into the tomb? Thus, the lower floors of the great underground tomb of Nazarick is Ainsama's mansion. We shall transfer to that floor. Ainsul Goen lives inside that tomb? Sorry? Yes. That is correct? And is there a problem? Seeing Yuri's expression, Archel glared at her like he had seen something disgusting. Using common sense, one would not need to be told what sort of person would live in a cemetery. That person would be one who had to perform a filthy occupation. Such a person would probably not have the social standing to even meet with a noble like Archel. Despite this, he was dispatched to meet with such a person. This made him extremely aggrieved. In contrast to the silently dissatisfied Archel, Yuri felt like she had made a mistake and kept silent. Silence fell between the two of them for different reasons. The warrior gazed upon the two with deep interest and spoke to Yuri. By the way, how is this lady related to Goen? This magic caster? Myself? I am one of the maids serving Ainsama. One of the maids? Then Goen is surrounded by many maids? Yes. That is correct. Yuri recalled the name of the person she was introduced to. Claude-sama. By the way, are the beauties like you? I do not know. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. As Claude replied with strange enthusiasm, his gaze moved around Yuri like he was tasting her. Yuri's gaze fell slightly. She could understand the emotion in Claude's gaze. Lust. Satisfied, Claude's gaze locked onto Yuri's chest. Can I ask something? Yes, what is it? You did not refute that you were a beauty. Yuri made a confused face. Because I am one. Yuri's tone made it clear that she believed it to be obvious. She was created by the 41 supreme beings to be beautiful. There was no way she would not be. To refute this would be to reject the aesthetic sense of the 41 supreme beings. However, the other existences created by the 41 supreme beings were created with the same level of beauty as Yuri. Thus saying that she was more beautiful would be the same as insulting the 41 supreme beings who created the others. Thus she had replied with her earlier words. The only exception would be if it was said by one of the 41 supreme beings directly. She would refuse it in such a case, in order to be humble. Claude could not understand Yuri's thoughts and his eyes went wide. Yuri was beautiful. The women that Claude had embraced before could not match up to her, to the point that he wondered how he was satisfied before. To the limits of Claude's knowledge, there was only one woman who could rival Yuri's beauty. She was the woman known as Golden. Claude judged Yuri to be as beautiful as her. Such a woman said that she could not say that she was more beautiful than others. Was this due to her reservation, or did the others truly equal her? Claude swallowed. He had thought that this job to come out to the countryside was the worst. However, if things go well, he might get something delicious. Getting impatient once again, Archel spoke in anger. "And when will your master arrive?" "In a moment." Despite her saying this, Yuri had no knowledge of when Ainz would arrive. However, only an idiot would say such a thing directly, as there were only demerits in doing so. Thus, she simply spoke as if she were apologizing. However, inside she was telling them to shut up. Hurrying the leader of the 41 supreme beings and the sole remaining one, caused the normally calm Yuri to feel anger. Of course, she would not make this visible. "I heard those words earlier. On top of making me wait in such a place, you are unable to give me a definite time. Are you making fun of me, a messenger from the royal family?" The level of disdain in Archel's words had increased to the point of clear hostility. In fact, he had never been made to wait before. No, he had, but he had only done so while receiving the best treatment. He had to wait in the middle of a grassy plain, without anything to shade him from the sun, or anything to drink. This experience was a first, and it made him unhappy. Even the slight sweat on his brow and the feeling of his clothes sticking to his skin. No, that is not the case. As Yuri was about to open her mouth to offer another excuse, the door to the log house opened. For an instant, Archel's vision shook and a sense of vertigo attacked him. However, since it passed quickly, Archel thought that it was just him and paid no further heed to it. This was as there was a more important thing to pay attention to. "Apologies for the wait." The person who came from the log house spoke. "I am Ainz Ulgon." Archel and Claude looked at him and were at a loss for words. Even Archel's desire to vent his frustrations on him had disappeared. Ainz Ulgon walked out of the log house and towards Archel's group at a normal pace. The first thing they noticed was the pure white mantle draped over Ainz. This was of a quality that made Archel and Claude's eyes widened. The clothes below were mostly golden and were made with fine craftsmanship. Archel had been a messenger several times, and he had represented the kingdom to other countries. Despite recalling all the times he had done so, he had never seen a person who wore such eye-catching clothes as the man before him did. The strange thing was that his face was covered by a mask. And he wore gloves and prevented a single piece of skin from showing. However, to Archel, such things did not matter. He had more important things to do. He had no choice but to accept it. Archel had judged himself to be able to not waver in the face of anything, but his spirit broke in front of Ainz. If one became a noble like Archel, clothes held more meaning than simply covering one's skin. They were a simple method to determine what position a person held in society. One could tell the position one had, the level of authority, and the level of wealth based on their clothes. A king should wear clothes fit for a king, and a commoner should wear clothing befitting of a commoner. Then Ainz Ulgon appeared wearing clothes that could shock Archel. How much power did he wield? Archel had heard that Ainz was a magic caster, but he had no idea how to treat him. The position of a magic caster in the kingdom was not high. If this were the empire, it would be much higher due to the legend known as Fluter. However, there were none in the kingdom. Well, there were palace magicians, but such individuals also held territory as nobles, and thus their position were equated with craftsmen. Thus he could talk down to Yuri, the maid of a magic caster. This was because her social standing was low. However, the clothes Ainz wore clearly stated that his position was not low. Thus he was not a simple magic caster, but was also something else, so their treatment of him should naturally change. Archel immediately rectified his shaken heart. Considering that Claude was still taken aback, this was a quick recovery. This was due to their difference in experience. You are Ainz Ulgon." "Yes. That is the case." Ainz replied curtly, and the two fell into silence. Ainz forced down his unease and merely gazed at the silent Archel. Any human who had been interviewed would feel a strong awkward silence had they been here. Archel looked at Ainz again. This was to determine how he should act. Archel's job to inform Ainz Ulgon of the king's words was the most important. The next was to determine if such a person could be brought in the noble faction which he was a part of. It was necessary to gain some information about Ainz Ulgon. Thus his first hand would be to pressure him. He would toss a stone into the water and examine the waves. "If you were there, why did you not come out?" Ainz could not understand what Archel was saying. This was a simple difference in knowledge. In Ainz's head, the log house was a path to Nazarick. He was not waiting there in particular. Thus he did not understand what was being said, so he had a confused air about him. In front of the absent-minded Ainz, Archil felt that words were not enough and aimed to create guilt by pointing out that fact. Repeating the same thing would weaken the effect. Archil thus forcefully threw the words out of his throat. "Even though you were in the log house, why did you not come out?" "Ah. No, there is a path in the log house that leads to Massacre where I live. I have arrived from there. The path that the maid talked about. I am the messenger dispatched by His Majesty. Archil Nizan Fondal. And he is," Archil pointed at the warrior. "The man who has protected me on the way here, Claude Ronales Lokia Kulduk Dono. Nice to meet you. Go and Dono. I hope to get along with you." Ainz lightly bowed his head. Seeing that, Archil was secretly confused. Ainz's response showed no traces of loyalty. Archil was a part of the noble faction and thus held no loyalty for the king. However, if he was told that something was the order of the king, he would at least fake it and expect his sincerity. He could not feel any such emotion from Ainz. Even a commoner would abase themselves. Even those of other countries. His figure spoke that throughout his life he had no exposure to authority. As if arriving at the same conclusion, Claude moved next to Archil and whispered. "He's like an adventurer." Ah, and Archil understood. Strength was all that mattered, they had no standing nor blue blood, and they would turn their noses at the hierarchical society. They were painfully similar to the type of people that Archil hated the most. He could then understand the clothes that Ainz wore. The amount of wealth an excellent adventurer earned was on another level. It was to the point that a noble like Archil could not even begin to compare. If Ainz Ugoan was an adventurer of that level, it was possible for him to own such high-quality clothes. As Archil thought in silence, Ainz spoke to Yuri. "Yuri. Return first. But. Is that fine?" "Ah. Prepare to welcome them." "Understood." Yuri bowed and walked towards the log house. Looking at her shrinking figure, Claude made a small sigh. Although, his gaze was focused around her buttocks. "Then, I would like to confirm something before I inform you of His Majesty's words, but what is that mask?" "It is a magical item." "Remove it." Ainz stopped moving. Should he remove it, his undead face would be revealed. He could not show such a thing. Thus he thought it was time for the Death Knight located inside the log house to make its appearance. He believed that he could use the same excuse as the time he spoke to Gazef. "Apologies, but I cannot remove it." "You intend to receive His Majesty's words with that mask? Do you not believe that that is rude? Do you not even have that level of manners?" "No, that is not the case. I am fully aware of how rude it is. However, it is due to magical reasons. Should I remove my mask, many people may get hurt." Hearing the word hurt, Archil's brows furrowed. He had heard from the king that Ainz was a masked magic caster. There was a possibility that the man underneath was a different person, but checking that was not Archil's job. Commanding him to remove his mask was an attempt to one-up Ainz. Should injuries occur, he had no confidence to take responsibility. It would also be dangerous if Claude were to be injured. Thus, Archil took back his words. "Then it cannot be helped." "Thank you very much." "Then I shall inform you of His Majesty's words." He did not want to do such a thing in a plane, and even more next to a tomb, but work was work. He had to do it. Archil pulled out a rolled-up parchment. He presented it to Ainz with both hands to allow him to confirm that the royal crest was imprinted on the seal. In response, Ainz reached out his hands. He thought that Archil intended to hand it to him. Considering how he was holding it with two hands, Ainz reached out with both. Ainz referenced the act of swapping name cards. This was not wrong. If Archil was not here, it would be the proper course of action. However, if there was an official messenger doing it, this was extremely rude. "What?" Archil rolled up the scroll in panic. He was in shock due to Ainz's actions. If one was of a higher position, this would be normal, but if one was not of the same rank, there would be a messenger in between. This was to allow both parties to be equals. Thus the messenger. There was no such thing in the kingdom or empire, but depending on the country, the king would not speak directly to his subjects, and instead there would be several intermediaries. This was to preserve the image of the king as a holy symbol. Did something happen? Ainz's voice was full of doubt. Hearing this, Archil made a sour look. Claude had an amused expression. From this short conversation, they could tell that Ainz Ulgoan had no manners, and no knowledge of high society. Proper etiquette would naturally change depending on the country. However, there was some level of commonality. Not knowing even this would mean that one was completely clueless of the surrounding countries. In the end, Archil's evaluation of Einzulgoen fell to the point where he was nothing more than a rude demi-human. As if he were something who would eat a full course, not with knife and fork, but with bare hands. The fact that the clothes he wore could not be bought by Archil only served to aggravate him. Why does such a person have such clothes? Archil did not notice it, but jealousy took up most of his heart. A demi-human-like person who had no manners was wearing clothes that he could only dream of. He was extremely disgruntled. If a person who was much worse off than you, brought a partner that was much more superior than yours, you would feel envy. This was how Archil's heart reacted. Archil's gaze burned with arrogance. Ainz could not hide his surprise at the fact that Archil remained silent. Why did he not say anything? It seemed like he had made a mistake, but he had no clue to what it was. So I should have brought Sabot. Since he had done various things in the kingdom, he thought that he could gloss past everything until he grasped the situation, but this has failed. It would not be too late for him to call for Sabot. Feeling like he had made a mistake on the level of forgetting to swap name cards, Ainz gazed at Archil. I shall inform you of His Majesty's words. Archil spoke with a more forceful tone than before, and spread the parchment. Ainz took a breath. He felt relief that the conversation would continue. But Ainz's hopes were dashed. Why are you not kneeling? For an instant, Ainz could not understand what was being said. Did you not hear me? I am informing you of His Majesty's words, kneel. Ainz remained standing, at a loss for what to do. Ainz imagined a scene from manga and anime. In the scene was a person on one knee in front of his king. Then it would be proper for him to do the same right. Kneeling also had the meaning of defeat, but in this case Ainz believed it to be proper etiquette. Einzulgoen acted evilly, but he did understand basic courtesy. If it was proper manners to kneel, then he should do so. If he were treated as the trump card against the powerful existence known as Camilla, then he should not be asked the impossible. Ainz believed that was the case. Then what was he considering? He was simply wondering if he should go down on one knee, or both like when the lizardman surrendered to him. He had no clue what etiquette demanded of him. Is something wrong? Archil's voice had anger inside. Why was he that angry? As Ainz felt bothered by this, his two knees touched the ground. He was doing a dojiza. Archil desperately tried to control himself. By his side, Claude was chuckling. While they had thought that he had no education, a fool like this was rare. In front of the prostrating Ainz, Archil wanted to complain, but he thought that if he did so, the situation would not continue. He did not want to waste his precious time on such an idiotic person. Archil opened the parchment. He read out the words that the king himself wrote. One could tell that he had placed much importance on the person known as Ainz since he did not use a proxy to write it. Ainz honestly could not understand what was being spoken. There was a large volume of decorative language, to the point where he wondered which narcissist wrote this. Due to your generous heart and the fortune of God, the trampled village was saved by you. For this I am grateful, and on and on. Why did they not get to the point? Ainz stifled his desire to voice his thoughts. It was not more than a minute long, but an exhaustion like the entire thing was in English overwhelmed him. Reading off the king's name at the end, Archil rolled up the parchment. As he did so, Ainz went over the contents. Thank you for saving the village. As we would like to express our thanks, come to the capital. Just that. Ainz felt fatigued as he stood up. As he brushed off the dirt on his knees, his gaze met the frowning face of Archil. Is something wrong? No. It's nothing. Despite Archil's face clearly saying that it was not nothing, he handed the parchment to Ainz. Ainz wondered if it was fine to take the parchment and reached out his hand. Confirming that Arch did not take it back, he received it with both hands. So. Is that it? Archil narrowed his eyes. He looked at Ainz as if to say, what are you talking about? He seemed to have something more to ask about the king's letter. However, Ainz was a brutish human. Then it was not strange for him to have questions. Thus he asked. Is there something else? Do you know about the existence of Camilla? Even Ainz could feel the tense atmosphere. It was true that he lacked information of this world's normal education and noble society. However, he was a proper working adult in the past, so he was not a complete idiot. That was why he wondered why they were treated him so lightly. Is this how they treated me despite knowing my importance? Or do they not know? Do they know the extent of Ainz's abilities? Does the kingdom have a trump card? Ainz thought that it was better to continue the conversation in a friendly manner. Ainz and thus Massacre had saved citizens of the kingdom. But why did they have to treat him in such a hostile manner? A black flame rose in his heart. Everything was a pain. Should he just use force to press the conversation forward? His desire was to allow Massacre to become safer than it was previously, and for the sake of his preposterous goal in the far future. Thus Ainz controlled himself. However, he still desired to know if they acted this way to him despite his knowledge of Camilla. Ask that to the king directly. Archel could not answer questions that he did not know the answer to. However, he had no desire to say that he had no clue to a person that lacked upbringing. Thus he replied with a strange answer. If he was a person who he desired a better relationship with, he would not have given this answer. From what he heard from Gazef via the king, and from what he could tell from their earlier conversation, Archel had a certain image of Ainz. A powerful demi-human. No upbringing nor knowledge. Although dull, he could be used as a pawn. In a certain way, it was the worst evaluation. It is written on the parchment that he wishes me to come to the capital, but how will we get there? With magic? Is this guy an idiot? The thoughts hidden in Archel's eyes were those words. He believed that Ainz did not have the slightest common sense. We are riding carriages. There is a carriage there, right? Inside that carriage with the crest? Ainz's gaze fell on the extravagant carriage that had the crest of the royal family. The fact that Archel had to come here and the mental ability of Ainz had caused Archel to become disgruntled. If he had common sense, then he would not say such things. Did he have to say even that much? You are riding the one behind. That one. It was a poor and rickety carriage. On top of there only being 2 horses pulling it, one could easily feel the gap in their treatment. No matter how favorable one looked at the situation, a magic caster who saved a village was worthy of being treated like an ambassador. An ambassador would naturally ride in a carriage with the royal crest. Thus Ainz had asked the earlier question. However, the answer he received was different from his expectations. Therefore the royal family who prepared the carriage simply viewed Ainz to be worth that much. I also have a carriage, thus can I ride that? You do not intend to ride in the carriage that His Majesty prepared with his goodwill? Goodwill, you say? Is this seriously goodwill? The thought flashed through Ainz's mind, but he bared with it. Then it cannot be helped. Even though he was an undead, his head hurt. However, he could gain a good relationship with the kingdom. If he had patience here, he could gain a great opportunity. Since he had taken the first step, it could not be helped that he should bear with us. If he was leaving, then he needed to bring a few people from Massacre. Some people were needed to take care of him. He should bring Sabas, and several maids. Before we depart, I need to make preparations. Could I have some time? You intend to make me wait more in this filthy place? Ainz's expression underneath the mask frowned slightly. I shall ask once more. May I please have some time? You intend to make a messenger of the king wait in such a filthy place as a tomb like this? As he was about to say those words, Claude spoke to him. He had watched the two in silence up till now, but he felt that a certain goal of his could be fulfilled and thus spoke. Now. It is true that Gondolno may need to prepare. My subordinates would also like to rest. However, I would first like to make a request. What is it? Could it at least be in a better location? I see. Ainz looked around. If one compared the current surroundings to the poison swamp of the past, they would think that this was much better, but it was true that one could not relax in comfort here. Then there is an extremely beautiful location in Massacre. I believe you will be able to rest there. So it was in the tomb. Seeing the frown on Archel's face, Claude light-heartedly spoke to him. Even if we leave now, it will take some time to reach Irandel. And so, Gondolno. May we stay the night? Well, I do not mind. I will be busy with preparations and unfortunately be unable to accompany you. Well, isn't it fine? Please look at Gondolno's clothes. At Claude's words, Archel gazed at Ainz's clothes. It was true that his clothes were excellent. Well, only the clothes though. The desire to know what sort of place such a person would live in welled up in Archel. If that too was poor, then it would only make for a funny story. Fine. Then Gondolno, please guide us to this place where we can rest. Understood. Then please tie your horses near the log house, and I shall send someone to care for them later. Ainz brought Archel, Claude and their servants and subordinates to the log house. It was a large group, but Ainz did not seem to mind. The strange ease at which he did so caused Archel to become disgruntled. There was a type of human that where if they disliked one part of a person, Then they would disapprove of anything and everything they did. Archel was that type of person. As his dissatisfied gaze fell on Ainz's back, he entered the loghouse. And without hesitation, he opened the door to a room. Inside was a giant mirror. The outer frame was made of a metal with a golden sheen was finely engraved with strange symbols which looked like runes. The mirror was completely unblemished, appearing to be water-frozen solid. This was a magic item known as the Mirror of Gate. The mirror did not reflect the room, but a different scene. What is this? Seeing the surprised Archel, Ainz secretly felt the irritation within him diminish slightly. However, it would still be bad to make his sense of superiority obvious. What is this? A magic item. It has the power to connect 2 points. Basically we can use this to teleport. Now, let's enter. In contrast to the two that were hesitating, Ainz stepped in first. And then Ainz appeared in the mirror. Archel and Claude looked at each other. Making their decision, Claude and Archel then entered the mirror. Their view instantly changed. When they thought they had touched a thin membrane, they had changed locations. Spread out before them was a scene that could only be described beautiful. It was a beauty that far outstripped the palace, no, anything that Archel had ever seen before. Archel gasped in amazement, preventing any words from leaving. It is this way. Please wet your throats in the drawing room. Ainz pointed to a door along the passage. Standing on both sides of the door were 2 extremely beautiful maids. One of Yuri, and one was someone they had seen for the first time. Ainz tried but failed to hide his sense of superiority. This upset Archel. He was shown this much by the man who he had deemed to be far inferior to him. This greatly stimulated his sense of inferiority to unprecedented heights. How did you make this much money? Archel spoke in a harsh voice. With my friends. Ainz's words were filled with pride. Archel then narrowed his eyes. Riches were not created from nothing. It moved from one place to the next. Then the fortune of Ainz Ulgun should have originally gone to another human. It seems you have amassed quite a fortune, but have you paid taxes? Huh? Ainz's reply had a slight anger to it. Claude made a troubled face, but Archel ignored him. I am asking if you have paid your taxes. This is the kingdom's territory, and the place where the laws of the kingdom hold. If you live here then there is a need to pay taxes in accordance to one's earnings. And I have not heard of anyone living around here that has paid taxes suitable for such an amazing building as this. While you have said you built this with your friends, it is not wrong to say that you have unjustly monopolized the resources of the kingdom. If this place is a tomb, then the belongings of this tomb should be returned to the kingdom, or to God. Cemeteries like tombs were mostly public facilities, and personal ones were rare. Of course, it was normal to own a section of a tomb for personal use. If one thought about it normally, Ainz's story became more and more suspicious. Was it possible to build such a beautiful place by oneself? No. It was impossible. Then could one collect such furnishings without others knowing? This was also a no. It was impossible. The number of workers to build this tomb and the large flow of money that was needed to build this tomb. It was impossible to use up all of them in the construction without any left over. Then there was only one answer. Archel believed that the lavish part of the tomb was concealed, and thus the person called Ainz illegal monopolized it. Basically he had illegally monopolized the kingdom's wealth with shady methods. Basically if one thought even deeper, the treasure that would fall into Archel's hand was taken by Ainz before he had noticed. If you have unjustly monopolized this, then... Now, Archel Dono. I think that's enough. Claude stepped in from the side. Well, go and Dono. What Archel Dono has said is the truth. It is a situation where it cannot be helped to be thought of as unjust monopolization. However, well, for us to keep this in our hearts, well, you don't mind, right? Different from Claude who would be satisfied with a gift, Archel was currently filled with dissatisfaction. Even if he were given an amazing item, he would definitely make Ainz fall into a disadvantageous position. Archel had such thoughts. Ainz's shoulders shook. They rose, and then they fell helplessly to his sides. Would he not even say anything? Archel thought that. However, the emotion born inside of Ainz was not what he was expecting. If it was just me, I would not care. It was a quiet voice. It was a monotone voice, one without any emotion. I do not think of myself to be very important. Thus I accepted everything and bared with the humiliation. However, you dared to touch the things my friends created. The things I created with my treasured friends, you are drooling on them. You pieces of filth. Visible rage blew outwards from Ainz. Feeling the rush of pure anger rush past him, Archel and Claude gulped. However, there was no sign of worry on their faces. This was due to the reason why they came here. And due to the obedient act Ainz put on for them. Due to the influence of the royal family, even if he did not learn any etiquette he was not able to do anything to them. Thus, on the contrary, Ainz's actions should allow them to give him a further penalty. However, Archel and Claude, and the ones behind Claude, noticed that their bodies were quivering. They felt the wide passageway suddenly drop dramatically in temperature. It was a deep chill like winter had arrived. However, their breaths were not white. They only had enough time to think that this was nothing more than a feeling. Ainz halted his steps. He then reached into his pocket, and pulled out a scroll. Faster than Archel's group could wonder how such an object fit in such a tiny space, Ainz spread it open. Even death is too merciful. I do not know if there is a hell in this world, but be on your way. Summon Monster 10th. As the parchment burned away, a magic circle appeared on the floor beneath. As the burnt ash filled the air, the previously empty hallway was now occupied by a large creature. Despite the fact that it had lowered itself, it was a giant being that one had to look up to as it cast its shadow on Archel's group. It was a giant dog whose long tail reminded one of a dragon. It had 3 heads, and its 3 pairs of fiery eyes looked down upon Archel's group. This was a monster known as a Cerberus. Archel and company felt their bodies freeze. It felt as if frost and cold were rushing into them. A monster. No, even such words were not enough to describe this apparition. That was what their animalistic intuition was telling them. Even the warriors forgot to draw their weapons. Ainz had a reason for summoning the monster. There was no way he could not understand why, but the feeling of not wanting to believe it welled up in Archel's heart. This was an act of aggression against the kingdom. Ainz would say that calling it a foolish act was a convenient thought on their part. Standing next to Cerberus, Ainz gave Archel a mere glance. Losing interest, he turned on his heel. Seeing that Ainz was leaving, Archel spoke out, but his voice cracked from the fear. I am a messenger of the king. Do you think that he would allow such an act? Archel believed those words would protect himself, and shouted them out. He thought that they could bind Ainz. Ainz sighed. Looking over his shoulder at Archel, he deflected those words in a quiet voice. Does that concern me? Cerberus read between the lines of Ainz's words and began to slowly move forward. Inside that deep and twisted voice was a very clear and distinct emotion, hostility. It seems you mistook friendly intentions and respect for subservience. Then pay the price for that mistake. And blame your misfortune on working for such a foolish master. Having his trump card easily tossed aside, Archel's mind went blank. Claude finally managed to draw his sword. However, no one was standing in front of Archel despite their original orders to protect him. The confidence that they previously held was smashed to pieces by this monster. Please wait. Ainz Dono, would you accept our apology? I only said such things to test your ability. You pass. We shall inform His Majesty. If nothing changed, they would lose their lives. That panicked thought forced Claude's mouth open. However, it was not enough to move Ainz's heart. Throw the corpses somewhere in between here and Erantel. The messenger was attacked by monsters along the way and died. That is what occurred. Feast, Cerberus. Wait, no, please wait. Go and Sama. We are really sorry. We did not want to do it, but it was an order of the king. Right, Archel Dono. Although he should praise Claude's quick thinking, Archel had no desire to lower his head to the person who he had appraised as a demi-human. However, Claude wanted to send Archel flying for even hesitating. At this moment, it was clear who controlled their lives and everything. And Claude had no desire to die. Archel, apologize to Dono. The frantic shouts finally caused Archel to make his decision. His excessively large ego was brought to heel by his fear. My apologies, Dono. It seems I said too much. It was an apology of an unrepentant child. Claude's face tensed. No matter how one took it to be, it was not a sincere one. However, the apology seemed to have a slight effect. Cerberus. By that point, Cerberus had moved close enough that it could instantly bite off Archel's head, but it stopped after hearing its master's command. All of the ones that did not belong to Nazarick had the light of hope reignited inside them. However, Ainz easily snuffed it out. Apart from screams and curses, I don't want to hear anything else. As a terrible scene spread out behind him, screams of despair reverberated in the hallway. Despite the sounds of armor and flesh being consumed, Ainz did not turn back. It was because he was unhappy. While he was unhappy, it was not because of the corpses nor because the way they were killed went against his gentle nature. Ever since Ainz had gained this body, he felt no repulsion to acts of genocide. He did not enjoy it, but it was simply that he felt no sense of empathy with them. It was like killing off bothersome insects. It was the same as not feeling any guilt killing off an insect when its bite woke you up from a deep sleep. Then why did he have the occasional act of kindness? It was similar to how a human's heart would be moved when they saw a puppy wet by the rain. If they had the capability to, they might give the puppy food, or raise it. However, some would give it a passing glance and leave. That was how it was. On the other hand, when that village girl had seen the 9th floor, she had said this. Being able to make such an amazing place, your friends must be amazing people. They were honest words without any shred of hidden intent. They had shot through Ainz's heart. To Ainz, having his past comrades praised was an extremely happy occasion. Thus he liked her. Even though he himself laughed at the fact that he was an easy person. Yuri. As I said earlier, I will leave the collection of the remains to you. If you need assistance, it's fine to ask anyone. Understood? Yuri bowed deeply. Lupus Regina, who was next to her, did the same. Then their faces said that they noticed something. The slight movement of their eyes caught someone other than Ainz. He turned back to look. What he first saw was the lack of living humans in the blood-stained hallway, but there were the remains of them. Next to them was the bloody Cerberus. What entered Ainz's vision next was the person that he had waited and hoped for. Such a nice fragrance. When did he arrive? Demiurge stood on top of the masses of flesh in the sea of blood. No, his feet were barely touching the ground. His body was floating. Apologies for being late. He bowed. Raising his head, Demiurge's gaze fell on Ainz's clothes. He smiled. Abiola friendess? It suits you perfectly. While Demiurge had probably meant this from the bottom of his heart, his words only served to upset Ainz further. It does not matter. More importantly, there is something I have to discuss with you. Let's go to my room. Before that, as I came here, it seems that Ora had gone to the surface. Is that fine? Ah. She left due to a request I made of her. There's no problem. Understood. Then, I'll leave the cleaning to you. Yuri and Lupus Regina nodded. Seeing this, Ainz turned his back on the bloody scene and walked silently with Demiurge. Overlord First Half Chapter 90, Negotiations Part 3. More than 1 kilometer away from the great underground tomb of Massacre, there was a small tent in the middle of the plains. Small, but large enough to fit 3 humans. The entrance to the tent was slightly ajar. A man peered through the gap at Massacre with a pair of binoculars. His unmoving figure was almost like a doll. If his shoulders were not shifting up and down, it would not be strange for someone to actually think that. While taking long but shallow breaths, the man gazed intently at Massacre. A voice spoke from within the tent. How is it? At those words, the man seemed to stir alive. Rotating his stiff shoulders several times, the man spoke to the ones inside. After that there's been no movement. Only the walls of Massacre could be seen from the man's position, and there was no visible movement around that area. Hearing the man's reply, a third man spoke. So we don't need to report. Yep. Not right now. That's the job of the team watching the main gate. We just need to pray that they don't miss anything. Just who were the 3 people inside the tent? To put it simply, they were secret agents sent by the Empire. They were magic casters that could use the 2nd tier of magic and also rangers that had infiltration skills. They were extremely outstanding secret agents even in the Empire to have mastered both skills. To put it simply, they had the ability to instantly kill a weak knight. The 3 of them were sent to observe this location, the great underground tomb of Massacre. No, not just them. If one could sense everything, he or she would notice that there were several teams like this surrounding Massacre. There were 4 such teams, making a total of 12 people. One might think that this was a mere 12 people, but this was actually up to 3/5 of the total number of experts of their level. The Empire boasted a population of over 8 million. And to have this many experts come to observe Massacre made it clear just how important the Empire viewed it to be. In actuality, this level of caution was normally unthinkable, and was probably the highest level of caution possible ever since the Blood Emperor unified the government. One might wonder why such people would do such an eye-catching act of pitching a tent in wide-open grasslands. However, would people with ranger skills ever do such a foolish act? The reason was precisely to be inconspicuous. This was a result of magic. This tent was a magic item called camouflage tent, and seemed to blend into the grasslands. After answering, and rubbing his tired eyes with his fingers, the man once again placed the binoculars against his face. As he did so, "There's movement." The man lowered his voice. There was a hint of warning in his words. Inside the small field of vision of the binoculars, the man saw a shadow fly up from the great underground tomb of Massacre. Since there was a large distance between them, the shadow seemed small, but it was very large in actuality. The man could make out the flapping movement of wings and the whip-like movement of a tail. In contrast to the speed of its elevation, the frequency of its wings flaps was low. It was probably due to a magical ability of its race. Is it the usual wyvern? No. It feels different. He compared the flying shadow with the wyverns in his memory. As they observed Massacre, they had seen the figures of wyverns fly up from Massacre multiple times. However, this shadow was different from the wyverns. No, it was true that the wyverns that flew out of Massacre several times were slightly different from those in the man's memories. However, this time it was completely different and looked nothing like a wyvern. The first time the man had seen a wyvern was when he was dispatched to a country south of the Empire which had a lot of mountain ranges. That country had a flying night troop, and they raised wyverns for that purpose. When he was sent to that country to observe, he had seen wyverns. Those wyverns had long scorpion-like tails, and winged forelegs. He had remembered those dragon-like figures. However, the flying creature looked like a winged snake. Then what sort of creature was that? The man flipped through the book of his memories, but could not come out with an answer. The snake had quickly risen up to a height of 3 kilometers. Then it began to fly parallel to the ground. Let's be silent for now. Ah. Let's do that. We also should send a message to warn them. They believed that it was impossible for them to be discovered from that height, but it was an unknown monster. The word absolute did not apply. The man closed the entrance and held his breath along with the others. As he did so, ribbit 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 tilde. The man widened his eyes and he looked around. Being inside the tent, he naturally saw his two compatriots. Considering how the two were also making surprised expressions, it was not one of them making a joke. The man heard the wind rustling the grass outside the tent. No matter how much he focused, that was all he could hear. Inside the silent tent, he spoke out in a suppressed voice. Do you hear the sound of frogs? Ah. A similarly quiet reply came back. As they listened to the surroundings, they focused all their attention on their hearing. If this was a swamp, then they would not think that it was strange. However, this was grassland, and was not a place for frogs. Well, no, some frogs did exist here, but they were all monsters. The camouflage tent had an excellent power against detection via sight, but none against audio or nasal cues, and thus had a limited effect against animalistic monsters. There were monsters with special sensory skills, such as dragon sense or life detection. Because they were worried that the snake from earlier had a special sensory skill, they had decided to hide in the tent. The ribbit sounded at the same time as the snake appeared. Was this a coincidence or an unfortunate encounter? Either way, this was an abnormal situation. The men felt that monsters were approaching, and slowly moved their hands towards their weapons. However, since they had no knowledge of the monsters' true bodies, it was difficult to decide if they should retreat or fight. The three preferred to avoid a fight, but even if they did, they had to prepare to retreat. Quick march. They cast a first-tier magic. This instantly increased their movement speed by about 20%. They then cast camouflage, of the same rank. This made it more difficult for them to be detected. One might think that invisibility might be more effective, but considering that this was a grassland, this method was better. Contact them with message. Got it. What? Message is not activating. There were several reasons why message did not connect, such as if the recipient was in a metallic room, blocking themselves off with magic, or if they were dead. However, either case was abnormal. This was as there was no way the recipient would ever hide in a place where message could not reach. The three men looked at each other with grim expressions. There was only one answer. This is bad. Retreat now. Faster than they could react. Ribbit 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 croak croak. The sound of frogs could once again be heard. In an instant, an unbelievable sleepiness descended on the men's bodies. The fact that the man that could use second-tier magic felt this tired made it instantly clear that this drowsiness was magical. This desire for sleep was similar to the one caused by the first-tier magic, sleep. However, even after knowing that it was far too late, they did not even have the awareness left to try to support themselves with their weapons. The three men fell to the floor of the tent. Their breathing became slow and even. The moment the men fell prey to sleep, the entrance to the tent shook. However, there was no one there. On the other side of the entrance was the scene of unchanged grasslands. It was probably a trick of the wind. It would be normal to think that, if the floor did not sink slightly due to someone's weight. The snake-like monster that flew up from Massacre was called Quetzalcoatl. There were two figures riding on it. One was the master of Quetzalcoatl, Audiobook. Despite receiving the rushing wind with her body, her shining golden hair was not ruffled by it. No, perhaps her body did not even feel the wind. Since this was a magically created saddle, it was stable no matter how the snake moved, and felt no wind pressure. There was another figure. Behind Aura, there was a frog monster who, similarly, was riding on a saddle. Tsuvek Priest Lord. The bipedal pink frog held an extravagantly decorated staff, and was clad in beautiful priest clothes. Described like that, he might be off an image of weakness, but he was terrifyingly strong. Breaking the motif of a thin frog, he had an appearance that was sprinkled with toppings of evil traits. While he could only use a mere 6 spells, he was a powerful monster that was above level 70 and could cast spells of up to the 10th tier. Orasama. All of them have fallen asleep. What left his frog-like mouth was a clear and austere voice. One would make a wry smile at the gap between his voice and appearance. However, Aura was used to this. She nodded slightly. The Tsuvek Priest Lord continued. The 8-edged assassins have begun their apprehension. Do you have new orders for the Tsuvek singer-songwriters? How long is the effect of their curse of sleep? At least 30 seconds, but it changes depending on their resistances and ability, but there seems to be no one notably strong, so it should last for several minutes. Or until they are attacked. Is that so? Or nodded. With this the 8-edged assassins could apprehend them easily. Either way she had fulfilled her master's orders. Then order the bards to retreat. There are only the 5 of them, so they should return and stay in a safe lake. The 8-edged assassins should round them up and head to Nazarick. Are there many of them? Yes. There were 12 observers. However, I believe the 8-edged assassins can carry them by themselves. Shall I ask them? Yup. Please. Yes. The Tsuvek Priest Lord raised a deep cry. The frog-like Tsuvek tribe had a special method of communication, and this ability allowed them to communicate over several kilometers, much like message. In Yggdrasil, one had to be prepared to face the whole tribe when sneaking into their territory. The Tsuvek Priest Lord had contacted the Tsuvek singer-songwriters with this ability and nodded in satisfaction. There are no problems. So it seems. Aura's visual ability had locked onto the positions of several tiny dots far beneath her. They were the 8-edged assassins rolling something towards Nazarick. She saw that their multiple hands could easily transport 3 bodies simultaneously. Now, let's go back. Let's go, Quetzalcoatl. The snake tilted its long neck, looked at Aura, and began descending according to its master's will. This was quite a rapid descent, but Aura and the Tsuvek Priest Lord did not lose their balance. On the contrary, Aura seemed to enjoy the change in scenery that accompanied it. Are we not collecting the tents? According to Ainsama, it would be scarier to leave them and have others wonder what happened. However, I believe that we have hidden them quite well. The Tsuvek Priest Lord heard his master's words and looked in the direction of the tent. He did not have detection skills, but with his high ability stats he could roughly tell that there was something strange on the plains. There is some distance, so I think it is fine. Well, is that so? I don't think they are watching using mirror of remote viewing. Kokaida's subordinates usually observed the surroundings of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. It was mainly the intelligent swarm who did this with the occasional help from Kyoku. Apart from this, they used divination magic. The mirror of remote viewing was one of them. Originally, Kokaida's subordinates detected their existence the moment they came and watched them pitch their tent. They had ignored them until it came time to collect them. All in order to laugh at their serious observing figures. The ground approached, and Aura ordered Quetzalcoatl to head to the log house. The winged snake cut through the wind. They finally reached the log house. Around the horses and carriage that Heinz had ordered to be collected, Quetzalcoatl touched the ground as light as a feather. It would not be strange for the horses to quiver in fear should a giant snake appear. However, the horses were calm, as if Quetzalcoatl was their friend. Depending on when Quetzalcoatl returns to Nazarick, the confidentiality order is cancelled. Understood, I shall immediately contact them. And the movement of the carriage. Aura stopped her words. This was as the door opened with one of the battlemaids, Entama, leaving the log house. Behind her were Nazarick Old Garters. If there were gaps in the door, Aura could peek into Nazarick's surface department. However, she could not due to Entama and the Nazarick Old Garters blocking them. It was as if they had suddenly sprung up from the ground. Aura-sama. Will you help me collect the carriages? Yes. Entama agreed without a single change in her expression. No, it was impossible for Entama to move her face. However, it was not just Aura feeling that she had a faint desire to run away from her. There is no effect on you, right? I hate smells that force me to be friendly. Sorry. I think I can handle horses with my skill, but I've no confidence. There was no way Aura, whose strength lay in beast taming, actually felt that she lacked confidence. She was saying this because she felt it was troublesome to tame them. Entama had a disbelieving air about her, and Aura, sensing it, made a wry smile. Then, let's quickly collect them. Aura ordered her subordinates in a hearty voice. Behind her, Entama gave chase while thinking, she ran away. Overlord First Half Chapter 91, Negotiations Part 4. After listening to the story, Demiurge closed his eyes. Heinz was panicking in his heart, but he spoke calmly and took care to prevent his worry from showing. So it was bad? Yes. Hearing Demiurge's immediate reply, Heinz nodded in his head. Heinz-sama's kindness had backfired. If you had acted like their superior, there was a chance that it would not have turned out like this. Is that so? He expected it, but having it said to him was painful nonetheless. He made the mistake of killing them in anger. If he left them alive, they could have been used. And even though he acted with such an intent, he had completely neglected them at the most important moment. If a fight against the kingdom were inevitable, then such would have been an acceptable course of action. However, in the current situation where many things were unclear, he had no intention to be hostile. If this results in a result that threatened the continued existence of Nazarick, he had no idea how to apologize to his friends. However, it is true that the kingdom was crude. Heinz gestured with his chin for Demiurge to continue. The preparation of the carriage and the sending of the messenger. It basically means that they do not view Nazarick to be of any importance. Sabot. I have the same opinion as Demiurge. Is that so? Then what should we do? If they do not view us with importance, this will only repeat. No, they will be better next time. However, I want to do something about low evaluations. And about Blue Rose. If that is the case, Heinz-sama, the method I recommend is to send a monster into the capital. What? To destroy Blue Rose? Exactly. If a level 70 monster is sent, it shall rampage within the capital. If Blue Rose can defeat it, it shall prove that they are indeed powerful. If they are destroyed, it means that they are not an enemy of Nazarick. Heinz-sama can also spread your fame by killing it. What Heinz was truly cautious of were Yggdrasil players. At the point where it was not clear how many existed, it would be foolish to make enemies by causing a massacre. He did not want to battle Yggdrasil players who were on the side of justice. However, even after collecting all this information, it was true that he felt dissatisfied due to the current leaks and unease. Heinz considered for a bit, and nodded. Let's do that. At those words, Demiurge made a cruel smile. He was probably imagining the horrible scene in his mind. Shall I decide on what to send? Yes. Could I ask that of you? Of course. How many human would taste despair at the monster he sent in? Just thinking that caused Demiurge to become excited. Even though Demiurge would probably not fail, it would be best to have a direction for this, and those signs gave him a warning. Demiurge. I believe you already understand, but you must prevent the fact that we were the ones to send it to be realized. Yes, I shall send it in with caution. If Demiurge, who was much better than Heinz, said so, then there would be no problems. The moment Heinz thought that, a spell was activated and something connected. It was the activation of the familiar message. Despite not wanting to, Ainz heard Yuri's voice echo in his ear. As he listened, he noticed Demiurge and Sabas gaze on him. They probably noticed that he was sent a message. Ha! Ainz sighed. He then looked at Demiurge. A message came. The front-runners from the Empire have arrived, and informed us that the Emperor is arriving soon. Ho! Demiurge raised a cry of admiration. Sabas' eyes widened slightly. It was an expression of surprise that a non-friendly neighboring country would send its number one person. Basically it meant that the Emperor well understood Nezaric's importance. Considering that it was a noble of the Empire who sent the workers, it might be related. Demiurge ran countless simulations in his head. However, what is their goal in coming? Demiurge's face froze for an instant. Without time to think, he had but one answer. Ainz caught that change in expression. Demiurge, answer. I believe they have come to meet Ainz. Fool. Demiurge's body froze after hearing Ainz's scolding. I want to know why. Why has the Emperor himself come? What is their goal in coming? That is. Demiurge could not answer. It was natural. With such little information, he could not answer. He could come up with a few possibilities, but he did not wish to tell his master such baseless claims. Unable to understand his master's actions, and as a result performing a rude action, Demiurge's shame caused him to want to hide in a hole. Thus he did not see Ainz make a sigh of relief. It's fine. It's fine, Demiurge. That was a mean question. I was unhappy due to my terrible failure. Please forgive me. Seeing Ainz lowering his head, Demiurge and Sabas started to panic. What are you saying? It was merely that those fools that dragged Ainz Sama's kindness through the dirt. Exactly. Thanks to my stint in the capital, I fully understand the value of kindness if it can prevent waves from forming. Ainz looked at Sabas in surprise, and then face downwards. So you realized. Originally. Demiurge looked between Sabas and Ainz, and he felt like he grasped the meaning behind why Ainz acted as if he were beneath the messenger. What Sabas did was not wrong. However, that was only if one looked at it from the sidelines. It was not clear what conditions the shop was operating under, but since it could continue functioning it definitely had some connections. Attacking it and abducting the people inside would definitely be picking a fight with its backer. If Ainz was introduced as the savior of the kingdom, it would be a simple discussion, but if not it could be dangerous. If the backer were a noble, it would even more dangerous to wait in the kingdom with a strong power. Of course, this was only a problem if the person known as Sabas became public, but it was questionable if this could be kept secret. On top of considering the case of a leaked secret, they also had to make a plan. Considering the person that came, the idea that he was the kingdom's savior disappeared. Then since he had the card known as Sabas, it would not be dangerous. Should he randomly anger them and have to throw away his cards, he would be troubled. For example, if he had to hand over the criminal Sabas. If Ainz had to act, and without using force, he would use himself as a sacrifice to protect his subordinates. Thinking the same thing, Sabas started shivering with Demiurge. Because they fully understood how Ainz treasured his subordinates. As his subordinates' loyalty scores broke through the max level and continued climbing, Ainz felt an illusion of cold sweat running down his undead body. This was walking a tightrope. Ainz felt that he would make more mistakes if he continued talking, and so wanted to end everything quickly. However, he needed to apologize to Sabas. Sabas was not a bad person, but it felt like he was the villain here. My bad, Sabas. Ainz lowered his head. This was more than enough to shock the two. Why was their great master lowering his head? If I did not make you, Sabas, take such eye-catching actions, you would not be troubled in the first place. I can only say that I was naive. Thus there is no need for you to mind. A light shone in the corners of Demiurge's and Sabas' eyes. Ainz was such a kind and generous master. This is why he stayed until the end. The supreme beings that created them had disappeared. However, there was a person who remained behind, a person who would not abandon them. At that, Demiurge and Sabas' loyalty rose further and reached the realm of fanaticism. As the two burned with passion, Ainz believed they had forgiven him and spoke. Now, why has the Emperor? His reasons are unclear. Demiurge bowed. He understood Ainz's intentions even without him mentioning. Shall I take care of the preparations? I leave it to you, Demiurge. Understood. I shall work hard to meet your expectations. Demiurge's reply was filled with vigor. Ainz gave him a standing ovation in his heart. "Thank you for doing this." If he were not acting, he would shake Demiurge's hand. Without letting the thought leak out, Ainz nodded. "I give you my full authority. Do what you wish. I permit the usage of half of Nezarec." "Thank you very much, Ainz-sama. Then could Ainz-sama please change your clothes?" Ainz looked at the white and gold clothes he came in. Ainz-sama is a person who is best suited to exist as one with the darkness. These clothes are excellent but... Say boss. Arrange my clothes according to Demiurge's words. However, excessive accessories are a bit... Understood. The two spoke in unison. Ainz was relived and spoke to Demiurge. In Ainz's mind, he believed that Demiurge would handle everything, and so this conversation was over. "Now, Demiurge. What should I do?" "Yes. I do not mind if Ainz-sama simply sits on the throne and becomes the absolute ruler of Nazareth to the guests. We shall handle the rest." Ainz widened his eyes. "So I still have to address them?" "Oh, Ainz-sama. As expected, you do not like to address such weak humans. However, the other party has gone all out for this, thus we should reciprocate it. Even if they were the lowest of insects." "No, it was not that." Ainz suppressed the desire to say that. If he could shout not to bring a new recruit to an important meeting, he would feel so much better. However, he could not do that. He was the person sitting at the top of Nezarec. Thanks to the failure of the kingdom, the resolution Ainz felt earlier was blown away somewhere. Ainz strongly felt his uselessness and spoke to himself to get motivated. "Do your best, me. Don't lose, me." He felt that he was being an idiot, but he needed it to welcome the Emperor. "I see. When I am ready I shall wait there." 6 well-decorated carriages dashed through the plains. Despite the fact that this was grasslands, the carriage did not bob up and down. This was as a large amount of money was spent on things other than its appearance. First were the wheels. They were magic items known as comfortable wheels. And the carriage itself had lightweight cargo cast on it. And were the expensive horses pulling the carriages, of which one of their prices would cause one's eyes to pop out of their sockets. They were magic beasts known as Sleipnir, which had 8 legs. And with 6 of them, the costs became extremely ridiculous. Surrounding the carriage that one could not own just by being wealthy, there were many people riding excellent horses. In total there were over 20 people. All of them wore chain shirts with swords hanging at their waist, and their backs carried a quiver and a longbow. Their equipment looked like ones belonging to mercenaries, but their uniform movements were impossible for such a bunch. Their eyes were sharp, scanning the surroundings. It might seem ridiculous to be so cautious on such a wide-open plain, but reality was different. When monsters attacked, the result was often fatal. Would anyone want to be close to a monster with petrification vision? Or a monster that could spit acid? To detect such dangerous monsters from afar, one had to pay attention to all movement not caused by the wind. And in the sky, there were guards as well. There were the figures of people riding monsters known as hippogriffs. Needless to say, mounts that was capable of flight, although they were monsters, were extremely expensive. Their goal was the same as their earthbound counterparts, the protection of the carriage. The person inside the carriage with this amount of security definitely had an important position. This was natural. The man inside one of the carriages was the ruler of the neighboring country, the Empire. The Blood Emperor, Jircien of Runefar Lord Elnix. Jircien's carriage was like a room in a first-class hotel. The floor and walls were covered in soft carpet, and the seats were designed so as to prevent the sitter from feeling cramped from sitting for so long. In fact, if one ignored the lack of space, the number of people who would want to live here would be unimaginable. Inside were 4 men. While most carriages would cause them to feel cramped together, that only applied to those who never rode in luxury. The 4 men were completely relaxed. One of those men was Natural, the owner of the carriage, the Emperor Jircien. On his face was a wry smile as he enjoyed listening to a report. And one more person. He was a man that reported directly to the Emperor. He was an old man with a long white beard, with a name that was known throughout the surrounding countries, the living legend. Fluter Paradine. And the secretary next to the Emperor holding a binder. Loun Vermilion. And lastly was a man covered in armor. Since he was in a carriage, he had removed his helmet, revealing the bearded face of a wild man. He was one of the Empire's 4 knights, Lightning, Baziwood Peshmal. Since that time, there have been no reports from the ones observing the great underground tomb of Nezarec. "I see, So they were all killed. The emperor's tone was light-hearted, but next to him, Laon was frowning. They were the few elite that the empire threw large sums of money at in the country. Such simple words were not enough to cover the cost. Gyrcianov sensed Laon's change in mood without looking, and with a hopeless smile, he asked Fluter. "Gee. Are there any other possibilities why they did not contact us?" "It's possible. If all 4 teams were caught in a gigantic magic spell." "The possibility of that?" "The same as the sun dropping from the sky." "I see. So rather than the sky turning dark, they were killed, but still I would prefer to think that they were merely captured." "That would be nice." A stern voice like an abacus was being used rang out. Gyrcianov blew away Laon's thoughts. "Buying them back would be extremely expensive, right? Would it not be cheaper to abandon them?" "True. However, if we did so their morale would drop." Gyrcianov stopped smiling for the first time. "It's such a waste. But they have steeled themselves for this. Right?" "It is as you say. However, it is painful since they hold the cards." This was the second card they played since the workers. However, Gyrcianov felt a small sense of fun from this. Even if the other side held the cards there was no problem. Even in card games, there was no human that was cautious of unused cards. The important thing was how the opponent would use them. That was the key. What Gyrcianov was looking forward to was the moment he could peer at his unknown opponent's hand. More importantly, Your Majesty. Is this not dangerous? Shall I go ahead to scout? It is dangerous if something is different. As words directed to the emperor, they were extremely rude. Baziwood was like the strongest warrior of the kingdom, Gazefstranov, in that he was born a commoner. Thus he was taught and corrected, but the status of his birth was occasionally evident in his speech. However, no one here minded. Baziwood was not here to let the emperor enjoy his speech. He was bought for his high fighting ability. Thus his words were not important. Yes, Baziwood simply had to protect Gyrcianov. And while his speech held no eloquence, Baziwood was not a fool. As the only commoner of the 4 knights, being their commander was not for show. "A fast carriage has been sent, right?" "Yes. We have already sent the Royal Air Guard. My disciples have gone as well. Considering that have yet to message me, it seems that they have not arrived." "How long will it take for us to reach Nazareth at the current speed?" "Yes." Laon took out a pocket watch from his clothes and looked at the time. "In about 1 hour." "Well, sending the 4 knights would not have any meaning." "What do you mean by that?" "If they intended to harm us, we have no way to react." "Well, it depends on fate." Excluding Gyrcianov, who was waving his hand, the others looked at each other. Their emperor, Gyrcianov, had a strange habit. It was not in a bad way, but he viewed his life with little importance. If there was little chance of his life being taken, then he would tighten the noose around his neck. This did not mean that he made foolish demands. If he had to do something, he would bet his life if he had to. The problem was that what he thinks he has to do often appears strange in the eyes of most. The most recent was when he tried to invite Gazefstranov, while he was protected by knights. He entered the battlefield to speak to him. "Anyway, thanks to the arrival of the kingdom's messenger, we might not be able to meet." "You said it depends on fate, but what is the chance of that?" How will that monster of a woman move?" There was only one woman in the surrounding kingdoms that caused Gyrcianov to be cautious and call her a monster. Princess Renner? If she moves it will be dangerous. As much as she lacks empathy, she can easily grasp the merits of all the situations. She probably prepared things to pull an Einzulgon. No, since she can use a person's emotions, she probably understands it? That disgusting woman, won't anyone assassinate her? If those are your orders, shall we call Ionia? Fluter made a wry smile as he listened to Laon's words. It's fine. I will be troubled if she stopped providing us new methods. It is better to leave her alive. That woman probably understands this too? It's possible. The timing of Renner's suggestions seemed strangely to match the Empire's, like she was reading them. Especially when they were obviously in need of help, that this was felt strongly. If that was the case, then the woman called Renner, without eyes or ears, could sense the movements of the Empire. The depth of her mystery caused Gyrcianov, who was trying to recruit even Gazef, to not want her. If Princess Renner acts, will your majesty be safe? There is no problem, G. She probably thinks that it's better to use me than to kill me. If it's that woman. The three men, Maybe 2, thought, I'm not too sure about that. Currently, underneath the noses of the people who feared the Blood Emperor, the empire was slowly becoming a dictatorship. Losing the person at the top would cause all of that to crumble. And currently, his inheritor was still young. How large would the empire become in future? If there was a person that could determine the answer to that, they would try to eliminate the emperor at all costs. Especially the neighboring countries like the kingdom and theocracy. Well, if something happens, come to me. G's teleportation magic? Yes. Then your majesty can safely return. Then allow us to be your shield. I shall stay in the corner, out of the way. They smiled at Laon, who said that with a straight face. At that moment, the carriage door was knocked on with a con-con. The slight vibrations in the carriage stated that they were still moving. In defense of divination and for protection, the carriage was covered in metal. Thus there were no windows to look out of. Buzzwood moved and placed his hand on the door. There was no problem per se, but he still needed to be wary. The door opened. The fresh air of the plains blew in, tickling the hair of those inside. Outside was a magic caster using Fly, one of Fluter's best disciples. Excuse me. Seeing a flying man bow his head was a strange scene. Jyrcienov smiled as he spoke. Do you intend to speak from there? Enter. Ha. Excuse me. Slipping into the carriage, the magic caster closed the door. As if fearful of wasting time, Jyrcienov immediately asked. Did it reach? Yes. A message just. What? Yes. A maid is waiting outside the log house of the great underground tomb of Massacre for His Majesty. The kingdom's carriage? Yes. We are currently unable to locate it. Jyrcienov placed a finger on his lips as he thought. Did they hide it and was there a need to hide it? Both were possible. Any other reports? That is it. Your Majesty, will you not look for the observers? Stop Busywood. They sent their subordinates on their own. If I searched for them, they will know it was me. Jyrcienov sat down deeply in his chair. Well, everything will happen in an hour. Let's look forward to it. Overlord First Half Chapter 92, Negotiations Part 5. The 6 Courageous and the 29ths arrived at the center of the plains where the great underground tomb of Massacre was. The knights and servants' gazes were all on the person standing at the front of the log house, a beauty, Yuri Alpha. 3 of the knights, 3 of the 4 knights got off the carriage. They all carried large shields, wielded halberds and were adorned in strong armor. Also Fluter's disciples also disembarked. As everyone hurried about, the door that was supposed to be opened last was opened. Despite the step-chair not being readied, the one who appeared was the person who was supposed to appear at the very end, the Emperor, Jyrcienov. Stopping the ones who were panicking to prepare the step-chair with a wave, he jumped off. With a kind smile, he walked towards Yuri. Behind Jyrcienov was Fluter, who also jumped off. If even the Emperor jumped off like that, he could not wait for the step-chair. Seeing the reactions, Yuri understood who was walking towards her and courteously bowed. Greetings and welcome. Raising her head again, she introduced herself. My name is Yuri Alpha and I am tasked with welcoming you. Thank you very much. I am the Emperor of the Baharuth Empire. Jyrcienov Runefar Lord Elnix. Well, over here in this neighboring country it means little, so I will be glad if you treat me as an ordinary individual and called me Jir. Jyrcienov smiled brightly to Yuri. It was a smile that befitted a nice young man rather than an emperor. There was no one in existence more suitable than the current Jyrcienov to be called a handsome young man. Despite receiving a smile that would move a woman's heart, Yuri's expression failed to change. Jyrcienov could also tell from peering at her eyes that her heart was similarly unmoved. Was he not to her taste, or was she the type that did not mix business with pleasure? Or was she filled with loyalty to the person she served? I can't read her. That whisper stayed in Jyrcienov's heart. That is a good joke. My master, Einzulgon, has ordered me to welcome your highness the emperor. Is that so? Well, that's a shame. Jyrcienov shrugged in an exaggerated manner. How about Goendono? Understood. Our master is still making his preparations, and he will need a bit more time. I pray you will be patient and wait for him. I see. Then, where shall we wait? Inside that log house? No. It would be a waste since we have such nice weather. We hope you will wait here. Is that so? Jyrcienov narrowed his eyes. Then, We shall return to our carriages and await him therein." Jyrcnov could feel the anger boiling out of his numerous royal guards as he said those words. They might be in a neighboring country and one which might end up being an enemy to them, but even so, letting the emperor of a great nation wait in a place like this was far too rude. However, no one said that. If even their lord was doing so, then as subordinates, they could not say it. "I pray you to wait." Yuri's quiet voice cut through the air. "Since the delay originated from our side, we would be poor hosts and in defiance of Ein Sama's commands if we did not extend every courtesy to you in compensation." Jyrcnov was surprised hearing her call her master Ein Sama, but then he nodded in expectation. Taking that gesture as a sign of permission, Yuri turned to the log house. "Now then. Come here." In response to Yuri's orders, the doors of the log house opened, and something huge stepped out. "Gee!" A lone cry rang out. It was a strange sound that one might expect of a strangled chicken. When they realized who had cried out, terror filled the hearts of everyone present, not just Jyrcnov. The one who had made that uncharacteristic sound was the head magician of the empire, Fluter Paradine. He was a man who was said to be able to rival the 13 heroes. A man like that now stood with eyes wide with terror, his gaze fixed on the things emerging from the log house. As if pulled by him, everyone's gazes fell on one thing. What came out from the log house was a thing wearing black armor and reeking of violence. Its large body carried a marble table. There was a sound of something falling to the ground. One of Fluter's disciples had collapsed to his knees upon the ground, his face pale and his body devoid of strength. Or rather, almost all of the 4 acolytes he had brought along had ended up that way. Their pale faces were frozen in shock as they began hyperventilating. "Impossible! How could this? No, no, it can't be. Are those Death Knights?" Fluter sputtered out his words as if he had forgotten who he was. This scene was extremely strange for anyone who saw. The knights determined that it was dangerous and began to view the black armor with caution. Fluter could not believe it. The scene in front of him. The undead that he failed to control was bringing a table to place on the grass and seemed to be the mate's subordinate. He had not left reality to the point that he failed to understand what it meant. Similar to how a small boat would be rocked by the waves during a storm, Fluter's heart was shaken by this shocking development. However, Fluter regained his will of steel. This possibility existed. When they learned that he could use undead that rivaled Gazef. Meeting a better magic caster than him was Fluter's dearest wish. Isn't it now granted? He calmed himself down with that thought. His disciples were unable to do so and were still breathing heavily from the stress. "What's wrong? G?" Jyrcnov's voice was dyed in worry. While he seemed to be uneasy from a close person acting so strangely, Jyrcnov actually wanted Fluter to explain. Normally Fluter would do so immediately. However, now that was a pain. Explaining to him would be a waste of time. With such a blatant attitude, he ignored Jyrcnov. The surroundings were shocked. Because he did such a thing to their lord. "I have a question. Is that a Death Knight?" "Yes. That is correct." In contrast to Fluter's strained voice, Yuri's was unwaveringly calm. "Does it belong to Goendono?" "Yes. It is a subordinate of Ein Sama." "What? Goendono is commanding it." Everyone nearby understood the meaning of what was said. Basically commanding that Death Knight was a great exploit even Fluter could not do. Then, what should they do? From the log house, once again, another Death Knight carrying a table appeared. It then passed it to the earlier Death Knight. It was similar to a bucket relay. Of course, it did not end with 2. In total, 5 appeared. Fluter's body shivered. His expression was one frozen in shock, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Ah! Fluter's knees gave way. On his face was an agape mouth and shocked expression. "Fluter don't know?" One knight struggled to form the question. Only one had asked, but all the other knights had the same tense expression. Even the 4 strongest knights of the empire. Fluter was the man said to rival or even surpass the 13 heroes. To the knights, he was respected as someone who could use many overwhelming spells and was the greatest protector of the empire. That man was now quivering on the ground. This led to great confusion. Power blazed up in Fluter's eyes. However, the panic in the surroundings failed to enter. This was natural. There was something far more important to confirm. Fluter asked Yuri. "I would like to ask. That too?" "Yes. It is Ein Sama's subordinate?" "Impossible. What magic, No, the gap in skill. I have a question, what tier of magic can Gondono use up to? Please ask Ainsama directly. Fluter's expression froze as he heard Yuri's cold words. Silence fell. The knights could not believe that those were the words of a maid. Jyrsianev's interest in her deepened, and phew ha 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 ha. A laugh could be heard that broke everything. A laugh that came from the bottom of his heart, a laugh that, here, did not fit the image of Fluter. Busywood's brows furrowed in disgust. Was this the time to laugh? They should be cautious, and laughter did not suit the mood. Or did he not understand the meaning in Yuri's words? Sending a signal to the other knights to be cautious, he moved closer to Fluter and asked. Fluter Dono. Is this place dangerous? For His Majesty's protection. Are you an idiot? Fluter cut off Busywood instantly. Despite being called a fool, Busywood did not reply. He was pressured by the dangerous light blazing in Fluter's eyes. You do not even understand what place this is. The level is different. That Death Knight is a monster that would require countless knights to subdue. And there are 5. Even if the 4 knights attack one, it will be over. Unable to tell even that, what protecting can you do? You want to protect him under these conditions? Even though the Death Knights are not wielding their weapons, do you know they still have special abilities? He had the aura of a hero. The air that pressed down on them from Fluter was at that level. However, it did not give them a warm feeling. He possessed immense magical might, enough to take on all the 4 knights at once. And his voice took on a demented tone as he appeared to be going insane. It was only natural that the nearby royal guards would break out in goosebumps. Amidst all this, only the people from Massacre and Jyrsianev kept their cool. He controls Death Knights, and in such numbers. Marvelous! 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 For such an amazing person to be here. Marvelous! Phew ha 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 ha! A single tear oozed from the corner of his eye, and he smiled like a madman. No, that was not it. This was the true nature of a man who had abandoned his position as a wizard of the imperial court to glimpse the deepest mysteries of the abyss called magic. Until now, it had been hidden under the mask of a hero, but it had surfaced in the presence of a powerful magic caster. Well then, Your Majesty. What shall we do now? Should we flee with teleportation magic? I think if we teleported now, we should be able to make it, no? Assuming the terrain allows for it. Seeing Fluter's mocking smile, Jyrsianev laughed. I like that face of yours, Gramps. Then, let me ask a question in turn. Do you think I will run? Cracks spread rapidly throughout Fluter's face. That was the smile of a madman, which instilled terror in all who saw it. As expected of His Majesty. The same as me. I want to meet him. The great magic caster that can command a Death Knight, Ainzul Gondono. That much? In contrast to Fluter, who could not command even 1, Ainzulgon could command 5. Thinking simply, Ainzulgon was at least 5 times stronger than Fluter. Ha ha ha, of course, Your Majesty. He is probably on another level than me. I am very excited to meet such a powerful magic caster while still alive. The faces of Fluter's disciples were all pale, and the knights were scared that they were in the yard of such an existence. The only ones calm were Jyrsianev and Fluter. Your Majesty, what should we do? Busywood asked Fluter in bafflement. Jyrsianev then looked at everyone. Even excluding Fluter and his disciples, the knights were slowly getting demoralized. It was to the point that it was not strange for one to break. This was due to Fluter's strange state and the strength of the Death Knights. They were uneasy because they had 2 methods to deal with one. Jyrsianev was strange for being able to remain calm despite being told that they were approaching death. On the other hand, Fluter's thirst for the knowledge of magic triumphed over his fear. We can do nothing though? Huh? Is that fine? Busywood, look at G. He's the most familiar of all of us with magic and he's like that now. All we can do is leave everything to our hosts. How about escaping? Do you really think we can escape? Busywood glanced at the maids. They had clearly overheard them talking about fleeing, but calmly continued their preparations anyway. What if we took a hostage? Can we? Seems to be impossible. They felt that they could not. Busywood felt that the maid was more mysterious than the Death Knights. The other 3 knights had the same impression. It was to the point that they imagined that even fighting at full strength, they could only hold for several tens of seconds. Are we ready, then? In that case, everyone, I hope you will relax over here. There were many tables and chairs in place on the grass. The tables were covered in pure white tablecloths and large parasols gave shade. The Death Knights who had been moving the furniture into place were standing by beside the log house in order not to get in the way. "We have also prepared refreshments for you." Decanters beaded with moisture were arrayed on the tables, filled with an orange liquid. Beside them were high-stemmed wine glasses made of clear crystal. Each of them was intricately carved with elaborate designs. Even Jrcnev, an emperor who enjoyed the best things in life, could not help but stare with eyes agape at the display before him. "Please let us know if you need anything else." Then, everyone. The log house's door opened once more, and more maids filed out from within. Their incredible beauty was enough to wipe away all the fear and unease they had experienced until now. Jrcnev naturally did not know them, but they were the other 5 battlemaids: Lupus Regina Beta, Narbril Gamma, CZ Delta, Solution Epsilon, Enema Vasilis Zeta. Gaboo! His voice leaking once again, everyone's gazes fell on Fluter. Fluter hobbled towards Narbril. I would like to ask a question, is that permitted?" Fluter's tone was one of extreme reverence and respect. It was more respectful than the tone he used to speak to Jrcnev. "Yes, what is it?" AAA. Einzulgondono, no." Fluter shook his head. "Does Einzulgonsama use magic of a higher tier than you?" "Yes. Naturally." Narbril's eyes moved towards her relaxed fingers. Looking closely, one could see the faint outline of a ring that was recently removed. "Oh. This may be rude. But can you use the 8th tier of magic?" "That is correct." Hearing those words, Fluter hobbled back to the table and collapsed on the chair. Originally it was meant for the Emperor, and someone would chide him for his act. But no one did. As Fluter's shoulders shook, he was trying to hide his tears of joy with his hands. The maid had said that she could use the 8th tier. Fools that failed to grasp what that meant were not invited on this trip. The knights looked at each other. The hero Fluter had reached the 6th tier. The 8th tier was far beyond it. While they did not understand the specifics, they could guess how much they were outclassed. The simple maid before them was far stronger than Fluter. And the insane fact that someone had used her as a maid. This was such a strange situation that someone would get a headache from it. Ha 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 ha. Amazing. It's amazing. The 8th tier which I thought I could never reach is right in front of me. Did you hear that, you lot? The crazed gaze of Fluter's was directed at his disciples. She's a maid. Not a dragon with a lifespan close to infinity, not a race far stronger than humans, just a simple human maid. And Einzulgon has a power that exceeds even that. Fluter stood up from the chair with enough force to cause it to shake, ran to Narbril, fell to his knees and begged. "Oh. Hurry, hurry please, I would like to meet Einzulgon-sama. Even a little is fine, but could he please teach this foolish person a sliver of magic?" Fluter's gaze once again fell on his disciples. "We are currently stepping into the realm of legends. Can you hear me? From here onwards, do not even blink. Everything is a treasure. This land is the land of legends. Fluter, could you calm down?" Unable to look at this mess any longer, Jrcnev raised his voice. Instantly, Fluter's eyes finally showed reason as he realized he was spoken to. "Have you missed something, Fluter? We're here as representatives of the Empire, not to satisfy your thirst for magical knowledge." "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I was overcome by excitement. I beg the forgiveness of everyone else present as well." Fluter stood up and lowered his head at the maids. "That's right, G. Have a drink, calm yourself down. Then, shall we?" "Understood." Yuri slowly filled the glasses on the table before Jrcnev with that same orange fluid. A fragrant citrus scent wafted through the air. Jrcnev took a mouthful of the fruit juice, and the taste was such that he could not help but smile. It was a smile that seemed to say, "What have I been drinking all my life?" Looks of surprise appeared on the faces of the surrounding royal guards. If even Jrcnev, who lived a life of decadence, could be surprised like this, how much more so these common men. As if to illustrate that point, there were many who had forgotten their manners and gulped the juice down as fast as possible. Shortly after, shocked exclamations rang out from the gathered men. "It's delicious. What kind of drink is this? It's a perfect blend of sweet and sour. It glides down your throat, and there's no cloying aftertaste." Jrcnev took another drink as he heard the praise from all around him. Even the drinks of Massacre were the best. Jrcnev smiled bitterly. To think, Even a simple drink could defeat him so thoroughly. How long had they stayed out of the sun and heard the wind blow through the grass? Eventually, Yuri said the words which Gyrcnf longed to hear. "I apologize for the delay. Ainsama is ready to see you now, so please follow me." Overlord First Half Chapter 93, Negotiations Part 6. Gyrcnf arrived at a hemispherical room. He stood before a pair of vast double doors. Intricate carvings decorated both sides of the doors, a beautiful goddess on the right and a cruel-looking demon on the left. Countless ominous-looking statues were arrayed around them. If one had to give it a name, it would probably be the Gates of Judgment. Gyrcnf pondered those doors as he looked over them. The huge room was quiet, so quiet that he imagined he could hear the metaphorical sound of silence. Indeed, nobody from the Imperial contingent had uttered a single word ever since they had been brought here. The only sounds were the metallic noises of armor scraping against armor. They were not silent out of politeness, but rather, they had passed all manner of wondrous sights before coming here, which had stolen their souls away. It was like a world of legends, the realm of the gods. It would have been too much to expect them to not be entranced by the nigh mythical scenes they had seen. In truth, even Gyrcnf found it hard to control the impulse to gawk openly at his surroundings as he walked. Such a world spread out before them. He glanced over his shoulder to look at his subordinates who had followed him here. The 4 knights, and their 10 elite knights. Fluter and his 4 disciples. The secretary Roan and his 2 subordinates. A total of 22 people. Everyone following him had drawn in their shoulders. This was the result of walking through this passage which even the Empire's finest artisans would not be able to replicate, which filled them with a sense of being tiny and insignificant. The great underground tomb of Massacre, and the one called Ainzulgun were too powerful and extremely difficult to describe. This could not be helped. The smile on Gyrcnf's face was filled with self-mockery. Humans would naturally bow their heads to those who exceeded them. Anyone that was unimpressed by these architectural and artistic marvels must surely lack the capacity to feel. "This is troubling," Gyrcnf whispered. Ainzulgun waited beyond that door. He was a magic caster that far exceeded Fluter and was someone impossible to compare to whether in the past or present. If the beauty of his residence already surpassed the limits of human imagination, he must have a power to match. He was a being who possessed every possible advantage. "Before he gets pulled to the kingdom, I want him in my circle." Gyrcnf wanted to kick the him of that time. Attracting him with money would be useless. Same with strength. As for members of the opposite sex, Gyrcnf thought of Yuri and the maids, they would be useless. Well, assuming he was a man. Offers of rank and authority meant nothing to someone who lived in a place like this. Then what might he want? Gyrcnf could not imagine it. The desires that motivated people may not move Ainzulgun. Could anything Gyrcnf own move his heart? It would be very difficult, huh? Gyrcnf's mind ran through countless stratagems and ploys to use against Ainzulgun. The conclusion was that he could do nothing. He came to the answer that the wisest thing he could do was hope Ainz did not regard him as an enemy. As he gave voice to these thoughts, Gyrcnf found that they were louder than he imagined. However, nobody around him reacted. They were too mesmerized by their surroundings. "The throne room lies beyond. Ainsama waits for you within." After that, Yuri announced that our part was over, and bowed deeply to Gyrcnf. As though waiting for those words, the vast double doors swung open slowly, without being touched. Several sudden intakes of breath reached Gyrcnf's ears. It was not just 1 or 2 instances, but over 10 of them, probably well over half the people who had come to this place. Many among them had not been able to fully muster their resolve against the fear that gripped them and allowed their desire to flee to show on their faces. In other words, many of the Imperial contingent had been hoping that those double doors would not open. It was precisely because of that reason that Gyrcnf was grateful that the doors had opened automatically. Who knew how long they would have to wait if they needed to work up the courage to pass through those doors first. A vast room came into view, with a ceiling that was very high and very broad. The walls were predominantly white, with extensive gold decorations and highlights. Luxurious, multicolored chandeliers made of precious stones from all the colors of the rainbow hung from the ceiling, radiating a fantastic light. Huge flags hung from poles set into the walls. This room was the epitome of a throne room. There was no better word to describe a place like this. Gyrcnf and the others blanched pale as an oppressive air swept over them from inside the room. A crimson carpet ran down the center of the room, and flanking it were a series of immeasurably powerful beings. There were demons, dragons, bizarre humanoids, armored knights, bipedal insects and elves. Each was different from the other in size and appearance, but the one thing they had in common was the overwhelming might each of them possessed. A countless number of such beings lined the sides. They probably numbered over 100. They watched Jircienov and company in silence. Although it was said that one could sense a certain kind of strength in the eyes of those with power or status, this was the first time Jircienov had ever felt a physical pressure. The sound of low moans and the shuddering of metal armor plates came from behind Jircienov. It was proof that his subjects were scared out of their wits. However, he could be honest about this. Jircienov did not intend to reproach his subordinates for showing their fear. Rather, he wanted to praise them, because every single one of them had conquered that fear and stayed behind him. The fact that they had remained steadfast in the face of these terrifying beings was to be lauded. Jircienov's threat evaluation of Ainzulgoan rose by several dozen levels at once. His wariness had been revised ever upward since he arrived here. But even that had been far too naive. He had determined that Ainzulgoan was not simply a threat to the Empire, but to the continued survival of the entire species, to humans and demi-humans both. Jircienov's eyes followed the carpet forward. Far ahead of them was a set of stairs, and around it were assembled people that Jircienov surmised were Ain's aides. A dark elf, a silver-haired beauty, a silver bipedal insect, and a demon. And lastly, that is, upon a crystal throne sat the physical incarnation of death. It held a strange-looking staff in hand. It was a monster with a bear skull for a head. It was like a being that had been formed from concentrating and condensing the darkness into a single point. It was Ainzulgoan. A magnificent crown sat upon his head, and his body was cloaked in a luxurious sable robe. Rings glittered brightly on his fingers. Even from such a distance, Jircienov could clearly tell that the exquisite accessories which Ainz wore cost more than the Empire made in a year. Blood-red points of light glowed within the empty eye sockets of Ainzulgoan's skull. As they swept over Jircienov and his contingent, it felt as if they were tasting him. He did not seem shocked by the fact that Ainz was not human. Instead, he was relieved that he was not human. It was because Ainz was not human that Jircienov could honestly accept that Ainz was a superior being that was far out of his league. Who? Jircienov exhaled quietly. It was a sign of his resolve. The door had been opened, but it had not been opened for long. It was certainly not long enough for anyone to comment on their inactivity. Still, they could not wait out here forever. And so, Jircienov stepped forward. "Let's go." Jircienov's words were quiet enough that only those behind him could hear them. Anyone who saw him would be surprised by how he could speak without opening his mouth. This was not magic, but pure skill. It was a skill that was particularly useful in this sort of setting. However, Jircienov could not sense anyone moving in response to his words. It could not be helped. Advancing to stand before Ainzulgoan meant that they would have to pass between the flanking lines of monsters. Though he knew that they would probably not attack them, walking in front of these creatures still required a great deal of courage. His judgment that they would not be attacked was not simple optimism. The reasons for using a throne room like this were for ceremonial purposes, as well as displaying the power of one's nation. These were facts that anyone would know. Were that not the case, one would use a smaller room. In other words, the reasons for choosing this place were to display the power of Massacre, and to show that he had no intent of killing Jircienov and his followers. And there were many Gnostic figures in front. All of them had power that was on another level. And upon the throne was Ainzulgoan himself. At great length, Jircienov realized something in the depths of his soul. He realized that they were standing in the presence of what men would call a god. Jircienov possessed a magic item that defended against mental attacks, but the pressure he was facing was outside the scope of the item's protection. If he lost his focus but once, even the man known as the Bloody Emperor would be able to do nothing but kneel before Ainz. Still, it was precisely because of that reason that he had to go. Just as Jircienov was observing Ainzulgoan, Ainzulgoan was also observing Jircienov. If he disapproved of what he saw, what would happen to the Empire in future? At the very least, he had to let Ainz recognize the value of Jircienov, and by extension, the continued existence of the Empire. The pessimistic man who thought he could turn his life into a bargaining chip would laugh at this sight. Jircienov laughed at himself. On top of not knowing about such an overwhelmingly strong person, he had acted like he was still above him. It told him that he was still a child. "Let's go." Jyrcnov moved forward. He could sense his men following him. It was a very soft carpet, but to Jyrcnov right now, it seemed far too light and ephemeral. He firmly shunted aside the innumerable glares directed at him and moved forward, keeping his eyes fixed on the person that lay before him, Einzulgon. He had a hunch that if he turned his eyes from his objective, his feet would no longer be able to move. Jyrcnov was not an excellent warrior or anything like that, but the reason why he could move forward, leading his men where his royal guard feared to tread, was because of the mental fortitude that had been bred into him as an emperor. At last, he reached the base of the steps. Originally a person from his side would announce his presence, but Einsama, this is the ruler of the Baharuth Empire, Emperor Jyrcnov Runfarlord Elnix, who seeks an audience with you. The demon that was closest to the throne, and a person whom the gods made in the image of death, spoke. "I am glad you have come, Emperor of the Baharuth Empire. I am the master of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, Einzulgon." A faint pang of relief ran through Jyrcnov. His voice was more normal than he expected, like that of a human being. For example, if he spoke in an insect-like voice, it would be difficult to read his tone. While there were emotionless voices among humans, it was possible to understand them by the fact that they were humans. "I humbly thank you for your most generous welcome, Einzulgon. One could not read facial expressions from a skull. What sort of opening would best fit the current situation?" Jyrcnov carefully pondered that question. However, the one who spoke first was neither Jyrcnov, nor Einsama. "It is disrespectful for inferior species such as humans to address you as an equal," the demon said. "Kneel." Jyrcnov heard the sound of metal plates clanking, but he did not need to turn around to know what was going on. His subjects must have knelt in response to the demon's voice. At the same time he could hear the desperate grunting that came from those who wanted to rise, but could not. It must have been some sort of powerful mental domination effect. Had Jyrcnov not worn the necklace he never took off, he would be kneeling like his men. Countless gazes affixed themselves on Jyrcnov, the only one to remain standing. They were cold, clinical stares, as though Jyrcnov were nothing more than a guinea pig. "That's enough, Demiurge." "Understood." The demon called Demiurge lowered his head. "Jyrcnov Runfarlord Elnix, my subordinate has done something rude to a noble guest who has come from far away to visit my domain. The sins of the vassal are those of the liege, and as such I beg your forgiveness. I hope this is a matter which can be resolved with a bowing of the head." Jyrcnov's heart was filled with caution and relief. He was cautious, because he realized that Eins was not the type who handled matters solely with brute force. Similarly, he was relieved, because Eins was not the type who handled matters solely with brute force. Of course, it is not rare for subordinates to misunderstand their master's will and run amok. Should that occur, I, a person of the Empire, may do the same thing. At that time, I seek Einzulgon's forgiveness. "Ooh. Understood. I swear on my name that I will do so." My gratitude. First was to discard the card of the workers invading this place. Even this monster would be troubled by that. However, everything would be decided from here on out. Jyrcnov hardened his resolve. This was the beginning of what would probably be the most dangerous but fun negotiation he ever had. He cannot win with strength. However, he would let him know of human wisdom. That determination turned into power to be able to look at Einzulgon in the eye. Was Einzulgon surprised as he learned of human bravery? Jyrcnov thought that. Their gazes met. And Jyrcnov erased his hard expression he had until now, and made a bright and friendly smile. "Einzulgon, being able to meet you. Can I thank God for it?" Einzulgon breathed, as if he was awakening for the main battle. "Do as you wish. I personally do not believe in a god, thus I shall not stop you from doing so." "You do not believe in a god? Does he have no relation to the gods of the slain theocracy? Then allow me to thank you. Now, before we speak, my name is quite long, and so, how about calling me Jyrcnov?" "Is that so? Then allow me to do so. I do not mind being called Eins." "My gratitude, Eins." In contrast to the friendly Jyrcnov, Eins spoke to him as if he were a third party. "Being able to meet an absolute ruler like Eins is something I am extremely grateful for. As an emperor, I feel various pressures as someone who stands at the stop. How about you?" "It is true that I do." "I see. Then you are the same. Naturally you are above me, but shall we deepen our friendship as people who feel the same stress? Meaning? Shall we be friends? Those somewhat prideful words caused the atmosphere in the throne room to become heavy. However, Jyrcnev's expression did not change, and simply gazed at Ainz. Receiving it, Ainz shifted his posture on the throne. He placed his bony finger on his cheek and returned the gaze. He threw his curveball. Next was to see how Ainz would react. A friend? Ainz's voice had a hint of a smile on it. Seeing it, the ones standing at his side made wry expressions. They were not words the weak should say to the strong after all. Are you not mistaking this for subservience? The sound of something metal falling could be heard, along with the sounds of clothes ruffling. The silver-haired girl was grimacing, and the dark elf girl next to her was making an aspirated expression. Jyrcnev did not see what had happened with his kinetic vision, but it seemed that the dark elf had kicked the silver-haired girl. Despite such a thing being in his field of vision, Ainz decided to ignore it, and spoke. A friend. Isn't that fine? Let us become friends. Jyrcnev felt the murmurs through his skin. They were from the denizens of Massacre, and his subordinates. It was born from the fact that Ainz just accepted an inferior being as a friend. At the same time, Jyrcnev felt a bottomless terror from the existence called Ainz. Ainz's reply was completely out of his expectations. Why did he become a friend? Why did he not request subservience? Why did an absolute ruler, a person in an overwhelming position, accept his request? If he had asked for subservience, Jyrcnev had countless plans. The answer that he would become a friend was outside of Jyrcnev's predictions. Why was he willing to become a friend? It was impossible for him to be serious about this. So what was he aiming for? Jyrcnev could not read Ainz. When fighting the strong, the weak would think of methods to trip them up. One could call it using the pride of the strong against them. However, if the strong were not arrogant, that method could not be used. The one method the weak could use to battle lost its meaning. Ainz was just that. He did not act to have the pride of the strong. Thinking about that, Jyrcnev thought of the possibility that Ainz was planning to restrict his movements with this. He was not all muscle. What Jyrcnev feared about Ainz was not only his power, but his wisdom as well. My gratitude, my new friend Ainz. This is good. My new friend Jyrcnev. Shall we now move to the main topic? My lifespan is long, but you humans live as long as bubbles, right? There is no need to waste time on pointless topics. Now, what did you come here for? This was the main event. Jyrcnev picked the finest plan he could think of from the numberless plots and stratagems he had come up with in the short time until now. You are a person that wields a wondrous power. I originally came to ask you to become my subordinate, but allow me to discard that idea. In return, would you build a country here? Ho? To build a nation here and to rule it as king, I think that is a great idea. It is a position that best suits you, Dono. Our empire will gladly supply all the aid and resources you need to found this nation. How about that? Excluding Cocytus, the ones standing next to Ainz all had expressions of admiration plastered on their faces. They had felt that this was a fitting idea for their master. Seeing them, Jyrcnev felt there was nothing to worry about. As expected, he only needed to be wary of Ainz. After not replying to Jyrcnev and instead silently staring at him, Ainz finally opened his mouth. Jyrcnev Dono, I do not believe that plan holds any merits for you. He expected this answer. Thus, Jyrcnev acted out the play in his heart. The empire shall support you to build a country here. You would be grateful for that, right? I want you, the country you rule and my empire shall become allies. This is also a consideration for the future. It was a reasonable answer. His response should be too. Jyrcnev prayed that Ainz fell for his trap. And no, there is no need. Rather than that, Jyrcnev, I will defer to you. A shockwave spread outwards from the two of them. The denizens of Massacre were shocked and enraged that their master would subordinate himself to someone. Some of Jyrcnev's subordinates thought that he was manipulated by magic. Even Demiurge had his eyes wide open in shock as he stared at Ainz. Present, there was only one person who had a reaction which was different from shock. No, it had become two. One was Jyrcnev. And slightly later, was Demiurge. The two were expressionless. The only signs were the slight changes in their eyes. However, the two had completely different emotions. Jyrcnf had rage in his eyes due to his plan being seen through. And after his shock, demiurges were filled with respect and admiration. What are you saying, Ainz? You are not a man who would become anyone's retainer. You are one who stands above others. Thank you for saying that, Jyrcnf. Then would you please accept me? We are friends, so this should be fine. Jyrcnf clicked his tongue as Ainz was using their relationship as friends to this point. In this conversation, Ainz had said that they were closer than friends. Of course, with this disparity of power, if Ainz said that they were equals as friends, he could not be disagreed with. However, this was different from the first part of the conversation. He could not use his higher position to gain anything. After all, the one to suggest becoming friends first was Jyrcnf. This monster. Beneath Jyrcnf's warm smile, he was constantly cursing Ainz. The denizens of Massacre finally calmed down. They did this as they could read Jyrcnf's slight change in expression. But Jyrcnf. I do not believe there is any worth in a country built solely from your assistance. And it brings nothing to you. Borrowing as much as possible from the Empire, there are no merits for you. You said you were my friend. If you give me a territory, in return I shall kneel to you. I would also be very happy if you prepare me a suitable position. Since I am going to be within the Empire's umbrella. Jyrcnf fell silent. Ignoring the fact that he had heard such a convincing argument, he could say nothing under this situation. This strangeness could be felt by everyone present. What happened? What meaning did Ainz's words have? If you give me territory I will become your subordinate. It was an extremely natural thing, and nothing was wrong. But Ainz was an extremely powerful existence, and it felt very strange for him to bow to anyone. How did Ainz take Jyrcnf's silence? He spoke again in impatience. Are there any problems with me becoming your subordinate? My friend. At those words, Jyrcnf found his determination, and agreed. In front of those mocking words, Jyrcnf had no means to resist. No, there are no problems. There are few things that can make me happier than you becoming part of the Empire, my friend. Then for your position, how about becoming a margrave? Blood-related relatives of the Emperor would be dukes, and below them were marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. A margrave was equivalent to a marquis in the Empire. It was the highest rank that a non-blood-related noble could reach, excluding marriage. Such a noble had a large private army, a wide and vast territory, and could make their own laws to a limited extent. Considering that, it was a suitable position for Ainz. How many margrave are there in the Empire? Currently 2. During the reign of the Blood Emperor, margraves were the nobles that were removed due to their level of authority. When Jyrcnf just became emperor, there were 5. Despite the fact that they were meant to protect the borders of the Empire. Then I shall become the 3rd? There are that many, huh? And so? Why did he say that? It was obvious, and did not need to be said. Jyrcnf now saw Ainz's goal. He wanted him to make it clear that they were equals. It is true that there are other margrave. Giving you that position is not enough. As my new friend, I shall make a new position known as a frontier marquis, and present it to you. How about it? A margrave was seen as a marquis, and was nothing more than a change in title. However, that change had a huge importance. Basically, this had the two meanings that Ainz was special enough for Jyrcnf to create a new position for him, and that he was highly valued. If a margrave was equivalent to a marquis, then a frontier marquis would be equivalent to a duke, or so the nobles would think. Ainz would be equal to a blood-related duke. And his war potential was beyond imagination. Basically he was someone who was infinitely close to the position of emperor. Jyrcnf believed that this position would be suitable to meet Ainz's silent demands. Ainz fell silent. Just as Jyrcnf thought that he was not satisfied with the created position, Ainz spoke. I see. A new position. Just how should I act? Wondering what a person with a ruler's presence was saying, Jyrcnf noticed the undertones in that statement and made a wry smile. Ha ha ha. Such a joke. You can act like a normal margrave. You would be equal to me. Understood. I intended to express the minimum amount of loyalty as your subordinate to the surroundings, but if you are willing to do that then I will not be dragged into anything bad. I have never bowed my head before, so I have no confidence in expressing my loyalty to you. Understood. I shall send people to support you for that. I would be happy if you did so. Now this is a change in topic, but the Margraves I know. Are the frontier marquises of the Empire the same as other Margraves? I believe that there is a need to check. How about it? Exactly. You have to know about the Empire's laws such as the tax from gaining territory. A detailed explanation is necessary. Other countries did have Margraves, but they were in a gray area. In some cases, they were treated as an individual country on their own. If he was to make the position of frontier marquises, he needed to refine the details of such a position to allow Ainz to integrate with the imperial nobles. I see. Then I shall dispatch my Cloiade, Demiurge. Understood. Him right. As Jyrcienov looked at him, Demiurge responded with a bright smile. We shall go into detail about this later. I shall return to the Empire immediately to announce the birth of you as a new noble and a declaration of war to gain this territory. And since you are the frontier marquis, Ainz Ulgon, this will be known as the Gon, frontier territory. I have to prepare for that as well. No, please put it as Ainz Ulgon, frontier territory. Jyrcienov had a strange expression on his face. Is Gon frontier territory not possible? No. I would like its proper name to be the Ainz Ulgon, frontier territory. It was a strange name. Who the heck attaches their full name to a territory? However, considering that he was strangely insisted on that, Jyrcienov felt that he would not let this go. Well, it's not like it has not been done before, let's go with that. Some madmen would do such strange things. To prevent Ainz from being misunderstood, Jyrcienov would need to secretly inform the nobles. If a bad rumor, one that was making fun of Ainz, entered his ears, it would be a disaster. I'm happy for your understanding. Please do. If you require my assistance for anything, just say. Nothing immediately comes to mind. However, I would like to establish a point of immediate contact and a place where my people can stay. Understood. I shall search for that. Then I shall leave my secretary here, so can I leave those details to you? I do not mind. Then. Roan Vermilion. Yes. Roan, who was still stuck to the floor due to Demiurge's curse, spoke up. Please teach my new friend, the new frontier marquis, all of the laws he needs to know. Stay here from now on. What's wrong, Roan? No, I just thought that it does not require me. I shall send my Roan. This is your job. Hearing Jyrcienov's reply that did not allow refusal, Roan made a devastated face, and spoke without energy. Understood. Ainz. He should inform you. Is that so? Then as I said, so it would be Demiurge. Please teach him. Demiurge? Yes. Be free. Following the release of the command curse, even Jyrcienov could hear the sighs of relief from being released from that constant pressure. Now my friend. I know that you will return to the Empire, but if possible, do you mind if I know if my subordinates escort you back? Jyrcienov felt a bit of curiosity at Ainz's suggestion. However, he ignored it. That was not all he meant. I am deeply appreciative of your most generous offer and I thank you for it. However, I feel that since I came on a carriage, I should return the same way. An undead headless horse would not require rest. Please forgive me, but I must respectfully decline. Must you? I see. He could sense that there was some disappointment in those words. Was it an act, or was it the truth? Jyrcienov could not tell, although he suspected it might be an act. Ainz aimed to broadcast to the whole Empire that he was close to the Emperor. Then I shall return home. Since you are here, why not stay a night? I shall warmly welcome you. No, I'm afraid I cannot. After all, we must return to make preparations. Is that so? Such a pity. Demiurge. Escort our guests outside. Ainz ordered Demiurge in a light-hearted tone. Like he was telling him to see out a friend. However, the two could easily see through to his true intentions. Demiurge made a sincere smile that came from his heart. It was unimaginably evil. Jyrcienov could not stop his goosebumps. Even if it did not affect him, Demiurge's words had a restraining effect. He would probably use it on the people that would come here. Offering residence was probably a part of that plan. Ainz had becoming a friend, gaining the position of frontier marquis, and making it clear that immediately after becoming part of the Empire he would then squirm about in the dark. Of course, this was nothing more than a front. No, it's fine. I have to start work immediately. Heinz tilted his head in confusion. What an irritating act. Beneath Gyrcianev's warm smile, he was forcibly crushing his anger. Is that so? Then it's fine. If you need anything, just speak to the maid outside. Thank you, my friend. Do not mind it, my friend. The moment Gyrcianev turned his back on Heinz, one man who was kneeling until now suddenly stood up. Heinz Ulgon-sama. I have a request. The one who shouted out in such a serious manner was Fluter. As everyone was shocked by the development, he spoke again. Please, I beg of you. Please make me your disciple. The throne room fell silent. Heinz looked at Gyrcianev, perplexed. Even he had not expected this development. Gyrcianev relaxed slightly. Sorry, but who is he? Ah, he is the head magician of the Empire, Fluter. I am Fluter Paradine. Heinz Ulgon-sama. Fluter bowed deeply. It was a bow that he did not show even Gyrcianev, a serious one that was filled with loyalty. I have been stupefied by Gon-sama's supreme magical power and desire even a scrap of it. I shall devote my everything, so please teach me. Please, I beg of you. Please make me your disciple. And with that, Fluter knelt and placed his head on the floor. The red carpet sunk underneath his forehead. Heinz stroked his staff several times in confusion and asked Gyrcianev. What should I do, Gyrcianev? I have no problem with it, but he is very important to your country, right? I cannot just make him my disciple. Gyrcianev made his decision immediately after seeing the kneeling Fluter. Losing Fluter was painful. If used properly, he could rival an army, and he was one of the wisest in the Empire. However, if he refused here, he would gain Fluter's ire. If done poorly, he would make a potential enemy, and it was possible that he would sell out the Empire to become Heinz's disciple. If possible, he wanted to tell Fluter to wait until his equal, a successor, was born. It was unclear when or if that would happen. Making an immediate decision allowed Fluter to see his magnanimity and could be seen as a favor. No, I don't mind. Fluter. You are relieved of your position. Basically, you are not a subordinate of the Empire. Oh, Your Majesty. My gratitude. Eh? Is that fine? Heinz's whisper failed to enter anyone's ears and disappeared. Demiurge. Demiurge bowed. What do you think? What do you mean? How should I put this? Heinz muddled his words. This made Gyrcianev relieved. The earlier figure of the strategist was gone, and he only looked like a confused human being. Yes. Do you think a mere human can handle my knowledge? There is no problem. Fluter shouted out. Certainly, I do not believe that I can contain all of Gon-sama's deep knowledge. However, if I can gain even a fraction of it, there is nothing better. If you are to become my disciple, swear on my na. Yes. I shall give my everything to Gon-sama, so please teach me. Heinz looked for any contrary opinions in the surroundings. For some reason, Sheltier's face was plastered in superiority. Aura was making a face that said this is natural. Cocytus was, insects were difficult to read. Demiurge was expressionless, and considering his earlier answer, he was leaving this to Heinz. He could not find any contrary opinion. So Heinz nodded. Fine. You may become my disciple. Thank you very much. His voice filled with excitement could only come from those who have reached the high point of their lives. No, Fluters would begin from this instant onwards. Now. Heinz took a book out from nowhere. Demiurge. Pass this to him. Demiurge accepted the black book with great care, descended down the stairs, and placed the book in Fluter's open hands. Fluter looked like he had been given a grace by God but was awakened by Heinz's voice. Open it, my disciple. Yes. Feeling strong joy from being called a disciple, still kneeling, Fluter bowed his head further. Fluter then cautiously spread open the pages. A old musty smell rose forth from it, as well as small waves of magic power. The temperature of the surroundings fell slightly. Fluter got goosebumps. Such a deep magic power. Fluter stole a glance at his master. He recalled the shock he felt when he saw Heinz for the first time. His magic power that seemed to rush out of him. Fluter then remembered that now was not the time to think of those things. If his own disciples did so, he would reprimand them immediately. Fluter's gaze fell on the open pages. On the thin pages were finely written words. Can you read it? Fluter cast translation magic. And his eyes opened in shock. This was a mass of knowledge. Countless amounts of information regarding death and magic rituals were recorded inside. It was a book of magic more amazing than anything Fluter had seen before. His hand shook from nervousness. It was impossible to measure the worth of such a book. This was a book more important than any other in the surrounding countries. A book that any magic caster would kill for. And Fluter was holding such a book. Can you understand it? He slowly and carefully turned the page. His two eyes were bloodshot as he tried to understand the abyss of magic. However, the knowledge was too great, and he failed to do so. Even using his memorization ability that he spent his whole life refining, he only understood a small portion. Can you understand it? His master's voice could be heard again. I cannot. No, I can understand a portion of it, but not the general. Then it seems that you are currently unable to handle my knowledge. My apologies. Fluter apologized for disappointing his master. His earlier sense of ecstasy left immediately and a dark despair crashed into him like waves. While Ainz did cause the change, he also gave him a helping hand. Fine. Fluter. Hearing the kind voice of his respectable master, Fluter raised his head and gazed at Ainz. My disciple, there is no need to rush. Study it slowly. Spend your life to understand this book. Then learn another book. After that you can gain my knowledge. It is dangerous to let those without preparation to touch the abyss of magic. Anyway, I shall open my library. If you need to research, do so. Demiurge is busy, so. Shaltir. Yes. Afterwards, introduce Fluter to Titus. And inform Nazarick that Fluter has become my disciple. And talk to Pestania and other related people for Fluter's room. Understood. My disciple. You may call me Ainz. Understood, my master, Ainz-sama. Fluter hugged the book and bowed deeply. Ecstasy was evident on his face. Now Jrcnv. I've shown you something boring. No, it was quite interesting. Jrcnv kept silent as he watched Ainz's reactions but broke it while he watched Fluter. Fluter had offered his everything to Ainz. As long as Ainz ordered it, he would do anything without hesitation. Even if it meant harming the Empire. The head magician of the Empire died, and a fervent disciple of Ainz Zul'Goan was born. Seeing in person that Ainz was excellent at handling people, Jrcnv's level of caution of Ainz was raised another level. Anyway, allow me to take my leave, friend. I intend to contact you as soon as possible, my friend. Yes, Nazarick will do our best to open our doors as soon as possible. That is very heartening, my frontier Marquis. Ah. My Emperor, let us meet again. Overlord First Half Chapter 94, Negotiations Part 7. After the talks were concluded, Ainz gathered the Guardians in his room, along with Sabas. Including Ainz, there were 6 people. Since Nazarick had obtained its backing, Ainz had assembled everyone here to confirm the details of the important period that was approaching. They needed to affirm their direction. Faster than Ainz could begin speaking, Aura started off with a question. Why did Ainz-sama reject the offer to build a kingdom and instead chose to subordinate yourself to a human? It was the question in the mind of everyone present. They had no intention to go against their master's decision, but even if it was the proper one, they still had questions. They believed that if they knew his reasoning, they could better serve him. If they could not, they might perform actions that went against his will. They all worried, especially Shaltir and Sabas, who had done such things. The two were making their best attempt to catch the slightest undertone in his words. Despite being pressurized by everyone's gazes, he managed to convey the thoughts he had. There is the question of being able to govern such a kingdom. Ruling over a ruined country would bring shame to the name of Ainz Zul'Goan. This was a reasonable answer. However, the eyes of the Guardians flicked over to Demiurge, who was smiling. If the smartest person in Nazarick who commanded the Guardians was doing so, it probably meant that there was a problem. Did it mean that Demiurge had doubts about Ainz's actions? Demiurge's tiny act was equivalent to confusion in the eyes of the other Guardians. Kukukuku. Demiurge's laugh echoed through the room. Yes, Demiurge was laughing. Even though everyone was doubting him. However, the next moment, they all raised cries of surprise. Did you really think that was the extent of Ainz-sama's plan? Eh? What? What did you say? Oh. Everyone, you need to think harder. Ainz-sama is our master, who assembled all the 41 supreme beings. Do you think that was the extent of his planning? Ainz swallowed, as though he had been punched in the face. Meanwhile, The guardians were nodding and murmuring indeed. When he recalled Jyrcnev's reaction, there did seem to be something else. The guardians did not understand it, and the frustration could be seen on their faces. They were unsure that they could help Heinz with their heads of theirs. Really? Heinz-sama. Should you not inform us of your true objective now? After all, it will inform our future direction. Everyone's attention went to Heinz. Their earnest, pleading expressions seemed to say, "Please enlighten this foolish one." After looking over everyone, Heinz took a deep breath. No, he took several deep breaths. Then, he slowly rose from his chair, and turned his back to the guardians. From this position, he offered praise to Demiurge over his shoulder. As expected of Demiurge. To think you had discerned my true aims. No. Your schemes are elaborate and far-sighted, Heinz-sama. I cannot hope to compare. And I believe what I understand is only a portion of your plans. Demiurge bowed respectfully in response to Heinz's praise. Shaltyr's question carried a hint of jealousy, probably because she could not tread the same ground which Demiurge shared with their beloved master. What does this all mean? Aura puffed up her cheeks in displeasure as she saw Demiurge's faint smile. Heinz-sama, tell us too. To begin with, we should not need to have it spelled out for us. Please forgive this foolish one. Since Heinz was still facing away from them, his subordinates believed that he was dissatisfied with them since they could not understand him. If they were unable to assist Heinz, the kind remaining master, the last of the 41 supreme beings, there was no meaning for their existence. Heinz would answer their pleas. As he turned around, forcefully thrusting the staff of Heinz-Ulgun toward Demiurge. Demiurge. I permit you to explain what you understand to the others. Understood. After Demiurge nodded, he began speaking to his comrades. The structure of the carriage had not changed between the journey to and from Massacre, but for some reason, every slight bump and jostle along the way seemed magnified. Perhaps it was because of the gloomy atmosphere in the carriage's interior. Or perhaps it was because the people occupying the carriage had changed. The troops escorting them to Massacre were composed of men from the 1st Legion. The ones escorting them from Massacre were from the 2nd Legion. In place of Fluter was one of his disciples. In place of Roan was one of his scribes. The 2 original occupants of the carriage who remained were Jyrcnev and Busywood. There, the 3 people saw Jyrcnev's rare expression and silently tensed themselves in their seats. They occasionally glanced in his direction. Their Emperor Jyrcnev was scrunching his brows in thought. Jyrcnev was widely known as a man with a smug smile. However, it seemed that Busywood, who knew Jyrcnev the best among these 3 people, had never seen this look on Jyrcnev's face. Jyrcnev was like this ever since they had left Massacre. Occasionally he would make a face like he was eating insects, but never one of relief. The reason for that was abundantly clear. The great underground tomb of Massacre. It was due to the events that happened there. Those frightening beings, and beyond them on the throne was Death himself. And it was not just fear they felt. They had seen myriad luxuries, glittering architecture, and all manner of decorations. Nobody could remain unawed by that. Even Busywood, who was unskilled in politics, could easily predict the difficulties his country would have, in the face of that being which possessed superlative military and economic power, among other things. The empire was acting to reduce the power and influence of the nobles and centralize it under the emperor. However, this had come undone. For example, this carriage might be watched using various spells, and despite being protected by the surrounding knights, just remembering the incident caused fear to well up in all of them. As if trying to chase away the fear of Massacre, Jyrcnev flashed his usual cynical smile. Don't stare so hard. Aren't you losing your focus here? Your Majesty. The 3 voices overlapped. They were hints of joy within them, joy that their emperor had come back to them. As Jyrcnev realized what he should be doing, he nodded vigorously. We have an incredible amount of work to do. First, let us decide who Fluter's successor will be. Are there any suitable candidates? The flames of desire burned bright in the acolyte's eyes as he heard those words. The position of being Fluter's successor as the imperial court wizard was a mouth-watering temptation. After all, it was a position that gave one the right to administer and manage arcane magic casters throughout the empire. Because the position had always been filled by the great hero, nobody else could claim it. Even if one had the ambition for it, their opponent was far too strong to overcome by wicked means. And now, this hitherto sealed-off position had been offered to him. The acolyte was extremely grateful for being called to this carriage, for being presented with this chance. However, Jyrsianev's next words trampled that desire. However, one must bear in mind that as the Imperial Court Wizard, one may be called upon to do battle with Ainz. The flames of the acolyte's ambition went out in that instant. He could not even bring himself to be excited about it. The position he had longed for became one he wished to avoid more than anything else in the world. He would have a better chance of surviving a jump off a 500-meter-tall cliff into a shoal of rocks than he would in a spell battle against Ainz Ulgon. No, he might be better off dying on the spot. That was why he immediately thought of pushing this to someone else. Yes. In that case, I know some people who can use the 4th tier of magic. How about selecting one of them? Granted, I do know some spells of that tier, but I am not very versed with them. Are there any among the ones with us? No. They are tasked with important experiments in the capital. So they were not chosen. How pitiful, the acolyte whispered in his heart. If they came, they would understand how dangerous the position had become. Since they did not, they would probably lust after the position just like he did. Without knowing that it was the executioner's chair. I see. Then, gather information on them and then conduct interviews. However, why did Fluter immediately ask to become Ainz's disciple? It is true that he is powerful, but it is unknown if he has high magical abilities, right? Do the Death Knights answer everything? I believe it is something else. Actually, Master has a special skill to see the level of magic a person can use. Oh. I think that the Margraves. No. The Frontier Marquis abilities were seen through. I see. Jyrsianev nodded. He knew that such people did exist. There were people born with various types of special abilities. The most powerful one Jyrsianev knew was the princess of a certain small country. That princess had the lost ability that was said to be the secret of dragons. Basically, it is confirmed that Ainz is a powerful magic caster. Silence fell within the carriage. The secretary felt the lull in the conversation and asked his own question. By the way, what about Rohn-sama? The Emperor's answer was clear. We cannot rely on him. Even if he returns, put him in a non-important post. He might be brainwashed by Nazarick. An apple that may be rotten cannot be mixed with other apples. Such was the decision. They could probably detect any lasting magic using detection spells, but the acolyte said nothing. He had no confidence to detect the magic of that monster Ainz. No, he felt that no one of humanity could do it. The greatest master who had no equal had now found someone above him. However, Your Majesty. This go in person. Or whatever we call him. How do you view the Frontier Marquis? Though I know he is a powerful monster. Bazuwood's question was related to his position as one of the 4 knights. In response, Jyrsianev made a cold smile. What is scary about that monster is not his power. It is his wisdom. That was made clear by the fact that he subordinated himself to me. Does he intend to work at us from inside? Definitely. Please do not confirm it that easily. The 3 of them thought this at the same time. Thinking of entering that monster's stomach was extremely fear-inducing. That was why they asked. They wanted to hear something that would allay their fears. What should we do? Restrain him with the law? The secretary's question was natural, as he felt that he found a trump card against Ainz. Even currently in the Empire, the nobles were being restricted, but were also being slowly confined by the law. If Ainz became a noble, they could probably do so too. Really? You would attach a bell to his neck? Well, it's not a bad move, but it would be foolish to anger Ainz, right? However, I want to send several people inside Nazarick to collect information. We need to tiptoe on the fine line between using the law and not angering him. Then, how shall the Empire treat the Frontier Marquis? I already decided. That monster Ainz has snuck into the Empire. At this rate the Empire will be picked clean by him. So I shall feed him. Feed him? Even a man-eating beast will not attack as long as its belly is full. I shall make him know that coexistence is the best option. I shall teach him that it is foolish to kill the goose that lays golden eggs. Using feed that will satisfy that monster. What was the food that Jyrsianev referred to? No one understood. However, none of them were confident to ask. How would they feel if told that it was them? Why did he reject the offer to build a country? Did he think it was simple to ride off the Empire? No, he saw through my plan. Jyrsianev quickly answered their doubts. This land is where 3 countries, the Empire, Kingdom and Theocracy meet. What would happen if he built a country here? The monster would be noticed and be regarded as a potential enemy. Then 3 countries would unite against him in secret. However, Ainz is now part of the Empire. Basically, now the surrounding countries would be scared of the Empire, who now wields that monster as a weapon. Jyrcnov had a mocking smile on his face. Would you believe a person holding a dangerous weapon if he asked to form an alliance against that weapon? The other countries would pay attention to Ainz, but more on the Empire. Shouldn't we have rejected him? Jyrcnov looked at Busywood like he was a fool. Do you want him to throw his lot in with the kingdom? If so, would you take responsibility and defeat him for me? Busywood hung his head in shame. It was an obvious face. Jyrcnov just chose the lesser of 2 evils. Basically he aimed to destroy the alliance from the start? That's it. Jyrcnov pointed at the secretary. That is the thing. If he had absolute power, he could have ignored us and just destroyed the alliance. I believe it is fine to think that there is a reason for that. Maybe, the terrifying reason is that he just likes to kill people slowly. What we have to do is to collect information while he is occupied. Along with info about those that can defeat him. Do people like that really exist? Given the casual tone with which it was said, nobody would have believed those words came from the acolyte. Cohen was an unimaginably powerful opponent, who might be unbeatable even by the mightiest dragons. He was an opponent that made people think that way. And to that, Jyrcnov issued a confident reply. Indeed, they do. People like that really exist? Don't they? Look within that throne room. When he put it that way, it seemed obvious enough. The 4 monsters standing next to Ainz. The dark elf, the silver-haired beauty, the silver insect and the demon. Do you plan to induce a revolt? I don't think it's possible, but we still need to try. They might do it for money, position or the opposite sex. Won't it be dangerous? Definitely. But we might be misreading Ainz's abilities by orders of magnitude. At worst, this will not be about the surrounding countries, but a battle for humanity's existence. Nothing matters to me after I die, but it will be troublesome for a war to break out before I do. That is why I am doing this. And that is how it is. What demiurge? That emperor believes that we will betray Ainz Sama. Is that what you're saying? He is surprisingly an idiot. It seems that the emperor does not know the meaning of loyalty. Mocking laughter filled the room. Did he really think they would betray Ainz, one of the 41 supreme beings who made them? Although this was nothing more than Demiurge's hypothesis, it was enough to thoroughly displease the Guardians. Shall we kill them all? Shaltir laughed at Aura when she said such menacing words. I'll turn him into a vampire. After all, if he's good enough, there's no reason he can't serve in Nazarick. While her tone was calm, one could see a burning fury hidden underneath. Although Cocytus had remained silent, his large mandibles made a clacking sound of warning. Ladies and gentlemen, you do remember that we are in the presence of Ainz Sama? As they heard Sabas' cold, clear voice, Aura, Shaltir's and Cocytus' anger instantly vanished. Afterwards, Demiurge continued speaking. Now, regarding the information that Ainz Sama seeks about the strong. The Empire will do this for us from now on. Even if they do not give us their informats, all we have to do is pay attention to the Emperor. Hearing Demiurge's explanation, the Guardians and Sabas then understood. Not only that. Their respect for Ainz, who was able to instantly understand that in such a short time, broke through the max. I see. As expected of Ainz Sama. I am amazed. To be able to think that far ahead. Amazing. Even I am shocked. Being able to do such calculations in such little time. This Demiurge offers you his respect. Ainz then turned around. He was somewhat embarrassed. That was natural. All the eyes Ainz saw was filled with respect and admiration after all. Is that so? However, Demiurge, you were able to see through everything. No. If Ainz Sama had not reacted in such a way, I would not have been able to do so. Everyone nodded and agreed with Demiurge. However, as expected of Ainz Sama. To be smarter than Demiurge, the best in Nazarick. It's true. Ainz Sama is the best. I knew that Ainz Sama was amazing, but for there to be this much of a disparity. As expected of the leader of the supreme beings. Agreed. Generous and wise. There is no better master than Ainz Sama. While being showered in praises, he ended it with a somewhat embarrassed wave of his hand. That's enough of that. Anyway, we have to decide what to do from now on. Can I leave the negotiations with the Empire with you, Demiurge? Yes. Please leave it to me. Okay. Sorry for pushing such important things on you. Anyway, listen to Secretary Ronan and write his words down. And have the liches in the library memorize them. No, use the liches I made. Understood? Shaltir, please handle Fluters in the secretary's room. And Cocytus, take charge of Nazarik's forces and be cautious. Aura should hasten the construction of the hidden base in the forest. Sabas can continue to keep the 9th and 10th floors of Nazarik clean and handle guests. All of them bowed in unison. Excellent. When the Empire and Kingdom battles, it will be our time to shine. Take care with the preparations. Yes. A cry of unison echoed in Ainz's room. Several days later, the Empire announced that the magic caster Ainz Ulgoen had subordinated himself to the Empire. They also announced that Ainz Ulgoen had become a frontier marquis. And the territory given to him was extremely near the kingdom's city of Erantal. In regards to the fact that they were granted the kingdom's territory, the Empire said, Ainz Ulgoen was originally controlling this area, and the kingdom was unjustly occupying it. It must be returned. Should this not be obeyed, the Empire would even go to war. Of course, the kingdom could not accept such a thing. They immediately replied with, there is no history of Ainz Ulgoen ruling the kingdom's land, and has no legitimacy. Should the Empire go to war, the kingdom would respond with force. Most of the kingdom's nobles assumed that this was part of the yearly war with the Empire. Thus they did not think deeply and assumed that Ainz Ulgoen was a sad magic caster used as a pawn, and laughed at the Empire's attempt to justify their war. Especially when they gave a high position to an unknown magic caster. This was an act that was often used to justify war where royalty vied for power. By this time, the information of the vampire Camilla and Ainz Ulgoen's abilities were known by the nobles, but few paid attention to it. The first reason was that there was no magic caster with a high position in the kingdom. The second was that a magic caster could not affect a war with the Empire greatly. The third was the magic caster had not done anything in the kingdom, basically he had no achievements. Even if they were told that he was extremely powerful, he was still taken lightly. But, several people had differing opinions. The reason for that was the number of troops the Empire was sending. Out of the 8 companies of the Empire, 7 would be utilized. Considering that the Empire only used up to 4 in previous wars, this was a broken number. Next was the declaration from the slain theocracy. Erantal was an area vied over by 3 countries, and so when the Empire and Kingdom warred, the theocracy needed to make a statement. Although to the 2 parties, they were just sticking their nose in. Most of their declarations were that part of Erantal's area was the theocracy's. However, this time it was very different. The theocracy have no records so it is unknown, but if Ainz Ulgoen ruled that land, they would accept his legitimacy. To the kingdom's nobles this was an idiotically infuriating statement. They had come out from the woodwork to speak nonsense. However, some people understood their true meaning. Such as the woman called Golden, one of the 6 great nobles, and the warrior captain. They fully understood their country's decision of, we have no intention to face Ainz Ulgoen. The fact that the strongest country in the surroundings were reluctant to face one magic caster. This war between the Empire and the Kingdom. The meaning in it had changed completely. Those who understood, only a small portion of humans, began to move the troops. Keep scrolling down. And a tragedy occurred. The sound of laughter melded together in the room. It was filled with it. It was like the sound of a beast being released from its chains. Fluter looked happily at his laughing master. A master's happiness was his disciple's happiness. Wonderful, wonderful. Fluter, you are the best. Thank you very much. Allowing my master to be happy makes me happy as well. This is enough about the strength of the strong in the surrounding countries. Next tell me about the strength of adventurers. First the A+ adventures. And the estimated strength of the members of Blue Rose. Understood. Fluter began telling him the information the Empire collected. Every time Ainz heard the strength of a member, he smiled. Ainz was smiling gleefully. Yes, extremely gleefully. Overlord First Half Chapter 95, Massacre Part 1. Exactly 1 month after the Empire's proclamation. The fields were ripe with the fruits of autumn, and welcomed the shining golden color. A light breeze blew and the blue skies were clear. The white clouds were few and floated in the sky. The months after this would only get colder, but this season was the busiest of the year. If one took in deep breaths, the clear air would enter their lungs. The warm air that was present a few weeks ago was nowhere to be found. This was the season where one would not want to leave bed, but those who could do so belonged to a special class in the kingdom. In fact, this season was the busiest of the year. To the farming villages this was the time to harvest the results of 1 year of hard work, and when tax would be collected. Also, merchants would be rushing over to villages and cities. Everyone was rushing about in a hurry. Even in the fortress city Erantal. However, the hustle and bustle of Erantal was a bit different from those in other cities. It was not lively, but the heat being released from a different form of emotion was spreading across the city. The source of that heat was within the outermost ring of Erantal's 3 walls. There were countless men there. Most were wearing a jumbled set of clothes. Most were commoners. However, their numbers were astounding. Probably 200,000. There was no way that this number of humans stayed in Erantal. Since Erantal was in the territory contested over by 3 countries, its transportation network was often used. There were goods, people, money and various other things. And this city naturally became large. However, there was no way that 200,000 humans would live in this area. Then why were they all here? The ones who explained this was a group of young men. There were many men who were making wooden and straw figures, refitting bent metal shields and armor and practicing with spears without blades. It was obvious what they were doing. Battle training. Yes, the 200,000 residents of the kingdom assembled here were assembled to war against the empire. Vigorous shouts could be heard. Of course, the number of enthusiastic shouts were few. Most were filled with fear of being forced onto the battlefield. The vigor came from them wanting to learn this to avoid dying. That was why they trained. However, not everyone was training seriously. The war between the empire and kingdom occurred annually. Thus there were many that were broken. There were many without motivation that were hiding in a corner lying down. Some were spilling their guts out on their neighbor. Some were hugging their knees while crouching. The more years went on, the stronger this trend. Their desire to fight was mostly terrible and they merely wished to return home alive. This was the morale of the kingdom's troops. This could not be helped. They were forced here to do unrewarded work and their busy schedules cleared. Even if they returned alive, the loss of that time would tighten the noose around their neck. And this did nothing to change the fact that a slow death was closing in on them. Next to those soldiers were several carriages running past. On top of them were countless amounts of provisions. It was extremely difficult to imagine that over 2% of the kingdom's population would stay in one city. However, Erantal was the front line of the war with the empire and was the place where the kingdom's military power gathered. As the wars with the empire waged, the preparations for 200,000 people were being done. Their food stores were huge, and were probably the largest buildings in the city. Then why were those carriages being shuttled back and forth? There was but one answer. The fact that this amount of food was needed pointed to it. Those men who were lethargically working viewed those carriages with fear. As if they were looking at the Reaper. Most of those that understood what was about to happen stared at the carriages. The large-scale transportation of food. This meant that the war with the empire was encroaching. Within the innermost section of the 3 walls of the fortress, there was the residence of the mayor of Erantal, Panis Allegrus von Redenmeyer. It was a residence that fitted his position as mayor, but compared to the building next to it, it fell down a few notches. This mansion was the most extravagant in the city. Then if one wondered who lived in this place, there would only be one answer. This building was meant to house those who had a higher position than the mayor. This was the noble guest residence. It was a mansion that was only opened if a king or someone of equal status had arrived. And inside a room of that mansion, there were the figures of several men. Sitting on the simple throne was of course, the king of Riesti's kingdom, Rampasa III. Standing diagonally behind him was the strongest warrior of the kingdom, Gazefstranov. In front of the two was a table, and 6 men were sitting in chairs placed around it. All of them wore excellent clothes, and their faces had grace. It was impossible to gain that look in a single generation, and so only those from large families with long histories could obtain it. The table in front of them had countless papers strewn about, and half of these were parchments. Several empty pitchers were left around, and the cups in front of them were mostly empty. One could tell that a fierce discussion had occurred here, one that had gone on for a long time. And in fact, many of those men's faces were plastered with fatigue. And the man whose fatigue was not yet visible was the first to speak. "We have received the Empire's yearly proclamation of war and where it is held." He was a snake-like man, Marquis Raven, one of the 6 great nobles of the kingdom. "It is at..." It's at the same place, right?" Plains right? The man who stole Marquis Raven's words was a man in his 40s. When he was young he probably had a muscular figure. One could see the effect of the passage of time on his body. Even so, his voice was full of vigor. He was Marquis Buyop, the head of the noble faction, and the one who prepared 1/5 of the soldiers participating in this war. It is as you say. It is the same location as previous years. Since the location is the same, shouldn't it mean that the Empire's attack will be the same? A thin and heartened noble spoke. His voice was somewhat tinged with relief. That was never a good emotion to have before going to war. In front of the fact that the kingdom's territory was being breached. That was probably why he was relieved. Several nobles looked at him for an instant with gold eyes. Unfortunately, Marquis Bloomrush, that is not the case. This time, the Empire has moved quite the number of troops. I believe that there is some kind of aim. If you are careless you might lose your life, you know? True, Marquis Raven. Isn't this just granting honor to some strange noble? They did proclaim that I will give him territory. So he will at least move a sufficiently large force, right? The strange noble. What was his name? While playing with his sharpened goatee, the extremely thin noble spoke. Frontier Marquis, Einzulgone. Marquis Pespi. Yes. He was a magic caster noble, right? According to the mayor of the city and Gazefdono, he is a magic caster that needs to be kept an eye on, right? The youngest person present spoke. His face was clean and young, but the cold smile on it did not make others feel welcome. Exactly. Count Lytton. Gazef, who was standing next to the king's side, spoke. Einzulgone is a magic caster to be cautious of. He probably rivals. No, exceeds the head magic caster of the Empire, Fluter. As an individual, a magic caster is dangerous. But what can one person do? Making a mocking smile, Count Lytton laughed at Gazef's caution. As a magic caster, Fluter was widely known in the surrounding countries. However, his true strength was not clearly known. Fluter had not faced the kingdom in war before, and thus the kingdom's troops were never destroyed by magic. Thus many of the kingdom's nobles did not find Fluter important. Basically they thought he was mere propaganda. Those who thought this were high-ranking nobles who had no connections with adventurers or those with occupations related to magic. Count Lytton was one of them. To his knowledge, magic casters were a type of tricksters. Of course, priests alone were different. That is not the case. A magic caster that can fly and use large-scale attacks is extremely dangerous. It would also be painful to be hit from range. But unless it's a special case, magic casters would not do such things. However, the Empire's reception of Einzulgone is too strange. If he were a simple magic caster, they would not do this much. Thus I believe we should be cautious. The remaining man of the 6 great nobles, Margravier Ovana, spoke heavily. His pure white beard and his wrinkled face had a pressure that came from being an experienced man. In contrast to Count Lytton, he was the oldest, and had the most conviction in his words. Even Count Lytton nodded at his words. However, one man had a different opinion. What Einzulgone? As written said, what can one person do? If he flies in the sky we can simply shoot him down with arrows. The same if he stands at range. What can one simple magic caster do alone? Can one magic caster change the outcome of a war? Does earlier Ovana know of such a case? I have not. In actuality, he had not heard of such cases. Well, stories were an exception. Isn't that the answer? No matter how powerful, one person cannot affect the battlefield. What about a dragon? Marquis Bloomrush. He sent a fierce gaze as if he were looking at a fool. That magic caster is human, why did the idea of a dragon come out? No. He might rival an army by himself. When talking of humans, there is no meaning in talking about dragons. The premise is different. What are you thinking? Being cautious of one magic caster, Marquis Buyop glared at Gazef. Do you not think it is shameful for nobles of the kingdom to be scared of shadows? Marquis Buyop's words rang true. Several of the 6 great nobles nodded in agreement. What could one magic caster do? However, several people did not. Even if a normal magic caster could not, they were unsure that this magic caster could overturn their past preconceptions. Firstly, the envoy we sent to the magic caster has yet to return, so he probably was hostile then. The envoy has probably been killed. I believe so. Marquis Raven nodded. While it was publicly stated that the envoy went missing, His corpse was already recovered. No matter what happened, do we intend to fear a boorish man who killed an envoy of the kingdom? What, is that not the case? What do you mean? His pitch dropped as Marquis Buyop spoke to Marquis Raven. There was a large difference between his polite past reactions and his current. This was because Marquis Buyop viewed Marquis Raven as his equal. There is a possibility that the Empire had killed the envoy? To pull him to their side. Despite Marquis Raven saying this, the possibility was low. Renner agreed. The envoy was obviously bitten to death by a beast, but Evil Eye had said that there was no summoned beast nor monster that was large enough. Thus the possibility of this being the work of the Empire was low. The more probable answer was that they had incurred his wrath. That may be the case, but I do not think it is possible to change the fact that the magic caster was brought to the Empire and is being used as a pawn. If we invite that magic caster into the kingdom, Stranov, despite receiving such a high position in the Empire, he would betray them? If he has honor, he would not do such a thing. Only the lowest dreg of humanity would betray anyone. Without moving his gaze, Marquis Raven focused on one of the nobles in the corner of his eye. While thinking that if he said that one of them is here, it would feel great, he thought, filled with a certain dark emotion. If one is a part of the kingdom, yet audaciously betrays it, I would want to make that person meet a bad end. Agreed. Well, let's ignore that. More importantly, we have to think about the current war with the Empire. Let's get this conversation back on track. Marquis Buyop raised his voice. For example, what is the Empire planning and how the war on the plains will go? I believe that it will go as usual. The silent Rampasa III received Marquis Raven's gaze and spoke. I intend to do that. I believe that everyone understands why. The 6 great nobles nodded. Well, one did not seem to get it. The Empire's knights were heavily armored, and fought on horseback. Facing such an enemy, it would be foolish to battle on flat land like the Katsa Plains. It would be better to barricade themselves in Erantal, where the casualties would be fewer, and the chances of victory were higher. However, that was unacceptable to the kingdom. First was the problem of using a large number of commoners. Even though it was an important harvest period, they were forced to deploy to the battlefield. If they were not returned quickly to their work, the kingdom's economic power would deteriorate. Next was that feeding 200,000 men for extended periods was difficult even for Erantal. If they boarded themselves within the fortress, the Empire, which had plenty of magic casters, would use a different strategy. Since it was not clear what they would do, the results would be unpredictable. One might think that this was because 200,000 troops were used, but the Empire's knights were strong, and their trainings far surpassed the kingdom's. It would be dangerous to not activate 200,000 troops. That was why the kingdom had no choice. While they did the same as always and will accept the charge head-on, and it was the best choice for the kingdom. Understood. By the way, Your Majesty, the Empire's troops have been deployed. I see. It seems about time to let the peasants start working for their food. It is just as Count Lytton says. Let us ready our troops. How are your preparations, Marquis Buyop? There are no issues, Marquis Pespi. Mine can move immediately. Your Majesty. Then please move your troops. Now, Your Majesty. Who will have overall command? I do not mind if it is myself. While it was phrased as a question, it was different. In his words were a pressure telling Rampasa III to hand over the right to command. Rampasa III and Marquis Buyop. If asked who was better at command, many nobles would reply the latter. And Marquis Buyop's troops comprised of 1/5 of the army, 40,000 men. If the king were not present, the overall commander would be Marquis Buyop. However, the king was present. While it was natural for Rampasa III to have overall command, the nobles of the noble faction would not accept this so easily. At Marquis Buyop's pressuring question, Gazef's eyebrow twitched. Despite seeing that Marquis Buyop did nothing, to him Gazef was a commoner who knew how to swing a sword. He would originally not even permit him to be present in this room with the king and 6 great nobles. Marquis Raven. Yes. I shall leave it to the Marquis. Advance the troops to Katsa Plains and return them back safely. And I shall leave their deployment up to you. Understood. Marquis Raven received the order of Rampasa III and bowed. To Marquis Buyop it was like his desired position was stolen from him, but he could not complain about Marquis Raven. He knew his excellence, and it was difficult to disagree. And more importantly, Marquis Raven belonged to both factions. Several of Marquis Buyop's aides also owed Marquis Raven. Speaking up strongly in front of them would implant doubt in their minds. That was why Marquis Buyop agreed. Marquis Raven. I shall leave my troops to you. If you need anything, just say. Thank you very much, Marquis Buyop. I shall rely on you then. It was a meaningless exchange, but it was necessary for nobles. Then we shall end this here. Marquis Raven. I'm counting on you. Understood, Your Majesty. As the 6 great nobles left the room, the only ones remaining were Rampasso III and Gazef. Rampasso III slowly rotated his neck. Gazef heard creaking sounds. As he had released tension, the king had a relieved face. Good work, Your Majesty. Ah. I really am tired. Gazef made a wry smile. A small-scale war between the noble and royal factions had just occurred. This would make anyone tired. However, Rampasso III was a person more tired than most. Has he arrived yet? It would probably be difficult for him, right? True. When Rampasso III said this, the door was knocked on. The door was opened and the person they were talking about arrived. The one who entered the room was a disgustingly obese man. His hair was thin enough to reflect light, and the remaining strands were all white. His body was round enough to be called obese. His stomach was slaughtered in fat, and slabs of flesh hung beneath his chin. He was a disgusting man, but his eyes had the spark of wisdom. He was a man with a large disparity between his personality and appearance. Rampasso III gave that man a kind smile. Thank you for coming, Panasale. Your Majesty. The mayor of Irantal, Panasale, lowered his head. And then he shifted his gaze. It has been a while, Gazef Dono. Mayor. Thank you very much for that time. No. I should be the one to thank you. I am very grateful for your patrols of the nearby areas. You're not wheezing through your nose today? Your Majesty. Panasale made a wry smile. There is no point if I do that to someone I'm close to. And Your Majesty already knows. Sorry. Forgive me, Panasale. Now, I wanted to use some time to catch up, but we have none. So, sorry, but can we get to the point? Understood, Your Majesty. Before that, one question. Rampasso III gestured with his chin to continue. There is a young knight in white armor standing outside the door, but is it fine to not ask him to leave? While there was soundproofing, it was difficult to make it absolute. If he pressed his ear to the door, he might be able to pick something up from this important conversation. Hearing that, Rampasso III and Gazef immediately understood who he was talking about. The young man named Climb. It is fine. He guards my daughter from danger, and can be trusted. Panasale's gaze flicked to Gazef, and seeing him nodded, Panasale agreed. I see. Understood. Then. Shall we begin? No. The king hesitated but replied. No, one more person is coming. Can we wait until he arrives? Is that so? Then shall we first talk about the expenses of the provisions within the city? And I have papers about the projected national strength of the kingdom in 1 year based on the materials the Marquis provided. Yes. I want to get past the headache-inducing stuff first. And Panasale's words caused even a domestic affairs ignorant Gazef to frown. The amount of expenses would cause one to wonder if the kingdom was going to be all right. The effects of collecting a large number of provisions on the kingdom. And the largest problem was the deterioration of the national strength of the kingdom after the commoners returned home. Panasale's predictions, even his optimistic ones, were situations that would make one want to hide in a hole. Rampasso III understood this better than Gazef, and his face was strained. How did this? If the empire attacks again next year, the kingdom will move closer to fracturing. The number of peasants starving to death due to tax will rise rapidly, and if not taken seriously, the treasury will empty. Rampasso III placed his hand on his chin and hid his face. It was the result of several years of them responding to the empire however they liked. By the time they understood the empire's aim, it was far too late. Your Majesty. This is troubling. If I had acted sooner. If I had acted before the factions completely divided and those standing by me still had power. What foolishness. It was not that easy. Even if he had cleaned up then, the kingdom would probably have fallen into civil war, and when weakened, it would be swallowed up by the empire. This was the result of inaction of several generations of royalty. It was impossible to clean all that up in one. Silence fell in the dark room. And cutting it apart, were several knocks on the door. And Marquis Raven entered. I have made everyone wait. Marquis Raven, sorry for taking up your time. No, pay it no mind. It was the correct decision to throw it to me then. However, my apologies, I cannot stay here for long, so shall we solve the problems quickly? His snake-like face was cold as always, but Gazef felt human emotion in the man. He also confirmed that he liked the man. I was a fool for not being able to see this man's true personality. As Gazef regretted that fact, he recalled the conversation he had in the royal chambers before they left the capital. The four people that were assembled there, Rampasso III, Gazef, Renner, and Marquis Raven. The conversation he had with those two completely blew away all his preconceptions he had of the royal court. The shock of the fact that the man that Gazef hated the most was working the hardest for the king could not be described in one word. I have troubled both you and my daughter. While making a sincere expression and the sitting Marquis Raven, Rampasso III made a deep bow. Why, Your Majesty? Please stop this. I am someone who acted without Your Majesty's knowledge. I feel deep regret that I did not use different methods earlier. Marquis Raven. Allow me to apologize as well. Gazef bowed deeply. Without knowing Marquis Raven's true intent, I was deceived by your haughty demeanor, and I have nurtured disrespect for you. Please forgive this fool. Gazef Dono, paid it no mind. Even if you say that. Marquis Raven detected a deep sense of regret hidden inside Gazef's words. Then only giving Gazef some form of punishment would give him relief. Marquis Raven nodded and head several times in understanding. And he gave Gazef his punishment. Understood. I have called you Gazef Dono for a long time. Not Stranov Dono. Now allow me to call you Gazef Dono as friends. I deeply respect you after all. A punishment that was not a punishment. His eyes were nothing more than decorative holes in his head if he could not see this man's true worth. While thinking that, Gazef spoke words of gratitude that came from his heart. Thank you very much, Marquis Raven. Discerning that Gazef's words had the utmost respect inside, Marquis Raven said nothing. Anything more would be Gazef's problem. Now shall we hurry up and begin, Your Majesty? Confirming that Rampasso III nodded, Marquis Raven began to speak again. First is about the adventurer called Momin who is Ein Zulgon's disciple. The chance that Ein Zulgon sent him to contact the kingdom is high, just as Renner Denka says. About that, we have contacted Momin, but he said that he is not related to whatever his master does. I see. Then contact is impossible. Is it possible that by apologizing to Momin, we will be indirectly apologizing to Ein Zulgon? It's probably impossible, Your Majesty. According to what the mayor says, his attempts at catching the kingdom's eye probably failed. He now completely belongs to the empire. Saying that, Rampasso collapsed into his chair. One cannot think of Ein Zulgon as a mere magic caster. He is probably a magic caster that commands great power. It would be best to think of him as someone who rivals landfall. Peace and alliance, and by granting territory to Ein Zulgon we can make him an obvious enemy. That was Renner Sama's plan, right? Yes. While he has become part of the empire, he has been granted such a high position so they probably understand his danger. Thus if we make an encirclement he should not be able to escape. Amongst the forms of power, influence was unique in that the stronger one's influence became, the stronger the opposition's influence became. If Ein Zulgon gained territory and used his great power, his danger level would increase and more would become his enemy. So will this city be ceded over? Panasale asked this in an unreadable voice. As mayor, his emotions were complicated. I hope we do not have to do that. I hope that this war goes well, and as peace agreements we can grant him the territory between the Empire and Erental. The problem is what will the nobles say? If we are defeated to a certain extent they will probably accept it. If not they will believe that Your Majesty desired to run away from it all. Basically Marquis Raven. There will be a need to be defeated to a certain extent in this war. Exactly. Gazef Dono. It would be nice if we can reduce the noble faction's power. The room once again fell into silence. Everyone could understand Marquis Raven's words rationally. It was very important. However, it was difficult to emotionally accept it. Defeat would mean the deaths of the many citizens drafted from the kingdom. The deaths of several hundred, thousands, tens of thousands of people. While on paper, it was not a large number, but as long as one had the slightest imagination, they would be able to hear the cries of their countless relatives. Since a certain amount of deaths are already unavoidable, it cannot be helped. Then we shall collaborate with the Empire, and from there, sow discord between Ainzulgoan and the Empire. That will be the best way to protect the kingdom's future." The kingdom had no other choice. While the other countries were in turmoil, the kingdom would recover its strength. And if one of the two became an enemy, the other would become an ally. If possible, they would like to ally with the Empire. While this was based on the premise that they would have friendly relations after the war, this was not strange. Wars were a method of negotiation between countries. It was like how the weaker person would listen to the stronger one after a fight. Of course, that might not be the case in a world with only humans. Differences in race, religion or language might cause them to war till extinction. However, this world did not have only humans. They had the existences known as monsters and countries made by demi-humans. There were even undead that hated the living and several beings that towered over humans. In such a world, it would be foolish to destroy the races that had the most similar sense of values to oneself. If one thought of race as a class, it would be best to coexist. However, even the same race would find differences and war would break out even between those with the same values. That was why they wanted to make an alliance with the Empire. To those who talked with Renner, Ainzulgoan was someone stronger than Landfall and could destroy a country by himself. There was no way that such a person was human. No, he might be human, but someone who exceeded humanity was no longer human. If they were to form an alliance, it would be best to form one with a race with the same values. Forming an alliance with another species would be last resort. When everyone forced themselves to accept this, Marquis Raven recalled something. And another thing. I wanted to talk about someone related to Ainzulgoan, someone known as Bloodstained. Ooh. I wanted to talk about this to His Majesty as well. What is he? Yes. She is, Bloodstained, Henry, a mercenary troop leader in Carney Village. Carney Village? Gazef recalled the time when he had met Ainz in that village for the first time. It was a village that was attacked, and there did not seem to be anyone who would be called Bloodstained. Yes. Bloodstained Henry is a person who commands monsters such as goblins and ogres. Hearing about her relation to demi-humans, Gazef immediately understood that there was some connection between Bloodstained Henry and Ainz. I see. This Henry and Ainzulgoan are related. That is the question. Some nobles have received information that Bloodstained Henry is related to Ainzulgoan. And some of them have said to capture her. That is dangerous. We do not want to anger him any further. Shall I make up a reason? No. Send out the order to capture. The gazes of three people fell on Marquis Raven. Should they anger Ainzulgoan any further, it would be questionable if they could have friendly relations after the war. If the Empire does not agree to an anti-Ainz coalition, they would make an alliance with Ainz to usurp the Empire. Even though they wanted to form an alliance with him, angering Ainz any further would be extremely dangerous. On top of releasing information, that moment was the one who leaked it. I see. If we do not give the order, the noble faction will be annoyed. It would be troublesome if enmity was left with the Frontier Marquis. So we release that information as a form of apology. Yes. Exactly. If possible, we should tell Marquis Buyop this so that they send out an idiot of the noble faction. Overlord First Half Chapter 96, Massacre Part 2. There was an encampment right in the middle of the plains. Making a simple fence with felled trees, the tents formed a circle within. And built with other trees were three unstable-looking watchtowers leaning lazily within the camp. The well-made tents were set up in the center, and the dilapidated ones were hung on the outside. However, the number of tents seemed large enough to contain 1,000 men, and the encampment was quite large. The moon was climbing up into the sky, and many men were tired from the long march and fell into deep sleep. Inside such a quiet encampment, one person's voice could be heard in the center area. There, a large fire was burning. The crimson fire stretched to the sky, and countless sparks fell away into the darkness like stars falling to the ground. The surrounding darkness could not move close to its light. As the fire burned, there were men waiting for the next watch. It was not a few men, but 100 of them. Considering the scale of the camp, this was a small number, but their presence was strongly felt amongst the looming darkness. Those men talked amongst themselves as they waited for time to pass. Even if whispering, combined, they made quite the ruckus. The sound of the camp was created by the conversation of the night watch. Far on the outskirts the encampment where even its sound could just barely be carried by the wind. In the area between the fence and tents, 3 soldiers were patrolling. The three walked with similar lanterns attached to their waist and spears in hand. Their patrol was without caution, and was extremely lackadaisical. However, that, in a way, could not be helped. On top of this being open grasslands, and it being under the bright moonlight, there was no way that any large number of people could approach. Since there were no shadows of people or beasts, there was no reason to be on guard. And if it were only the three of them on patrol, they might be more cautious. But they were not the only ones. If they looked around, they could immediately see the lantern light of the other groups. Basically their night patrol was to patrol the outer rim with a team of 3. It was a simple job. They were not even nervous. They were patrolling along the fence, but they would occasionally stare at their lanterns like they were looking at a troublemaker. The light from the moon was stronger, and the lantern light was instead creating more shadows. They would like to turn it off and walk, but should they do that, it would signal to the men in the watchtowers that there was an unusual situation. Considering that, they could not turn it off. One of the soldiers held his spear with his knees as he adjusted his clothes. He then looked up at the starry sky. Isn't it a bit cold? His breath did not turn white, but he felt the night steal away his warmth. The man next to him laughed. This is quite warm for me though. In the place that the two were born, this would still be warm. It was a bit envious. The other man smiled at them and spoke. Our clothes are bad. It would be nice if we had something thicker. Yeah. Thicker ones would be nice. As simple farmers, there was no way they could have armor if they were not distributed it. The best they could do for protection was thick clothing. Of course, it was questionable if there would be an effect when facing weapons, but it was better than nothing. I don't have thick clothing. At that downhearted voice, a question was asked. What do you do in winter? If you go out in midwinter wearing that, you're gonna die, you know? Yes. Their village was located in the far north of the kingdom. Winter there would cut into one's skin. The man who said that it was cold would probably freeze to death. You had one earlier, right? The patchwork one. I gave that to my brother. In preparation for the harvest. All of them fell silent and faced downwards. They could not laugh at that. It was something they could not do as farmers. They were in the same situation. Their voices quietened, and they talked about sensitive subjects. It's slowly getting harder. The harvest is getting fewer and fewer. I wonder if everyone will end the harvest fine. That would be nice. But it's difficult. Having rotten fruits be the first thing you see after returning is the worst. I wanted to avoid that this time. Well, we can do nothing except say that we are dead and hide several people. If even a few men can remaining, the harvest will be much better. Yeah, nothing but that. That is dangerous though. Yeah, it's dangerous. There's a fine. I heard such a thing happened at the village over. But, our current life is dangerous too. Even if we survive the war, we will starve in the village. Do you want to die like that? Really sorry. If this continues, I can't feed my family. I don't want this. I don't want war, really. War can't be helped. The problem is the lack of intelligence of those pieces of shit. They are only thinking of squeezing us farmers and telling us to spit out taxes. Those great nobles. As he spat on the ground, the man spoke in a hushed but forceful voice. It was smothered in hatred. This was natural of the oppressed. While they were unhappy that they were gathered here was war, it was for the sake of protecting their country and to quell the fires of war before it reached their village and so they could bear with it. But then tax reductions and rewards would be nice. Without those, and taking the normal amount of tax, it was natural for them to wonder why they suffered. The three sighed in unison. Why did they have such a life? Well, but, our luck might be good? Why? We are not heading to the war zone. We just need to capture a woman called Henry, right? But why do we need this many people? It's just one woman, right? It's because they are the troops of nobles and so all of them have come, right? Most aren't from any nearby villages. Ah yeah. I felt a few familiar faces. And so our luck is. A sudden wind blew past. The tent flaps caught it and fluttered. The torches raised cries of anger at gust of wind that almost extinguished them. What a strong wind. Unconsciously, they looked in the direction the wind came from. Of course, wind had to form or shape. It was on reflex. Laughing at himself, the man adjusted his blown hair and spoke to his friend. However, there was no response. Why were they looking seriously at the other side of the fence? On the other side of the fence was grasslands. They had looked as they walked, But there was nothing there. If there was, they would not be chatting. Then what? As the question welled up, he looked at the end of his friend's gazes. And he froze. She probably knew that she was noticed. She raised and offered a greeting. "Cheese." A woman's voice. When did she appear in the middle of the grassland? One village girl. She was standing not far from the wooden barricade. Beneath the moonlight, her figure was clear. She was certainly cute, but not a beauty. Her face would be amongst the best in a village. Her clothes were nothing special. Taken as a whole, she was a simple village girl. If not for the place she were. Oi oi. To the farmers conscripted as soldiers, this was an impossible scene. Why would a village girl be this far from a village? It was impossible for a village girl to be standing alone in a place where adventurers patrolled and where encounters with beasts and monsters were common. If she were armed or had 100 men with they would be worried. But she had no weapons or armor. Only simple hemp clothes, and not even a knife. A monster? They had such a thought. Was this not a monster in a village girl's clothing? And their question disappeared. "Hellos. I'm Bloodstained Enrys." A strange girl raised her hand in a wave. The words "that girl," Enry said, sunk in. The name Enry, wasn't that the name of the person the nobles said to capture? Why was such a person here? Their question changed into a sense of dread. And Enry's next words confirmed it. "Well. Since you wanted to capture me, I came here first. And I don't want to be captured, so I'll smash you all to pieces." She made a bright smile. Due to the contrast of the bright moonlight and dark night, that smile was extremely creepy. However, she was alone. They had 1,000 men. They could win. As if making fun of those thoughts, Enry spoke. "By the way, where did they come from?" Behind Enry, several hideous goblins appeared. There were 30 of them. They wore bright red caps and iron shoes. In their hands were axes. Bathed in the moonlight, they shined a light blue. "I'm not alone. These are the red caps I asked Ein Sama to summons. Enemy attack. It's Bloodstained Enry." His friend yelled. So did the man. "Over here. Bloodstained Enry and some monsters. Now, let's start with the bangs. Blow up flame." With the sound of hitting a water balloon, the encampment brightened in an instant. One of the watchtowers burst into flames like a giant torch. Several men fell from the top as burnt corpses. "Over here." As the men yelled in fear, they ran away from Enry. On top of their desire for war being thin, being shown such a scene made them lose their remaining morale. To them, magic casters were people that wielded unfathomable power and were existences that weapons held no effect against. How was their luck good? Swearing at themselves, the men ran as they repeatedly cried out. All the while thinking, as long as someone came, he would be used as a shield to protect themselves. Bloodstained Enry used Majavik. "Over here." As she looked at the men with a smile, but also a cold glint in her eyes, she rubbed her face a few times. Confirming that her mask was not off, she apathetically ordered the red caps. "Go. Kill most of them. But leave the bodies as intact as possible. Ein Sama wants to recover them for experiments." "Understood." Once the red caps responded in unison, they slowly walked towards the encampment. "Most of themes you know? We have to let some of them live so that they never attack Bloodstained Enry again, you knows?" The red caps nodded and dashed out. Their voices were filled with bloodlust. Will they really not kill everyone?" Hearing the constant stream of screams and wails, she was worried. However, that ended a mere 7 minutes later. By that time, the encampment was soaked in blood, and 10 shadows managed to limp out. Over 1,000 humans were killed by a mere 30 monsters. In just 7 minutes. Killing humans that were not all charging at them, but also the ones running away and trying to hide, it was like a joke. One that showed the sheer difference in ability. This is suitable for Bloodstained Enrys. As she looked at the red caps in front of her, she whispered to herself. The caps on their head reeked of blood. She narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. Nows, you will keep an eye on this place. It would be a waste if they were carried off by wild animals. I'll head back and get some people to collect this." Seeing that the red caps bowed in response, the woman dashed away. Her destination was of course, the great underground tomb of Nezarek. The woman was running on 2 legs at first, but beneath the moonlight, her figure slowly changed to a beast with 4. After a few seconds, a wolf dashed through the plains. 3 days later, early morning. About the time when the morning sun shone upon the ground. Even in the place called the Kotsa Plains, the sun gave them its mercy. The Kotsa Plains had the scent of freshly turned earth despite having little to no plants growing. It was also known for being a dangerous place where undead monsters came out at sundown. In such a flat place, there was a massive eye-catching building. Surrounding it was a large and sturdy wall made of thick logs. On the other side of the wall flew countless flags. Of these, the most numerous were the flags bearing the insignia of the Baharuth Empire. There were countless of them set up. It was natural. This was the garrison that could hold even 60,000 knights. The Empire had mobilized 60,000 knights for this operation. The garrison could house all of them, which itself spoke volumes about the base's size. It was not an overstatement to call it a solid castrum. Large amounts of earth was piled together to form a strong defense that was difficult to destroy. While similar hills did exist in the plains, they were not as effective as this one. This pile of earth was the result of magic. Even the Baharuth Empire, which had adopted a national strategy of increasing the number of their magic casters, could not complete work like this in a short time. This pile of earth was the result of several years of the Empire's war. The result of making encampments in the same place and using magic to make earthen defenses. The kingdom had no answer to the creation of this castrum, simply because they had no spare manpower or resources to attack the garrison. Without using magic, it would be a large project to return the earth to normal, and attention would have to be paid to the undead that appeared. Basically, ignoring it would be financially easier. 3 hippogriffs flew in the skies above that massive castrum. They began with a wide aerial orbit, followed by a slow descent. Any knight would know that this was the ceremonial descent of the Royal Air Guard, troops under the Emperor's direct command. An emissary of the Empire was about to land. The 3 hippogriffs and the ones on their backs landed in a corner of the castrum. There, 10 knights were already waiting. It was a suitable number of people considering that they were welcoming a messenger of emissary of the Empire. One fully armored man jumped from the back of the hippogriff and landed as the other knights felt shock run through them. Once he removed his helmet and revealed his handsome features, everyone immediately knew who he was. No, they would know even if he kept it on. Just by looking at his special armor. The wind lightly tossed his blonde hair, and his eyes were as blue as the sea. His mouth, which suggested an iron will, was tightly shut. He was the picture of the perfect knight. There was no knight who did not know who this man was. More importantly, there was nobody who did not know about the full plate armor he wore. It was made of the rare metal adamantite, and further enchanted with powerful magic. There were only a few suits of armor like this in the Empire. The wearer of this armor was one of the highest-ranking knights in the Empire. He was one of the Empire's 4 knights, Violent Gale Nimble Arc de Lanark. "I seek your supreme commander. Do you know where he is?" Nimble asked the arriving knight in a sharp yet refreshing tone. "Yes. As he is busy with the preparations for today's war, I have representing General Cobain who is heading here now." "I see. Then. Has the Archduke arrived here as well?" "Sir. No sir. The Archduke has not been sighted here." "Understood." Nimble sighed in relief. Then, another man arrived. He was an old man whose hair was pure white, and he had a dignified air about him. Although he was armored like all the other knights, he gave off a completely different impression from them. One could say that he looked like a noble, rather than a soldier. One could feel that the man surrounded by several bodyguards had a certain authority to him. "Welcome, Nimble." The broad smile on his face made him seem even more like a noble than a knight. His voice was calm, far too out of place on a grim place like the battlefield. "General Cobain." Nimble responded in the approved ceremonial fashion. "Not Elinim Sua Cobain." He was a noble who had been overshadowed by others, but the previous emperor had recognized him for his talents and placed him in command of the 2nd Legion. Although he was not possessed of martial valor as a person, he was famed for his ability to command, with rumors saying that he had never lost a battle. With him in command, the 2nd Legion enjoyed very high morale. In fact, the knights accompanying Cobain were unable to hide their respect for him in every move they made. "I am very grateful that the highest-ranked commander of this expedition, the general, is willing to meet me." The Imperial Army was divided into 8 legions, and every legion's commanding officer was bestowed the title of general. The general of the 1st Legion was known as the Field Marshal, and he was the commander-in-chief of the entire Imperial Army. If the 1st Legion, If the field marshal was not present, the general of the next legion would assume his position as the overall commanding officer. That was to say, General Cobain of the 2nd Legion was in command of the entire Imperial Army. No, Nimble. Dispense with the formalities. You're here on His Imperial Majesty's orders, right? You're not under my command. You need only speak to me as an equal. Even as he said that, Nimble smiled bitterly. The Imperial Army was loyal first to the Emperor, and then the Field Marshal. Cobain was beneath, third in line. Then what position were the Empire's strongest 4 knights? Considering that they were under the direct command of the Emperor, they were equivalent to a general. However, in terms of age, experience and prestige, none of them were equal to Cobain. It was very difficult for him to treat Cobain as merely an equal unless an outsider were present. Seeing Nimble's troubled face, Cobain smiled. Well, did I say the impossible? Well, even I would be angry if one did not take a mission seriously. Now, let's end the small talk. Nimble, why are you here today? Yes, it is not an important reason. My mission is to meet with the Archduke to hand him a letter, and burn his fighting prowess into my mind. Ooh, the Archduke. I have a question, when will he arrive? The kingdom has begun to arrange their troops. The battle will begin soon. The Archduke will begin the war. That was the mission Jircianov had given him before his expedition. There was one difficult problem. Depending on the situation, he might have to obey the Archduke's orders. Well, Nimble. Just who is the Archduke? Cobain asked the question he had on his mind. It was not just Cobain, anyone who had some level of authority in the Empire wondered this as well. Who was Archduke Heinz Ulgon? The Empire was currently using various methods to cut away the power of the nobles. The large portion of the finance of the current expedition was ordered to be paid by them. This was to tighten the noose around their necks. And as if time was flowing backwards, the new and greatest position of Archduke was created for a man. According to rumors, he was a powerful magic caster and had extreme firepower. And that even Fluter was so attracted by it that he had thrown away his position to become his disciple. Of course, Cobain was not clear whether this was truth or lies. The only certain thing was that Fluter had left his position. And it seems that he had indeed become that man's disciple. Nimble made no response. The knight saw that and thought that it was a state secret. However, Cobain, who had an excellent eye, saw that the silence was caused by confusion and fear. A person who could make the 4 knights quiver in fear. Cobain could not imagine what sort of person that would be. No, it would be easier to understand if his observations and guesses were incorrect. That the 4 knights were afraid of that man. As Cobain was thinking such thoughts, one knight ran over. The emblem engraved on his breastplate showed that he was of a high position within the knights. And he was running over here alone. General. What's going on? Is it an emergency? Sir. A carriage flying the flag of the Archduke has arrived at the main gate. What should we do? The knight's eyes turned to Nimble. Cobain looked at him as well. On his part, Nimble nodded. Understood, let them through. Sir. Then. Do we need to inspect the carriage? Nobody could enter the castrum without being cleared by the sentries. The normal procedure was to use magic to check the personnel in question, to ensure they were not intruders disguised by illusions. This was the standard procedure in the country where magic casters had become a pillar of the country. Thus it was natural for even the Archduke to be investigated, normally. Why did this knight purposely come over to ask? Cobain glanced to Nimble again. His reply was what he expected. General. The Archduke is an important person. I believe you know this, but please, let him pass without trouble, please. There is no need to ask. Let the Archduke pass immediately. Yes. The knight replied immediately. And Cobain felt relief emanate off of him. Did a carriage that could cause the knight to waver appear? Cobain could not stop his curiosity to see such a terrifying thing. And his curiosity of the Archduke that demanded such treatment only grew. An amazing carriage slowly moved towards Cobain as if being guided. And without looking away, Nimble spoke. Everyone, please present arms. What? Cobain's expression said. According to the law, the Archduke may be of a higher position. And depending on the situation, he may have to listen to the Archduke's orders. And that was why if he was included in the army with his current position, the chain of command would be disrupted. That was why it was rare to present arms on the battlefield. Should they see their commander present arms, they would be under the impression that that person was higher in rank. That was the tacit understanding in war. And besides that, he was ordered to present arms, a right that was reserved only for the emperor. It was an unreasonable request, but looking at Nimble's expression and attitude, he was not doing this because he wanted to. Basically, the Archduke was a man who should be treated as such. And this was probably related to the right to command the army that only the emperor could give. "Gentlemen, please present your arms." Hearing Cobain's order, the conflicted knights heaved sighs of relief. If it was an order, they just had to follow it. There was no need to think. Seeing Nimble become relieved as well, Cobain removed his helm and prepared to present arms. As everyone removed their helms, the carriage came slowly to a stop. Cobain had only one word for the carriage in front of them: stupendous. There was probably no other carriage like it in the Empire. Its intricate decorations stuck out in various places. It was a bit over the top, but that was the viewpoint of an ex-commoner, Cobain, who had lived a plain life. If it were a noble, they would probably have different thoughts. He could tell that the Archduke's treasury was on another level at a glance. The coachman was indeed strange. Cobain nodded as he saw how the knight was worried. The coachman was completely covered in a crimson hood. His face was hidden in shadow, and while he did not even glance towards them, he gave off a strange air. His few movements made him feel more like a golem than human. And under the gazes of everyone, the carriage door opened and one man came out. Seeing that man, Cobain and the knights were shocked. It was an old man. His previous white robe was changed to a black one and several sparkling crystals hung from his neck. The waves of magic emanating from his staff splashed against Cobain and the knight's skin. His two hands each had a ring with a large gem embedded into it and his gloves shined golden. It was impossible to mistake this man. He was the magic caster that the Empire was proud of. And yet he abdicated his position as the head magic caster to become the Archduke's disciple. Fluter Paradine. The strongest magic caster that could leave his name in history. It was true that Cobain, and some of the knights, heard about Fluter becoming the Archduke's disciple. However, they did not think that they would meet here. The magic caster of magic casters in the Empire that had been working for it since they were children. After he had thrown aside his job to become the Archduke's disciple, even in the battlefield, it still felt that he outranked all of them. Fluter ignored the shocked Cobain and spoke towards the carriage. "Master, we have arrived." "Ah, yes, my disciple." A reply came from inside as a man slowly appeared. He wore similar clothes as Fluter. He wore a black robe, clutched a staff that was well crafted yet not gaudy, and a silver necklace. However, his face was covered in a strange mask. The most eye-catching parts were his hands. The left gauntlet was an evil-looking thing that resembled the hand of some demonic life form. It seemed to be made out of some sort of ominous black metal which was covered in twisted thorns. Its fingertips were sharpened into points, and the dirty radiance surrounding it seemed vaguely metallic, but resembled some sort of strange secretion. Just a single look filled all who saw it with a distasteful feeling, like their very souls were rejecting it. In contrast, the right gauntlet looked like the pure, immaculate hand of a maiden. It was white in color and its slender proportions were covered in elaborate gold embroidery, which further emphasized its exquisite beauty. It drew the eye like bees to honey, and just like seeing a world-class beauty, the onlookers felt like they might lose their souls to it. Cobain immediately understood. Not with his heart, but with his soul. That this was the magic caster the Emperor was wary of. That this man required the utmost respect. The knights near him shivered as if being pierced by ice. The ones looking at him from afar made audible gulps. The heat that accompanied the beginning of war, and its accompanying hustle and bustle all disappeared. With just one person. Just by one mask-wearing noble appearing, their skin felt like it would freeze over. No matter how many wars, how many monsters or how many strong opponents one faced, they would all feel a fear like that of a child being scolded by a parent. As everything fell silent, the sound of a ramp being placed blasted in the air. No, it was their instincts as animals that forced them to focus on every detail that made it such a loud sound. "Is he human?" The whispers echoed loudly in the silence. However, all the humans present agreed with that voice that disappeared into the wind. There was no way that a human would strongly activate their primal instincts to this level. Ainz slowly stepped onto the earth as he pushed aside his mantle. His black mantle fluttered, as if it were a pair of black wings. Welcome, Archduke." Nimble kneeled and bowed his head. His voice wavered, clearly in fear. Yes. One of the Empire's strongest, the four knights, was quivering in fear. However, No one thought it was strange. They were doing the same thing after all. The Archduke. The man sitting the position that did not exist until now. A great magic caster whose power made even Fluter submit. Everyone here understood this from the bottom of their hearts and souls. Everyone, present arms. As if pulled by the downward-facing Nimble's voice, everyone quickly kneeled. Those who were not present, and those who happened to see this, all felt a sense of panic. As silence fell, a muffled voice rang. Thank you, raise your heads. However, no one did so. As silence fell again, the same voice could be heard. Raise your heads. Or rather, I don't mind if you stand. Everyone raised their heads and stood up at his voice. Or rather they shot up. I am Archduke Heinz Ulgon. I shall be imposing on you from now on. Rather than an asking tone, his voice was imposing. However, everyone thought that it was natural. As they did so, Nimble spoke. Welcome to the castrum, Archduke Gon. Heinz gazed curiously at Nimble, and asked Fluter. Fluter? He is? Yes. One of the Empire's strongest, the Four Knights. Fearscale, Nimble Arc de Lanark. Strongest? Of course, in the Empire. A dry laugh echoed out. Fluter. We of Massacre are also part of the Empire. Oh, my apologies. Can I evaluate him based on that, then? He is a simple knight. It was pitiful. However, Nimble remained silent. He did not even feel vexed. It was natural. After seeing the power of Massacre and the true face of the man beneath the mask, he could not say anything. However, this was not because the heart of Fearscale had broken. Would a human become frustrated if they lost to an elephant in tug-of-war? Would anyone be angry if they lost to a dolphin in a swimming contest? Defeat was natural. Nimble was silent because he accepted this. The race called humans could not defeat Heinz Ulgon. The strongest human hero that Nimble knew, Fluter Paradine, had thrown himself to the feet of Heinz. It was impossible for humans to defeat such an existence. It would have been better if I told Jrcnv. He could have put on something nicer. Master. What is it, Fluter? That person's armor is the best in the Empire, and there is nothing better. Does Jrcnv not put enough money into magic? Archduke. Shall we end it there? The tension raised several levels. Excluding Heinz and Fluter, everyone's brows dampened with sweat. I'm dead. Cobain believed that he would die. But still, due to his loyalty for Jrcnv, he had to make a correction. I understand your position, but do you not think that these words are suitable for comrades who will soon be fighting together? And His Excellency does provide enough funds. If you still think so, do you not believe that it is the fault of the one in charge until now? Cobain sent Fluter a gaze that transmitted his thoughts. It was ironic. Isn't your disciple useless? If he said that much, the Archduke's anger was guaranteed. However, as long as he did something, the Archduke would become the weapon of the Emperor. That loyalty quashed Cobain's fear. Fight together? At Heinz's troubled words, Cobain frowned slightly. Why was that the point he was complaining about? Why did he not say anything about Cobain's sarcasm? Why, do I have to fight together with you? What do you mean? Firstly, do you know that I have permission to start off the war? I have heard that from the Emperor? Then there is no need to fight together. They did not understand each other's words. When the two were filled with questions, Fluter spoke out. My master is saying this. He shall end this war with his own troops, the empires are not needed. Silence fell. Such audacious words. The kingdom was sending out 200,000 troops. How many troops would one need to face that many? Ignoring the shocked Cobain, Nimble politely took out a letter from his breast pocket. The seal on top of the wax was that of the Emperor. Archduke. I have a letter from the Emperor. Hearing that, Heinz fell to one knee. It was an extremely natural act, and was a sight to behold. The one shocked by the show of loyalty was Nimble. He honestly did not believe that he would see such a sight. It was natural. Could such a powerful existence, with such powerful subordinates, truly submit himself to the Emperor? Nimble could only imagine him casually taking the letter from his hands with a tinge of disdain. They could not believe that such a high-ranking person would make such a loyal gesture so naturally. He had heard from Busywood that Heinz was an extremely wise person. It appeared that his etiquette was perfect as well. Heinz asked the shaken Nimble. Will you not read it out? Nimble realized that he was stuck in his own thoughts.
Apologies.
This is a personal letter from the Emperor to the Archduke, and so I have no authority to read it. I would have liked you to say that earlier.
My apologies.
After Ainz had muttered his dissatisfaction, Nimble apologized. This was indeed Nimble's fault. If one heard that the Emperor had a letter for them on the battlefield, it would not be strange for it to be taken as an important order. Then apart from extreme situations, it was expected to show one's loyalty for the Emperor. Ainz's expression of loyalty strengthened Cobain and the knight's good impression of him. While their fear was strong, and he felt arrogant, he could show respect at appropriate times. The image of him being a splendid person was burned into their minds. It was the same thing as a person who normally did bad things suddenly acting nice, which caused others to think that he was actually a nice person. Ainz stood up, took the letter from Nimble and casually pocketed it without opening it. This caused Nimble to raise a cry of surprise. "If I don't read it now?" Ainz gazed at Nimble. What? Well, this. It's a letter from a friend, and so I shall read it slowly when I have time." "I see. That makes sense." Cobain added in from the side. It was understandable, as he had not come to war as a friend, but as the Archduke. "It seems you are quite the reasonable person. Fluter? It seems I said too much earlier. I have just become a noble of the Empire. I have yet to learn about the details of the magic system within the Empire." No. I sincerely apologize for my rude words earlier." Did you say anything rude?" Such a generous person." Cobain felt pure admiration. It meant that he had not forgotten his disciple's previous position and apologized for going overboard. "Fluter, did he say something rude earlier?" Fluter answered with a smile. He understood his master's intention and thus responded according to his will. "No. Nothing at all." "My gratitude, Archduke." In response, Ainz waved his hand. It was nothing. That was what he was saying. Well, now if you want to do that, then let's do it. Then as I want to begin preparations for war, will you mind if I call my troops over?" "Of course, Archduke." Cobain's voice was filled with visible approval. "However, when will they be able to arrive? If more time is needed, I have to talk with the other generals after all." Ainz tilted his head. "Before that, how will the war proceed?" "It is a pre-arranged war with the kingdom, and thus we have taken formation like that of a battle. This time, the generals will meet on the battlefield and make the final proclamations. Afterwards, the battle will start." "I see. So the final proclamations will have nothing to do with me, right?" "Yes, but if you wish for it, there will be no problems if you announce it." No, that's fine. I have one role. Release the first attack on the kingdom. Now, that is enough of my questions. In response to yours, allow me to answer, General. They will arrive now." "What do you mean, Archduke?" Ignoring the questioning gazes, Ainz chanted magic. It was, "Message. Shaltir. Open, gate, and call the troops over." Ainz's eyes within the mask gazed at Cobain. "Now, General. Apologies for the suddenness, but could you let my troops enter?" Cobain made a dubious face as he felt something connect and heard a voice. This was an emergency message from the magic caster located at the watchtower. "General Cobain. Troops have been seen at the rear." Hearing that, Cobain looked at Ainz. He knew the answer, but he had to confirm. "Whose troops?" "The flag is the Archduke's." It was suddenly stuck out from a dark hole. A dark hole? A question formed in his head. However, since the Archduke's troops were here, they could not be kept waiting outside. And the person in question had asked for permission to call for his troops, and keeping them waiting could be taken as a show of contempt. "I see. Then open the gates and invite them." Cobain's gaze flickered to the gate. "How many are there?" About 300. Few. Cobain thought that the Empire had 60,000, the kingdom, 200,000. This was too few. Cobain glanced at Ainz out of the corner of his eye. There was probably a reason why he had called for only 300 men. As the door was slowly opened, that thought flashed through Cobain's mind. The door opened, and everything fell silent. The excitement of war was blown out of water. A silent, heavy atmosphere ruled the land. As if silence had exploded. The only things that could be heard was the voice of something unknown and defeating silence. The eyes of the knights that peeked out through the slits were all staring at one thing. That was the new noble that was often in rumors. The troops of Einzulgone. Their numbers were small. About 300. However, no one was foolish enough to laugh at them. The troops were a strange sight. Probably due to the contrast between black and white. The white was a 3-meter-long collection of human bones. Countless bones were interconnected to form the shape of a quadruped with a long neck, a dragon. And it slowly moved forward. The black was a 2-meter-tall knight riding on top. Their left hands held a giant tower shield that hid 3/4 of their body, and their right hands held a flamberge. The black armor that covered their giant bodies were engraved in crimson patterns that resembled blood vessels. They moved in unison without reins, as if the knight and the dragon beneath were of one mind. The knights knew the name of the undead that was shaped like a dragon. This was as the knights were tasked with monster extermination within their borders. It was important to tell the difference between an enemy that could be defeated and one that could not be, and thus knowledge of monsters was highly prized. The knights had attended lectures. Amongst the knowledge that was hammered into them, one of them was the name of this undead. It cannot be defeated, so do not engage. If this monster is seen, immediately hire the best adventurers. That was the evaluation of the monster known as the skeletal dragon. Then what were the fearful creatures riding them? If there was one of them, the surroundings would not be this silent. The number of the troops of the dead numbered 300. While their numbers were small, each could match 1,000 men. "This is my army, General." Seeing the speechless figures of the knights and Cobain, Ainz enthusiastically introduced them. Overlord First Half Chapter 97, Massacre Part 3. The two armies formed their battle lines along the gentle slopes of the Kotsta Plains, staring each other down. The kingdom had 200,000 and the empire had 60,000. There was a huge difference between their troops. The kingdom had too many, and the empire had too few. Yet neither showed any sign of apprehension. The kingdom did indeed have an overwhelming number of troops. However, in terms of individual strength, the empire had the advantage. The soldiers conscripted had only been to this battlefield and had not learned how to use weapons. Most had no armor and went only with weapon in hand. There were few that were not scared of the battlefield. In contrast, the knights were equipped in full armor and were forged by training after training and battlefield after battlefield. In a war, most had come here prepared. If there was such a stark difference in physical abilities and morale, overwhelming troop numbers were not enough to secure an advantage. Even so, it was a simple fact that there was a vast disparity in the military power of both sides. Although it would not be a problem if they could fight forever without fatigue, they were only human. Once they got tired, even the difference in their individual abilities would eventually be caught up too. And the Empire did not wish to lose any knights. One could understand this just by considering the amount of time needed to train a knight. A conscript and a knight. The loss was of a different scale. Moving this many soldiers during the harvest period would result in the national power being lowered. The cost of having such a large war, and to learn of the nobles that he should be wary of, Jrcnv had acted. And so even if the Empire retreated, they would still maintain an advantage. That was why most of the wars have ended with them glaring at each other. This would be the same. Or some half of the kingdom's nobles naively believed. Usually after some light skirmishes, the Empire would charge once and then retreat. However, after the knights had deployed from the castrum, they had not moved. "They're not moving." Marquis Raven stood beside Gazef, speaking quietly as he surveyed the Empire's formation. This place was the safest place in the formation since it was surrounded by Gazef's elite warriors and Marquis Raven's personal soldiers. That was why Marquis Raven could calmly look at the Empire's knights. While he had said that they were not moving, Gazef understood that he meant that they had yet to begin the attack. The Empire showed no intentions of moving. As Marquis Raven said, the Empire did not seem to move after being deployed from the castrum. Despite the fact that the final negotiations were over and it was time to settle things with swords. That was why the kingdom could not do anything. It would be dangerous if the kingdom were to charge first. And the Empire usually attacked with their knights and the kingdom would attack with their spear formations. There were nobles who had attacked the Empire first, but they were defeated instantly and brought great losses to the kingdom. Thus, the kingdom would construct a spear wall and focus on defense. And sometimes it would break, and the men would be trampled. It is normal for the Empire's heavy cavalry to take some time. It seems that there's movement in the castrum, so just a bit longer. Gazef looked far away, and got a strange feeling from the movement within the Empire's formation. There was quite the distance, but to an excellent warrior like Gazef, he could feel the slight changes in the air. While it is the usual pattern, I am not good with this tense atmosphere. It feels better to say things that I don't like out loud, it's quite relieving. True. The left wing is moving strangely. Ah, Marquis Buyop. The two wings of the kingdom had the soldiers of the noble faction, and the center was of the royal faction. The wings had 50,000 each and the center had 100,000. Rather than panicking, it seems he is angry. The 1,000 troops sent to capture Henry have yet to return. I believe Marquis Buyop is very unhappy. Gazef recalled the face of the noble he had seen before the war. Of course, it was not intentional. Well, he might think that they'll simply return late, but they are probably all dead. Even if he did lose them, isn't 1,000 a large number? The loss of 1,000 is not much. While those of the noble faction might write off 1,000 deaths, Gazef could not stomach the loss of 1,000 commoners and made a worried expression. Gazef was originally a commoner. Yet he had to see men like him die. Marquis Raven noticed this and apologized.
Apologies.
I said too much. No. I understand Marquis Raven's perspective. Pay me no heed. Marquis Raven was looking at things at a level higher than Gazef. While Gazef believed that it was a waste to lose 1,000 lives, Marquis Raven was looking at the kingdom's future where 1,000 lives were a small price to pay. They could not be said to be right or wrong. Oh. It seems they're making their move. The imperial army slowly parted in two, to make a path. A group of soldiers slowly proceeded down it. They bared a strange flag that neither Gazef nor Marquis Raven had ever seen before. However, the two were fixated. And Gazef was at a loss for words. He recalled a certain battle. Those were Death Knights. The undead soldier that served Ein Zulgon. An existence that Gazef would have to go all out on if he were to fight one. There was. This many? Impossible. Gazef felt sweat run down his forehead. There were 300 Death Knights. The kingdom had 200,000. 300 versus 200,000. It was a winnable battle. However, that was if they were facing humans that could tire. They could be defeated once trained, and so the violence of numbers was useful. However, when facing creatures that could not tire like the undead, that threat would not decrease over time. Basically the chance of victory was low even with 200,000. No, even if Gazef could not tire, with those 300, they could kill all those present. This is bad. Seeing Gazef's frowning face, Marquis Raven spoke in a grim voice. Those are skeletal dragons. A terrifying undead. And looking at Gazef Dona's reaction, the ones riding them seem to be quite the strong enemy. Yes. They are the warriors of Ein Zulgon who I fought to a standstill. Those. Marquis Raven was shocked, but he soon nodded. The undead troops slowly spread out and stood in front of the imperial troops. Since there were 300 creatures in front of 60,000 men, there was a large gap in between them and did not seem threatening. However, Marquis Raven saw Gazef's reaction and felt that no level of caution was enough. Understood. If we fight them head-on, we will face tremendous casualties. For the plan, let's send out the soldiers of the noble faction to grind them down. I shall ask the king for permission for the noble faction to face the Archduke. Marquis Raven and Gazef, who had been looking at the Empire's troops, both made a blank face. Suddenly, a black wall appeared in front of the Archduke's troops. It was not large. About 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Two people then appeared from it. A man wearing a mask, and the ex-head magician of the Empire, Fluter. That is Ein Zulgon. Him. Hearing Gazef's unconscious murmur, Marquis Raven took a good look at Heinz. The person who had become a major topic in the kingdom who might control a magic power that was out of this world. Heinz waved his arm. In response, a magic circle sprang into existence, roughly 10 meters in radius and shaped like a dome. It was centered on him. Seeing how Fluter was within its boundaries, it did not seem harmful, yet it was a dreamlike scene. The magic circle glowed bluish-white, and translucent symbols appeared across its length and breadth. The sigils changed with kaleidoscopic speed, shifting between runes and letters that nobody had ever seen before. The kingdom's troops gasped out in surprise. There was no fear or tension in their voices, like they were watching a beautiful show. However, to those two, they felt a strong unease from that giant magic formation. I'm returning to my unit. Gazef Dono, please protect His Majesty. Got it. I shall protect His Majesty. As Gazef said that, He turned back towards the center formation, where countless flags were being hung. Then, let's begin. The two men hurriedly flew into action. However, it was all too late. Nobody's there. After Ainz deployed his magic circle, that was what he had thought. There are no players in the kingdom. Yggdrasil's super tier magic was incredibly powerful. Thus, it had a penalty until it was casted. It was a system where it was stronger the longer it was casted for. And if one's allies used more of them, there was an additional time penalty. This was implemented by the developers to prevent super tier magic from ending guild wars. Basically, it also meant that the longer it was held, the stronger it got. Because of that, during a large-scale battle, bringing down a person who could cast super tier spells first was a basic tactic. One could hamper one's opponents in many ways. Teleportation assaults, for instance. Bombardment from atop a magic carpet. Pinpoint shooting from extreme range. There were countless methods to accomplish that aim. However, no attacks like these came toward Ainz. In turn, that proved that there were no Yggdrasil players present. Under his mask, Ainz smiled, a fact which went unseen by anyone. Of course, his skeletal face could not form a smile. So I don't need to serve as bait, then? Whispering that, Ainz opened his gloved hand. In it was a tiny hourglass. Cash item. Ainz spoke in the tone of a certain popular blue cat robot. And without hesitation, he crushed it. And Ainz's, no, Suzuki Satoru's 2 lunches worth of cash flew away. If he used a cash item, he could immediately cast the super tier spell. The reason why he had not done this was because he was serving as bait to verify the existence of any possible players from Yggdrasil. However, if there were none, then there was no need to wait out the long casting time for the spell. The particles of sand leaking from the shattered hourglass moved against the wind and flowed into the magic circle surrounding Ainz. And then, the super tier spell activated instantly. Tribute to the Black Bounty, Yashub Niggurath. A black wind blew, racing past the kingdom's army. No, there was no physical wind blowing. Neither the scattered weeds growing on the plains or the hairs on the heads of the kingdom's soldiers had been touched. There were 50,000 men in the left wing of the kingdom's army. Every single one of them was slain in an instant. What on earth happened? Nobody could answer immediately. Every living creature that comprised the left wing of the kingdom's army had suddenly collapsed to the ground. The ones who realized the answer first were the imperial troops. It took a while for the human mind to properly parse the events that had just transpired before their eyes. So after a short delay, shouts of panic rose into the air, becoming a great wave that engulfed the entire imperial army. Certainly, they knew Ainz Ulgoen was going to cast a spell after he had deployed his magic circle. However, who could have possibly anticipated such a horrifying spell? It was a terrifying magic that stole the lives of 50,000 people in an instant. However, there was one person who let out a cry of joy. Magnificent. It was the man standing next to Ainz, Fluter. In front of such a powerful spell, a cry of joy leaked out of him. He knew that Ainz was a powerful magic caster without equal. But tasting that power directly let Fluter feel something that could not be put into words. Excitement sparked down his back. Seeing him, Ainz happily told him something else. "Why do you look so satisfied? My spell is not yet finished. When one makes an offering to the Black Goddess of the bountiful harvest, she will reciprocate with a gift of her offspring. And just as ripened fruit would fall to the earth in the fullness of time." Who was the first ones to notice it? No one knew. However, it was probably the Empire's knights. It was expected that the knights, watching from afar, from a safe distance, would see it first. Because they felt safe, they dared to peer outside from the narrow slits in their helmets. After the black mass stole the lives of the kingdom's soldiers, and after it disappeared in the sky. In the sky, was a repulsive black sphere which seemed to pollute the world with its very presence. Seeing their neighbor looking up, they would too. And thus, all of the Empire's knights silently gazed at the floating sphere. Their eyes could not leave it. That sphere that seemed to be rejected by the world. It was not only the Empire that could not look away. Many of the kingdom's soldiers were silently staring at the expanding floating sphere. Be it fighting or fleeing, no human could engage in any meaningful thought or activity. All they could do was stare dumbly. And eventually, the ripened fruit fell. The falling sphere broke apart when it touched the earth. It burst like a water balloon striking the ground, or perhaps like an overripe fruit doing the same. It was full of something that spread out from the point of impact. It was something like coal tar. It absorbed the light, like a wave of infinitely expanding black stickiness, and it swallowed the corpses of the dead kingdom soldiers. Informed by a strange instinct, nobody thought it would end there. They had a premonition that this was only the beginning. Suddenly, a vast tree grew from the black tar that covered the earth. No, that was nothing as pleasant as a tree. At first, there was only one of them, but then it multiplied. 2, 3, 5, 10. These objects waved in the absence of the wind. What grew there? Were tentacles. Me. Suddenly, they heard the adorable bleating of a goat. It was not just one goat. It was as though a herd of goats had appeared out of nowhere. As though drawn by the sound, the coal tar writhed up, and it seemed to vomit forth something. It was something that was far too strange, too unnatural. It was 5 meters in height. If one added the length of the tentacles, that figure became unclear. At a glance, it resembled some sort of turnip. In place of leaves, it had numberless black tentacles, and its thick root portion was a slab of meat covered in frightening lumps. Below that were 5 legs, like those of a goat's, tipped with black hooves. Fissures appeared on the root-like portion of its anatomy, a thick slab of meat covered in lumps, as it peeled and split open in multiple places at once. And then... me. The adorable bleating of goats rang forth from those fissures. They were gaping maws that oozed sticky drool. There were 5 of them. They displayed their hideous bodies to everyone on the Katsa plains. The dark young of the black goat. These monsters appeared in proportion to the number of deaths caused by the super tier spell, sacrifice to the Black Bounty, Yashub Niggurath. Although they did not possess any powerful special abilities, they were outstandingly resilient. Moreover, they were all over level 90. The world was silent. There was no other sound besides the bleating of sheep. However, unable to believe the scene before them, and unable to confirm it, no one spoke. Despite there being 260,000 men present, no one spoke a word. Ainz gleefully smiled. "Look, Fluter. It's a new record. Even I have never summoned 5 before. It seems I have to be grateful that so many people have assembled here." The Dark Young were summoned based on the total levels of the dead killed by sacrifice to the Black Bounty, Yashub Niggurath. Under normal circumstances, being able to call forth one of the Dark Young was not bad. Being able to bring out 2 was a rarity. And now, there were 5. Just like a player who was celebrating over beating his own high score, Ainz was overjoyed by the fact that he had set this new record. In Ainz's mind, they were not humans, but points to be collected. "Congratulations, Master." Bowing towards the ecstatic Ainz, Fluter's respect for that powerful magic deepened another level. He thought, to this person, that was still just child's play. And in fact, one of the world's strongest spells was cast before him. A spell that he thought he could never reach. But, as long as he stuck to this man, hope rose within him. "It truly is amazing, Master." The bright voice that came from the mysterious noble rode on the wind to reach the ears of the knights. The clattering of metal could be heard from the Empire's formation. It was the sound of armor clattering against itself. The bodies of those wearing them were shivering. No one could laugh. There was no one who did not get goosebumps by hearing the joyful cry of a magic caster who had released such a terrifying summoning spell. Every knight present was thinking the same thing. Please let Archduke Heinzul go, and was a reasonable person. Please let him be our ally. It looked more like a prayer to the gods. As if praying to an evil god or a god of misfortune, they hoped that he would not turn on them. As the soldiers pleaded sincerely behind his back, Ainz began the next phase. He felt that he had already done enough, but he was in high spirits, and felt that it might be better to kill a little more to be sure. He felt that this was a chance to become a hero in the Empire by showing further overwhelming pressure. "Now, let's begin. You may begin trampling." As they received the command of their summoner Ainz, the Dark Young began to move slowly. Their 5 goat legs moved in a bizarre gait as they segued into swift motion. It was not so much graceful as energetic, and perhaps one might smile to see it. As long as they did not come for you. Their vast bodies moved lightly, and the 5 Dark Young broke into a run as they hurtled towards the kingdom's army. "Is this a dream?" A soldier from the royal army muttered to himself, far from the inhuman monsters. Of course, he received no answer. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the scene unfolding before them, and they had lost the power of speech. "Hey, this is a dream, right? I must be dreaming, right? Ah. This is a fucking nightmare." The second time the question was asked, Someone managed to answer. But their voices sounded like they wanted to run away from reality. Impossible. I don't want to believe this. Thoughts like these spread through the infantry. Even as the lumbering shapes grew steadily larger, even as the inhuman beings approached them, they still did not want to accept that this was reality. If they were simple monsters, perhaps they might have been able to gather up the courage to raise their weapons. However, the monsters which had appeared after an entire wing of the army had been slaughtered in an instant could not possibly be simple monsters. It was like watching an advancing hurricane, and nobody could muster up the courage to brave the storm. One could call the figure of an anomalously large figure running on its stumpy legs to be cute. But that was only if one was in a safe place. "Get your spears up!" A voice rang out. One of the nobles was shouting. "Spears up! Get your spears up! Get your spears up if you want to live!" Acting on reflex, the soldiers raised and set their spears, forming a braced spear line. The reason left in their heads recalled what the spears in their hands were for. However, they also realized that they could do nothing else. Given the speed at which those bizarre creatures approached, escape would probably be impossible. Even if they ran with all their strength, they would still be squashed flat from behind. They prayed that the monsters would not come for them, even as they braced for their charge. And the shockwave hit them. It was like a dump truck smashing into a swarm of rats. The soldiers of the kingdom raised countless spears in trembling hands. But what use were they against the massive, solid bodies of the Dark Young? The spear snapped like toothpicks without so much as scratching the Dark Young. Even the soldiers wielding their spears lost their lives in an instant. It was perfectly natural. Without magic weapons, how were those monsters going to be hurt? Within the ranks of the kingdom's troops, the giant bodies of the Dark Young rampaged. They screamed and they screamed and they screamed. Gobbets of meat flew through the air. They had not come from just one or two people, but tens, hundreds of victims. They were stamped flat by the enormous hooves, and flung away by the waving tentacles. Be they patricians or plebeians, now they were all the same chunks of bloody flesh. Everyone was the same in the face of death. Surely they must have been satisfied after crushing countless humans underfoot, but they showed no signs of stopping. The Dark Young began to run. They ran on. They did not stop while in the midst of the kingdom's forces, simply running on. Yaya. Aba. Oop. Save me. No. Uwaya. The screams rose up every time those gigantic hooves came down. It blended with the sound of humans pulping under the Dark Young's mighty legs, and the sound as they playfully batted humans away with their tentacles. It continued. Trampled. What better word was there to describe this scene? Several people desperately thrust their pikes forward. The Dark Young, whose bodies were massive and who had no intention to evade the attacks, were hit solidly by the points. However, the pikes could not pierce deeply enough to cause harm to their slab-like bodies. In the time it took for them to realize that panicked attacks had no meaning, the Dark Young had trampled into the middle of the center troops. Run away! Run away! They heard the shouts from the distance. In response, all the soldiers began to flee. It was exactly like a swarm of spiders scattering in all directions. But of course, the Dark Young were much faster than human beings. Splat! 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 The sounds of humans being crushed to death and turned into chunks of meat went on and on. Retreat! Retreat! The way Raven shouted these orders was closer to a wail. Nothing could be done to such creatures. Humans could not touch them. As they heard Raven's words, the surrounding soldiers threw down their arms and fled in a panic. Einzulgon. So he's this powerful of a magic caster. He regretted it. That he had not imagined something of this scale. As Marquis Raven looked at the rampaging monsters, he continued to shout at the surrounding soldiers. This isn't a battlefield anymore, it's a killing floor. Just run. My lord. A knight said as he removed his helmet. The king. What about the king? You idiot. There's no time for that. My lord. It's coming right for us. The dark young figure was larger than before. It was steadily heading towards them. Rather than saying that it was aiming for Marquis Raven, it was probably just running in a random direction. In truth, the other dark young were far away from where Raven was. Where's the king? He's there. He saw the royal flag in the direction where the soldier was pointing, but a dark young was already bearing down on it. Raven hesitated. What could he do if he went to help? However, if King Renpassa III was lost here, the entire country might come apart. However, my lord. Please run. Humans cannot defeat such monsters. Hurry. Yes. That was the case. Even if the kingdom's strongest, Gazef wielded his sword, he could not defeat it. Matching 200,000 troops with just one man. Impossible. How does that even work? Isn't he stronger than Landfall? My lord. It was closer to a scream than human speech. Hearing the soldier's warning, the Marquis replied with a shout. I got it. I'm running. The sound of hooves was close. He could not turn around due to fear. That was why Marquis Raven smacked his horse. In the confusion, a group of horses were running away. Most men had given up on controlling the horses, or rather the horses were escaping in sheer confusion, and the men felt that it was better to leave everything to the horses. The horse could bear this fear due to its training of a warhorse. If it were a regular horse, it would not be able to move from fear. That magic caster's a monster. How can someone like him be allowed to exist in the world? Raven cursed Heinz as his horse jerked up and down in its top-speed gallop. Damn it. We have to do something. I need to think of some way to protect our world, our future. While feeling the horse pulsating beneath him, Marquis Raven dashed off while protected by soldiers. When he returned, he would converse with Renner and come up with plans to face that ridiculous magic caster. If this went on, all of humanity would be conquered. But Marquis Raven had one misconception. Marquis Raven looked at the Dark Young's rampage and believed that they were not sentient. However, he thought that having them rampage with their large bodies was the best way to fight. It was the best method to kill the most weaklings. Marquis Raven saw it coming his way and thought that it was a mere coincidence. But was that the case? Or could it tell from the soldiers' final yells that he was the overall commander? In reality, the Dark Young's intelligence was impossibly high compared to its appearance. It was about the same as a human. Me. The Dark Young cried out from close behind. The sweat poured off Marquis Raven's head like a waterfall. He was so afraid that he did not dare turn around, but he could sense the air behind him getting warmer and warmer. And then, he heard it again. Me. He believed that he was protected by the soldiers on horseback. Then what happened to the sound of hoofbeats? He heard one giant hoof. And as if erased, the other hoofbeats stopped. His heart lurched in his chest. He realized there was a massive shadow beneath his feet, his body carried by the speeding horse, and that a long and thick tentacle was reaching out for him. No. The horse ran like it had gone mad. It was faster than Raven had ever ridden it. It might have been the fastest it had ever gone. Even so, the mighty shadow still stretched out across the earth. I don't want this. Marquis Raven's eyes widened and forced his horse onwards without looking back. He could not die yet. It did not matter what happened to the country. If it was to fall, then let it fall. If taking up arms against Einzulgon meant death, then he was willing to abandon this country and flee. He had been an idiot. Truly, he had been an idiot. He was a fool for trying to manage the noble and royal factions by coming to this battlefield. Since he knew how powerful Einzulgon was, he should have stayed in the royal capital no matter the cost. He would not think of the kingdom's future anymore. I don't want this. He could not die yet. He could not die while his son was still so young. And he could not leave his beloved wife alone by dying. Idon. Raven imagined the form of his son before him. My lovely boy. A tiny little life had been born. It slowly grew up. It got sick. Back then, he had made a huge fuss because of that. The image of himself running around half mad, bellowing orders, while his wife sat there in silence was deeply embarrassing. His hands were soft and his cheeks were rosy. When he grew into a youth, he would be the talk of the kingdom. He believed his son's abilities would surpass his own. He could already see traces of that from time to time. His wife said that it was the delusions of a parent, but that was definitely not the case. Raven was deeply grateful to his wife, who had bore his beloved son. However, he rarely said so because it embarrassed him. It was time for a second child. If he had not come to this battlefield, he might have been able to hold their hands. He lost consciousness in an instant. The last thing he heard was the sound of meat being crushed, and Marquis Raven's consciousness disappeared. In the midst of the fleeing soldiers, Gazef slowly looked forward. Gazef drew his sword in response to the charging Dark Young. There were no soldiers near Gazef. If I let it past me, the king's main camp is next. As he felt the earth trembling under his feet, Gazef exhaled forcefully. He gripped the sword in his hands tightly, and raised it. Seeing the giant bodies crushing humans in its wake, how did he feel? If it were a runaway horse cart, he could easily get control of it. Even if a ferocious tiger pounced him, he could evade its first blow and strike off its head. Even he could not imagine what would happen in front of the Dark Young. Of course, his chances of survival seemed very low indeed. Please take care of the king. Despite knowing that it would not reach his subordinates, he still spoke. He had not sent them away to hide, but to protect the king. Compared to the monsters approaching, even if the soldiers put their lives on the line, all they could do was serve as meat shields that would crumble after one hit. Ha-oo. As Gazef breathed out, a dramatic change appeared in the flow of people around him. Until now they had gone in all directions, but now it seemed like they were moving to avoid Gazef. It looked as though they were creating a clear path between Gazef and the Dark Young. The Dark Young continued splattering humans under its feet as it closed in. Gazef wielded his sword and looked at it. Where would be the best place to strike? He activated a martial art called Weak Point. But it has no weaknesses. Gazef did not know if that was because it truly had no weaknesses, or because it was so much more powerful than him that he could not read them. Still, he did not despair. He had expected that much, after all. He activated another martial art. The ability that could be called a sixth sense, future sight. Come, monster. The Dark Young seemed to have heard the challenge, and set a course straight for Gazef. The distance between the two shrank dramatically. To be honest, Gazef was afraid. If it was at all possible, he would have liked to flee with the surrounding soldiers. Since his senses were strengthened by future sight, he could tell several things. Judging by the way its hooves remained undamaged, it was likely that normal swords would not be able to deal any harm to it. From the deep prints it left in the ground where it stepped, its weight would instantly kill anyone it was applied to. The more he learned about it, the more his fear of it grew. Right now, Gazef was exposed to a terror far more intense than those of the soldiers fleeing willy-nilly around him. But he could not turn back. The kingdom's strongest warrior could not run. The Dark Young closed in. It was close enough that the clods of dirt kicked up by its hooves could reach Gazef. It ignored the soldiers around it, like they were nothing but crawling worms, and headed straight for Gazef. I should have come well everything equipped. He should have come in full armor. He should have ignored the worries of being looked at with strange eyes by the nobles. Gazef regretted it, but it was too late. This was the result of being overconfident in his sword. No, even if he had come in full armor, nothing would have changed. The Dark Young closed in. With a force that shook the earth, Gazef slipped past the fleeing soldiers and ran towards the Dark Young. Rushing past the crowd, he stomped forward 1 foot at a time. Should he be attacked from the front, he could not avoid it as it was far too wide. With a foot of almost 50 centimeters, the Dark Young charged forward. And with that, yard! Gazef swung his sword. At this speed, the enemy's own velocity would become a weapon that would tear itself apart on the edge of his blade. In the instant the hoof touched the sword, a massive impact traveled up the weapon and into Gazef's arms. It made him feel as though his arms had been torn off. His feet, planted firmly in the ground, left 2 trenches in the dirt as he was dragged backward. Gwarg! Somehow, he had kept his grip on his sword, but pain spread through his entire body. Be it his muscles or his tendons, every part of him hurt from the stress it had to bear. Gazef panted heavily, and stared at the giant body that passed him. Not far from Gazef, one of the Dark Young had finally stood still as opposed to running madly. One of its tentacles became a blur. Fear shot through his body. Gazef hurriedly raised his sword. In that instant, an extraordinary impact struck him, and his body floated into the sky. Gazef could not see anything, but he guessed that he must have been slapped away by the tentacle. His body flew through the sky. After hanging in the air for a surprisingly long time, Gazef's body finally struck the earth. He rolled several times. This rolling was not the tumbling of a flung corpse, but the deliberate action of a human that was trying to bleed off the energy of his rotation. The Dark Young, for 1 second, hesitated. It was wondering if it should pursue the creature that did not lose its life after one of its attack. However, it realized that it should not. It had several targets, and it had no time to chase after one just to kill it. Looking around, it had no eyes but it could sense them. It saw a group of prey running away. It had no time to chase after the creature it had hit out of its range. The strongest warrior of the kingdom, Gazef Stronov. To the Dark Young, that man was no different from a normal soldier. It was weak and did not need to be paid attention to. The Dark Young charged again. It would follow its summoner's orders to smash everything. Gazef slowly stood up, spurring his ungainly body into motion. He stared at the distant Dark Young. It had been just one hit. The arm that took the strike had broken. It was probably sheer good luck that his sword had not snapped as well. All emotion vanished from Gazef's face. Why had he been spared? Even with a monster that could not understand speech, he understood it as a warrior. This was not a defeat. He had not even come anywhere close to the arena. Fresh blood flowed from his bitten lip. Following that, Gazef suppressed the intense pain which filled him and ran forth with all his might. Even if he could not beat his opponent, even if his limit was one more hit, even so, he still had to protect his king. The headquarters of King Ranpasa III was located in the center of the royal army. It was surrounded by countless banners belonging to numerous nobles of the kingdom of Riestais. Although there had been many nobles gathered here before, only a few remained here. Most of them had already fled, and only a scant few remained in this camp. No, to be honest, there were 2 people here. The surprising thing was that one of them was Ranpasa III, and the other was a man in commoner's clothing. That man in commoner's clothing was tearing off Ranpasa III's equipment. It seemed that he was being stolen from, but Ranpasa III showed no sign of resistance. In fact, he seemed to be resigned. That person wearing commoner's clothes was Climb. His white armor was thrown aside, and he looked just like the other commoners in the area. His full armor was usually difficult to remove, but Climb used his magic sword to tear it apart. The armor of Ranpasa III was also of excellent make, but that could also be destroyed by Climb's sword. However, what do you think are our chances if we were to run? It was closing in with an earth-shaking rumble. In such an extreme situation, Ranpasa III's tone was calm. It was nothing like the panicked nobles that were here until now. The problem was his tone, which was the one of a human who had given up on life. The lack of his desire to remain in this world appeared in his tone. It's probably impossible. Those who escape on horses will definitely be chased. As you can see, they prioritize those who are running away. That is why we can do nothing but this. Ranpasa III realized the intentions of Gazef's warriors who had left as a group on horseback. And the reason for the smiles on their faces as they left. And the recommendation for them to escape on the horses the nobles left behind. Climb. Why can you do this? Ranpasa III continued. In such an extreme situation, only a certain group of humans could retain their mental faculties. One could only do it if they were mentally tough. I have seen a person more terrifying than those monsters. Thus I can act faster than any of them. The killing intent that he faced at the capital. Due to that, Climb returned to his senses faster than anyone. Climb began to rub mud onto Ranpasa III, who was now without armor, sword and helmet. Your Majesty. Even now, our flight is still a matter of luck. If the worst happens, I pray you will forgive us. That's fine. It was my decision to use your idea. If it fails due to misfortune, then I will have no complaints. The Dark Young blew away the flags with its tentacles, and looked around in satisfaction. This place was probably the center formation, but there was no one to be seen. There were 2 humans laid on top of one another on the ground. The 2 were alive, but they were the same as the countless other humans it had killed, without armor and in dirty rags. Considering the other humans it had massacred, they were not particularly enticing. As it was moving to crush them, it noticed a group leaving slowly. It was a group in full armor riding horses, showing that they were not mere soldiers. Looking at its comrades, there was no one chasing them. Its summoner wished for it to trample many humans, and to kill those of high positions who would ride on horses. Rather than wasting time killing the humans here, it should head towards those who were escaping. The summoning time of the Dark Young was not infinite after all. The Dark Young lost interest in the sprawled humans, and immediately ran off. Overlord First Half Chapter 98, Massacre Part 4. Ainz nodded several times. He could let it eat aplenty. Now, your turn. Ainz pointed his black gauntlet towards the hellish crumbling landscape of the kingdom's army. Awaken, avarice. You may feast. As if answering to Ainz's action, countless blue lights were pulled out of the kingdom and flew upwards. Those tiny lights, smaller than a fist, were sucked into Ainz's black gauntlet. 130,000 balls of light was swallowed up, like everything was a dream. The gauntlets on Ainz's hands was one of only 200 world items in Yggdrasil, called Avarice and Generosity. The gauntlet called Avarice had the ability to store the experience that the user was usually about to gain. And the gauntlet called Generosity could be used in place of the experience lost under certain conditions, up to the amount that Avarice had taken. The blue light was nothing more than a special effect during the absorption of the experience. Ainz was already at the max experience cap for a level 100, and thus could not absorb any more. Thus any experience gained would be lost. However, that was a waste. The super tier magic, Wish Upon a Star, and other spells or skills often used experience and were stronger than most. And one of Ainz's world items used enough experience to fall down 5 levels. While the amount was few, wasting experience was something a player could not forgive. Thus he had considered the possibility that a player was around and used a world item to absorb the experience. Well, to those like Ainz who have lived in the game world, they would at most be surprised that Ainz was collecting experience. However, to a third party, how would they see it? They could only see Ainz collecting something that was not experience. What were those? They were souls. In front of them, the souls of the kingdom's soldiers were being taken. That was the only way they could see it. If it were the beautiful gauntlet absorbing it, they might still be saved. But it was the black, demon-like gauntlet that was absorbing it. Then, there was only one title that suited Ainz. Demon Lord. One of the knights whispered. Those words slipped into his neighbors' hearts. There was no better word to describe the mysterious noble who trampled on 200,000 men and collected their souls. This scene of hell. And the screams of the dying. And to disgrade it further, there was only one title for a man who could. Demon Lord. Demon Lord. The noise spread as more mouths whispered the title. Archduke Ainz Ulgon. This was the moment that he gained another title of Demon Lord, when he let all of the army taste a great fear. Of course, Ainz could hear the words, Demon Lord. At first, he thought that an actual Demon Lord had appeared. However, realizing that it was directed at him, Ainz's expression beneath the mask fell. Ainz's plan was to show off in this war and get a high valuation. And afterwards, he would act nice and become the hero of the Empire, and battle with Demiurge who would play the Demon Lord. Basically Ainz wanted to be known as a hero. Then why? As Ainz let Avarice feast on the experience, he shook his head. Demiurge and Fluter had both assured him that this war would turn him into a hero. Then why was he being called a Demon Lord? Demon Lord did not seem to be an abbreviation of Magic King. Basically his plan had went awry. Ainz could not understand. However, he had to fix his mistake. That was why he could only think of how to shift the direction of his plan. A surprising amount was collected. Despite the experience being few due to the level gap, the numbers add up. This might be surprisingly useful. Ainz was satisfied with the experience stored in Avarice, and shifted his arm to look at his gauntlet. He was like a housewife who was wondering what she should exchange her points for. However, he had yet to notice the looks of fear the knights were giving him. Now. It was a boorish thing, but Demiurge said that it was better to do it. The Guardians should be looking here through the mirror. They were prepared to jump in at any moment. That was why he had to act cool until the last moment. While he was personally against it, he had to grasp the hearts of many to debut as a hero. Ainz made his decision and acted. However, before that, Ainz looked up at the sky. Even though the sun was shining brightly, there was a thin fog like clouds were covering the sky. Return to the 8th floor. Ainz ordered the largest force that he had brought out of Massacre to return. Probably no one noticed. that there was another giant ball of light that covered the sun. After giving his order, Ainz sighed and turned to the Empire's formation. He felt tens of thousands of gazes falling on him. It was an overwhelming pressure. Ainz personally felt the phenomenon of many gazes combining to form a physical pressure. If he were not undead, without any immunity to emotional attacks, he would be pressured and not be able to do anything. However, Ainz acted with more ease as compared to earlier. He slowly spread open his hands, as if to hug a friend, or like the opening of a devil's wings. In the silence, as the screams of the kingdom's soldiers could be heard, Ainz spoke in a quiet voice. Applause. Basked in the gaze of everything, Ainz spoke again. Applause for my formidable power and supreme might. The first one to clap was Fluter. His face showed understanding and Jot. And as if shaken by that, spurts of claps could be heard, as it all changed to a thunderous applause. Of course, they were not sincerely applauding for him. Even if they were the enemy, that would not want to clap for a person who massacred most of them. This was not a war, but genocide. However, could anyone say that? Could anyone upset a monster that was in front of them? There was no one who could. The thunderous applause was a show of how fearful the knights were. We will give you your applause, so please do not get upset. That was how they felt. Ainz's face changed underneath his mask. He had the satisfied expression of a man whose plan was proceeding as he'd like. Now, I shall take my steps one at a time. In this world, the casualty count of the kingdom was 130,000, and the Empire's was 0. This overwhelming result shook the surrounding countries. And afterwards, the name of Archduke Hanzo Ongon spread far and wide. Feeling the slight change in the air, the strongest dragon, Tsaindok's Vatian, also known as the Platinum Dragon Lord, woke up from his light sleep. Most of his consciousness was filled with shock. Shock from something slipping past its senses and into its surroundings. It was normally impossible to escape a dragon's sharp senses. A dragon could immediately detect whether there was a presence nearby even if it were invisible or the dragon was sleeping. But there were a few creatures that could escape a dragon's magical senses. Even Sua, who had lived a long life, only knew a few. Such as one of the 13 heroes who had left this world, the assassin Ionia. That old man could probably have done it. Apart from him, Sua felt that it was a familiar presence, and slowly opened his eyes. Dragon eyes could peer through darkness. Seeing like it was noon, there was a familiar person there, one of the few that could make it there undetected. There was a wide smile on her face, one of a human that was able to pull off a large prank. It's been a while. That person was an old woman with a finely crafted sword hanging from her waist. Her head of white hair showed how long she had lived. However, her face overflowed with a childish vibrance on her face which did not match her years. A person whose identity was different from her appearance. Comparing her with the woman in his memories, the old woman's eyebrows sharpened into a dangerous angle. What? My friend, have you forgotten how to say hi? Oh dear, even dragons can grow dull. Sue let out a deep toothy laugh. He remembered that her friend was like this. Sorry. I'm happy to meet an old friend. The old woman's reply was what Sue expected. A friend? My friend was that empty bucket of armor over there. Well, something's inside now, right? Yes. My knight is inside. In the past, Sue had traveled with the old lady and her group by controlling an empty suit of armor as a substitute for himself. Therefore, when his true identity had come out, his companions had been furious about being tricked. He wanted them to forgive him for the time when he had surprised them by removing his helmet. The resentment from back then still had not died out, and she was still making digs at him until now. Sua smiled and then looked at the woman's finger. What happened to the ring? It's a treasure beyond humanity, you know? Trying to change the topic, are we? Still, your eyes are sharp. Is that the draconic treasure sense at work? Oh well, that's fine. I gave it to a young man. Don't worry about it. That item was not something that could be simply given away. That was made from primal magic, and it was extremely difficult to recreate. However, the old woman would not pass it to someone weird. He trusted her. Really now? Well, since you decided to give it away, I doubt you'd have gone wrong. Right, I heard that you were an adventurer once, am I correct? Are you here on business? Of course not. I came to look up a friend to have fun. I've already retired, and I'm no longer an adventurer. Don't ask a little old lady like me to work so hard. I've turned my duties over to that crybaby. That crybaby? Tsuo thought for a while and then a flash of inspiration struck. You mean her? Hearing Tsuo's subtle tone, the old woman knew that he had got it. Yes, Little Miss Inbirun. Atsuo sounded dumbfounded. You're probably the only one who can call her little. Oh, really? You're even more qualified to call her little. I'm about the same age as that girl, but you ought to be older, right? That is true. Still, I can't believe that girl would be willing to be an adventurer. What kind of scheme did you use? Humph. That crybaby went on and wouldn't stop, so I said, if I can beat you, then you'll have to listen to me, and then I smacked the crap out of her. The old lady went ka-ka-ka. Her laughter seemed to come from the bottom of her heart. I think you're the only human who could beat that girl. Well, I had friends helping me out. Besides, if you know the undead, you know how to beat the undead. If you can't defeat the power of the earth, you can still exploit elemental affinities and compatibilities to turn the tables in your favor. Crybaby is very strong, but others are stronger than her. For instance, you could easily beat that girl. If you didn't limit yourself, you would be the most powerful being in this world. Maybe. Well, I still feel admiration for the strongest magic caster of humanity. Can I ask you a question? What? As long as I can answer, I don't mind. That weapon, was it a guilty weapon? Seeing the weapon Tsuo was talking about, the old woman shook her head. Guilty weapon? No. That's a guild weapon. Ah. Tsuo felt the fog clear from his mind. That's right. Yes. That's what he said. The strongest weapon the 8 Greed Kings wielded. I see, I see. A guild weapon. Tsuo felt a sense of relief fill his body. As he did so, waves of memories washed over him. As he fondly recollected, he asked the old woman. Now, regret. Why did you come here? The old woman nodded, and made a serious face. Tsuo. About 3 weeks ago. Have you heard about a magic caster called Einzulgon?